Welcome in one, welcome in all to your scheduled unofficial LPL English broadcast as we kick off the 2025 season. New look across the board. You got a bit of an idea if you tuned in yesterday to Weibo's 3-0, but this time we're shifting from Group B over to Group C here to check out LNG taking on Thunder Talk TT. But I hopefully won't be doing too much, especially not all the talking. I am going to be joined here by the illustrious, the most ever so talented Demacia. Demacia, how are we feeling? LPL's here. We're kicking it off. New season. It's just pure chaos out here, and I'm excited to go through it with you.
It's looking crazy. And thank you. Too many kind words for me, to be honest with you. But yeah, season. I know they're calling it something kind of strange. It's like season 2025. 1.1.
Yeah.
In my head, it's still going to be season 15 for the immediate future anyway. But a lot of crazy changes have obviously happened between season 14, season 15. Some well received, some not so much. But in pro play, they should play out pretty interestingly, and especially the feats of strength, I think, is probably going to be the main talking point for a lot of how we tackle a lot of these games. First blood, first tower, first 3 objectives. I'm looking forward to getting down into all of it.
Yeah, well, the changes aren't just on, the game of League of Legends. We also obviously have a big shift up coming with the LPL format. We're going away from straight spring-summer. We now have split 1, as we are currently in here, and we are going with the 4-group setup, 4 teams in each group with 4 total. We'll be taking a look at Group C there. You can see on the bottom left, but the important thing to remember is for the format we are in now, top 2 will move on to the next bracket stage, but to get there, you have to play a fearless best of 5 against every team in your group. So it's the new push, Demacia, that Riot is going with. We're leaning really hard into this fearless thing, especially to kick off the year.
Yep, fearless. A lot more games generally being played. I also just want to give a quick shout. Rest in peace, RA, for making this system possible in the LPL, of course, moving from 17 to 16 teams. But yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting. It's a lot of preparation for that first event. International event, of course, First Stand, where the entire event is based around fearless drafts. So everyone will be getting their practice in before potentially heading over to South Korea for that one. And yeah, it's definitely something for a lot of people that they're going to be excited to see. More champions, more variety, less, Zeri, Lulu, Lucian Nami trades for Infinity until it gets nerfed, right?
Yeah, exactly. I feel like I have like an edge up here as the NA resident guy, because I got to watch in the qualifier system. If you're a fan of NACL, you know that they were running this fearless format. So I know I've seen enough games of fearless. I have an idea of what we are going to be going into, but we are also giving out a bit of idea exactly, Demacia, how we think this group may potentially go, as I think we are ready to throw over to the predictions we have, and this is how we're fleshing it out here. And Demacia, no love for one of the star teams of the Demacia Cup here. Is that a Thunder Talk 4th I'm seeing from you?
Yeah, that's a Thunder Talk 4th. Look, man, awesome stuff that Thunder Talk got done in Demacia Cup. I think EDG's roster is better. I don't know what else to say. I think that there's a certain level of synergy that should be immediately available to the EDG boys. Through the top side, through the bottom side, just because the Sum and Wink have had time previous together. Same with ZZ and Xiaohao. So to me, I feel like the baseline and the floor coming in for EDG should be significantly stronger in a fearless setup. I think that just works better for them over TT. We'll see though, because like you mentioned, TT's time in the Demacia Cup was certainly very impressive. And maybe some developments can happen over the next few weeks.
We'll get into why TT looks so impressive in a bit, especially against the matchup against LNG. Do want to throw out some other content creators that threw their predictions down here, so we got to make sure to give love to all of these friendly faces. As you can see, we're all really rocking with the BLG first, but I would say we're decently split, Demacia, between how you're feeling about the group there and how potentially I am, and we do have Toad. Loving the Thunder Talk. We're going all the way through the bracket stage.
I can respect this a little bit, not having LNG second. TT second though, I don't know. But look, I think very good showing. Obviously very hyped off the Demacia Cup. Again, I do think it depends a lot on today, right? How these two teams hit the ground running, because it is only a 1-round robin, right? You get one opportunity to beat each team. a win here does set you up very, very well, especially if you're LNG and TT, right? I think a lot of people just have it as the foregone conclusion BLG should be first. So every match between the other 3 teams in this group really, it feels like you're playing for double points, right? It feels like last goal wins on the playground. So yeah, we'll see again how TT come up against LNG today.
It's always fun. Every year when Demacia Cup, you go into the new LPL split, you get to really have that conversation of, all right, how much can we gauge Demacia Cup? No better team to do that than Thunder Talk going into this matchup. But as we've alluded to a little bit, do want to show some of those highlights from the last time LNG and TT
by Thunder
faced
Talk.
off.
Chain of Corruption goes on the
This
1XM.
was a thriller with the distance 3 games, but really some standout performances. You know, 1XM was really impressed in the bottom lane, but I was very impressed by how these solo lanes from TT held up against the top side that I'm still going to say here, going into our match of today, I favor LNG much more.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely agree, right? LNG picking up Haichao. Haichao was kind of considered the low-budget, strong option for a lot of teams, right? And he landed on LNG. And of course, I think Zaka, it goes without saying, Zuka rather, how strong he is as a top laner individually. So to see these solo laners of TT, Hoya especially, like, stand up to them, very, very impressive. And Satab coming out from Korea. A much more unknown quantity comparatively to his counterpart. Really did shock a lot of people despite the result. Not in spite of the result, rather.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, it's really interesting. We talk about where, you know, the mid laners like LNG and Thunder Talk previously, you know, with UCal and Scout, obviously. Now we're going to really figure out what these 2 mid laners are going to look like in a very new spot like you're talking about. Also, got to give, you know, let's go through the rosters while we do have time here to just sit in through. We're talking about it. Thunder Talk, obviously the first side up. You got yourself, you already mentioned Zika in the top lane, Weiwei, Haichao, mid lane, Fodic in that bottom side, and then you round it all out with Zhuo in that support role. Fodic and Zhuo, very interesting, you know, coming over for NIP. That was, you know, the big change away from, especially outside of Haichao, how this bottom lane is going to shape up. And I think, especially in this matchup, they might have the biggest test of anybody on LNG coming into this one.
Yeah, potentially 1-to-1, right? I think you're kind of right. A little bit of respect must be paid to 1XM in particular over on TT. I kind of want to draw our attention back to the mid lane though, just temporarily, because you know you mentioned the exodus of Scout, right, leaving LNG, and how big of a role he played for the last 2 years, really, for LNG. He's been incredible. Almost single-handedly, in many ways, got them to quarterfinals last year at Worlds. TT, in a similar vein, just at a lower level, losing UCal, right? That's a very big deal for a team like Thunder Talk, who relied on him so frequently and so consistently in order to try and reach new heights time and time again. Obviously, TT, an organization here in the LPL that has generally struggled in previous splits to make it deep into the LPL. Usually, if they've made it into playoffs, and I think off the top of my head, it's only been once in the last 4 splits, maybe 2023 spring. They also creeped in, just losing in the first round of playoffs. It's been tough for them, to say the least, and a lot of those runs were very much dedicated to and around the UCal's ability to really make people function better around him. So without him, I do wonder how this organization is going to do, as they've always been a very exciting, barely fringe playoffs team to track and, again, in many ways even support, even if you're not necessarily a big fan of them directly.
Yeah, and in that same vein, a little formatting thing to obviously make sure to keep talking about, you know, lower level LPL teams. After split 1, we lose 2 of our teams that you saw on that earlier graphic, so it's ever so important that you are on point for split 1 with this Fearless format. Obviously, you got to see that Thunder Talk roster. It's the same one from the Demacia Cup, and got to shout out some of these Demacia Cup players. I mean, we talked about Hoya and Satab, but I want to give love to Hoya because he immediately came into the Demacia Cup, rocks the Mbessa, and like you mentioned, was really able to shine up against a lot of these other, you know, more well-known LPL names. And that's what you got to do when you're coming in and make a name for yourself in the best league in the world that just went up to a crazier format. it's important that we see Hoya. I hope to see his champion pool continue to kind of expand. I was impressed by some of his picks compared to what the meta was really dictating back then on 14-24.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, Hoya's always been a player that kind of sits on the outside realm of top laners you talk about, right? Here in the LPL. And I think it's always difficult being a top laner here in the LPL simply because there are so many individually talented top laners. You could probably name 6, almost 7 that each year should probably be at Worlds, but can't. So it's a long line for Hoya in terms of kind of climbing that ladder rank, I suppose. Still, very much does impress a lot of the time, and you're right, that presence that he showed for us at Demacia Cup was incredible.
Yeah, really impressive. I'm glad we're showing it. This Gragas game was the one that impressed me the most up against Zika's Maokai. Constantly found really clutch engages in an absolute brawl fest. I mean, there was no game in the Demacia Cup I felt really mirrored LPL vibes more than this one. Just absolute 45-minute thriller. We're slugging it out for Mountain Soul at a point very few League of Legends games reach. But Hoya's going to have to continue to find that success in the top side. But, Jamada, the bottom lane, I know you're not the biggest Thunder Talk fan, but I feel like is that the I feel like that's the area that the Edge might if we're going off current form, give a bit more credit over to 1XN obviously in this TT squad.
It's not that I'm not a big fan of TT because I've always enjoyed, you know, covering their games, covering their journeys. I struggle to see how often they succeed in this group when I look at some of the other, you know, lineups as well. And I think for this LNG team in particular, talking about photo control, don't get me wrong, you know, they've had some very rough showings, to say the least, lately. But I always feel like when push comes to shove, eventually you get really, really incredible games out of this bot lane duo, right? Whether it was V5 or NIP recently, they do show up and they do, you know, oftentimes actually dominate their lane opponent. But obviously, it's not what we got to see in the Demacia Cup, and it was kind of the 1XN show for a lot of that tournament. So again, I think it's more about how they approach it today. If things have changed via draft, right? Who actually ends up with priority down there in the bottom lane? Again, whether it's through draft or whether it's through outside intervention, that's what we really need to look at today. Because I feel like, to me, Photic and Dro, if they get their foot in the door, they're far more likely to keep it in the door compared to a 1XN and Feather, who I can see maybe making a few more mistakes in the mid game comparatively once things start to slow down.
Well, we obviously are going to lead on talking about difference between Demacia and once you get to the LPL split. One fun part about getting from the main action away from Demacia, so we were live in the arenas. We get to see the awesome walkouts. I always loved watching, like tuning in to see what poses everyone wants to hit. I mean, everyone knows, like, you got the esports. You just stand there like, I'm the best. I'm the best player in the world.
I am esports.
I am esports. But you know, I know we had some cooler teams that, you know, would come up and hit some emotes. You know, get some impressions on social media. It doesn't seem like Thunder Talker much about that. Maybe it looks like everyone's just all business today, like, Jamada. They know the stakes.
We may have completely done away with some of the more individualistic walkouts, I fear. Were fun though. Definitely quite a few memorable ones. I think one that sticks in my head is it was Top Esports versus who was it? I can't recall. It was when they still had Rookie though, long time ago, where they all came out with props one by one. I think it was Top Esports and JDG coming out with different props. Very, very fun. I do recommend, if you somehow manage to miss it and you are an LPL fan, go back and look at that walkout. Very, very enjoyable. I think it was Jackie Love came out with dice to symbolize 369 and rolled threes as an example. Anyway, walkouts were very, very creative last year. Unfortunately, today we don't get that same level of creativity or down to business.
Yeah, but we do get that creativity in how we decide side selection here. Because we're going to look at everybody locking in. We will sooner rather than later get to that side select 1v1, which yesterday, in fact, produced a Teemo pick, which was completely out of left field from the OMG representative. I'm curious what we're going to get here. I also thought it was always interesting because when you have 1v1s, Jamada, you always get into the, you know, people lean towards like ARAM talk because that's a little bit more 1v1ing, and then you get into the summoner choices. And there were some intriguing ones yesterday.
I've got to say, ARAM produces a lot of very peculiar strategies in in Summoner's Rift a lot of the time.
Totally.
So I do wonder if there's going to eventually develop to be some kind of meta inside of these 1v1s. I always feel like if you look at the most recent history, whenever we've had tournaments, it's always been things like Lucian as an example. Lucian's always been a really, really strong 1v1 champion, very difficult to dethrone. Sometimes you see things like the Kalista as well, which of course we got yesterday, the Kalista Teemo. Don't want to see that matchup again.
Please.
But we see typically a lot of AD carries. Though there was that very cursed, what was the cursed one in Demacia Cup? I think it was Corki Heimerdinger. And they played to 100 CS.
Yeah, of course they did. Oh, it's gross.
Yeah, that one was not so good. And again, hopefully that one stays away forever and we never see that one unvaulted. But of course, we will see how our two teams here decide to nominate their resources in that 1v1. Who's going to be playing? It will be Hoya and Zuka, so the top laners. And immediately, I'm noticing a bit of a trend. Very frustrating and irritating champions to deal with in a 1v1. Varus gone, Draven gone, Warwick gone. Warwick has to be horrible now that I think about it as well.
It's gotta be. I love the different logics of approach. So they're both top laners, right? So Hoya's like, I'm gonna ban annoying top lane level 1 champions, Riven, Warwick, and then Zika's over here like, all right, I'm not playing against a marksman. Get Draven out of here. Get Varus. I would be shocked if this is just a Kalista ban.
Or Kalista, Lucian. What else is like an irritating AD? I mean, I think those are the like 2 prominent ones, right? That always come to mind first.
What is interesting, though, is with all the craziness from the last patch, there were some champion nerfs. They were all AD carry nerfs, and they were all nerfing their early game power. So we'll see if that comes out. Looks like we're going straight top laner. One of those AD carries that got nerfed was the Kalista. Her early game power was tweaked, but, I mean, I guess LPL still loves it in the 1v1.
Yeah, Kalista obviously had kind of a weird mathematical change. I actually find it funny. If you read the patch notes, it was something around the passive, and they just go, trust us. They didn't even show us the numbers. They just said, trust us. Obviously needing adjustments with tier 3 boots coming in, so they must have recalced the general formula for how the hops work, dependent on those tier of boots. But it will be Corki for Hoya. We got one half of that cursed matchup. I do wonder what this is going to mean now for the outcome. Are they just going to duke it out? Like, if TT care enough, Hoya should just probably get more CS, right? So I feel like the emphasis is on Zuka here to, I don't know how you make something happen with Renekton into Corki, but he's going to have to get creative here to do so.
What is interesting, obviously pulling off the minute sample size we have of these 1v1s, is yesterday with the double range, we saw no flashes taken. I think it was barrier exhaust or heal exhaust matchups. And now I feel like now there's this range versus melee.
Flash has to happen.
Flash has to happen, at least for Renekton. And then if you don't take it, if you don't take it as Hoya's respect into the flash stun, then you're also kind of just trolling this 1v1. I feel like flash has to come.
Yeah, it should be flash for Zuka here. It depends on whether or not Corki wants to, right? Go barrier. Actually, barrier against Renekton, kind of tough, right? Like maybe you go cleanse instead. Cleanse to get rid of the empowered stun if he ever ends up on top of you. Exhaust, walk him down. I think that's more likely to be what Hoya goes for, assuming he's dialed in, he's locked in and ready. But we will see as we probably do get into this momentarily.
First stage games for both of these two teams since the Demacia Cup, which, as we've been illustriously pointing out here, Thunder Talk were able to take the series 2-1 out of the quarterfinals, punch their ticket forward. And the stakes, honestly, bigger than I would. No disrespect to Demacia Cup post-season, I guess post-bracket play. But the way this group's shaping out with BLG, you really need to find this win here if you are LNG, especially if you are Thunder Talk. And with the Fearless format, I mean, Jamal, does that just add a bit of a pedigree to having that first side selection, knowing that, I guess, or it might have a little less compared to like later in the series?
I haven't really touched base with you know, a lot of coaches or players and how they feel on, you know, things like side select when you have these best ofs. So I do wonder if things have changed from Worlds, where it certainly felt like it mattered a little bit more. You know, obviously no Fearless present then, but there's always the discussion of what side is stronger than the other when it comes to balance, and especially when you then go on to introduce something like Fearless, you know, a very diverse system on top of it. It does make you wonder, you know, how high the level of importance actually is on something like first pick, when again, you know, you might not get to see those you won't get to see those champions again moving forward in the series.
And that will be the fun. We'll see how deep we can get into the series. Obviously, only had 3 games yesterday from Weibo's win, so we didn't get to see too much of the Fearless get a real crazy with the rule format. Maybe a bit closer today in our matchup is we have already hit the Rift. And Hoya, I mean, that's got to be the Corki skin pick, obviously. That's step 1 completed for Hoya.
Yeah, exactly. Winning over many arts. Exhaust Ignite is what the choice is, by the way, for Summoners for Hoya. So, kind of surprised, but it also does mean that maybe we just get blood. Maybe it's the good omen, right? It's the not 100 CS 1v1 omen.
Yeah,
you know, I do wonder as well, just as a quick note, one thing I noticed the Demacia Cup, the 1v1s, they allowed them to base. I think we just need to keep that restricted. Just keep them in the lane. Never let them go back. Never let them get items. They have to stay. Or maybe it's just something that a gentleman's agreement has to be made beforehand.
You're opening a whole can of worms, though. 1v1 rules.
I know, 1v1 rules, like, yeah.
Whew. We could get some serious debates going there. I do think it's interesting, though, Hoya, you talked about the big reaction, obviously, is if Zika just flash Ws, you get the stun on you. How do you respond? Hoya, we thought maybe just cleanse it to get back. Hoya's like, nah, I'm just going to exhaust the guy when he just throws all his damage down, and I'll win it. As Hoya, as we expect, takes control of the wave, and Zika, your clock is on to make something happen or just get chunked away as this 1v1 goes on.
Yeah, it's pretty much, you know, does Hoya miss CS whilst he's not pressured playing Corki? Probably not, right? Probably not. Not yet. Oh, that was dangerously close. You know, gotta be careful there, buddy, as Zika's gonna eat a full EQ. This is just miserable. But Hoya missed 2 minions, so now it's an opportunity for Zika to get back, right?
Yeah,
this is how it all goes now.
We're testing those new minion mechanics.
Auto Q. Yeah, next wall. Nice.
All right. All the melees.
Yeah, perfect. He's got E now as well. He can. Yeah, I was gonna say he can kind of just mince this one.
Oh, he missed 1.
He missed 2. Missed two in that wave. Yeah. So not bad. Ranged melee, right? You gotta get. You know, I feel like Steve Irwin or David Attenborough, like just really getting soaked into the CS war that we're about to witness. No, they're not. No.
Steve-O and David Attenborough, I feel like those are 2 very different people, I'm thinking off the top of my head.
But they very much covered similar. Well, Steve Owen, you know, for the much younger and uninitiated, because I'm sure that there's going to be a handful of people who don't know who Steve Owen is, which makes me feel old. And normally I'm the one making old jokes about my co-casters. Steve Owen, animal lover, amongst many other things.
I see the mistake I've made. I thought I straight up thought you said Steve-O, like.
Oh
like,
no, not
like
Steve-O.
Steve-O.
No, Steve-O. It's accent diff.
Okay, yeah.
Accent
We've
diff.
already been
Unlucky,
access
bro.
diffed.
Yeah. Steve Owen, of course, and David Attenborough. Oh no, it's like Mr. Cannon. This is rough. We were talking about bans, right? Or not bans. You know, restrictions. Maybe we just restrict range champions.
I mean,
let it be melees only. I'm kind of down for that. You know,
because especially, I mean, we took the aggro summoners and we've fallen into the exact trap we were afraid of.
Right?
Oh, there's a base. No,
I'm gonna cancel it.
Okay.
Now,
Farm
if
is
there is
close.
one thing, I suppose, it is that Zuka does have significantly more sustain than Hoya does, right? D shield, probably second wind in his runes, probably.
No mana problems to deal with.
No mana problems, yep. And of course the sustain of his Q, which if he decides to empower the entire wave, power Q it, no, he wants to freeze it.
If he gets all these, he'll be down 2.
I mean, he's going to probably make this a hard shove now then. Because I was going to say 3 minions you can't freeze with. And especially with the minion changes.
Yeah.
I'm actually unsure right now what the thresholds are to allow freezes and such to be maintained. I'm not sure if it's the same amount as it used to be. Which for clarity was 4. It could be useless information now, but it used to be 4 ranged minions when you were holding to a freeze.
It's certainly the change. It's certainly what Riot wanted the change to be. They made it clear in the patch notes that they are trying to counter how easy it is to stack up those waves. As Hoya does get back and does actually miss out on that entire wave. So I'm not the greatest. I'm not a mathematician here, Jamal. I will never claim to be. I have a rule that I don't like to do math on cast.
I was about to say it's a curse older than you and I both to never touch maths.
They're forcing us though. We have
broadcast.
to at this point.
Yeah. But you are right. Zucker should have a CS lead here with this wave stacked up. He's already only 1 down. I think he's okay to take the trade again. Like, it's a big chunk out, yes, but he's got a lot of sustain. So I don't know, man. I think Hoya's a little bit on the ropes. You know, if Zika continues to CS well, there's a world where the Renekton actually edges this one out, and he's got level 6 now.
Oh yeah, might just force the fight. Hoya
Flash
immediately
W,
casts
still
the
got range.
exhaust, flash stun, comes across with the ignite, and Zika is gonna find the win melee versus range to give LNG side selection to kick off our best of 5 fearless match.
This is why we need to get rid of these range champions, man. In these 1v1s, look at that. 5.5, 6 minutes of just farming from the range champion into Renekton gets level 6, doesn't flash beforehand, and just flashes on his face and kills him.
Yep.
Kind of deserved it for locking in Corki, to be honest with you. I'm happy LNG gets side select now.
Yeah, I mean, and this back to the summoners, you know, it's like you pick the ignite exhaust.
Imagine
I feel like
he has cleanse. He just walks away on top of the exhaust as well. Like he probably gets to live that one almost. Anyway, the better top laner won. No more analysis needed for the 1v1.
No more analysis. Hey, listen, if we don't include Demacia Cup, right, all we've got is a Zika 1v1 win over Hoya. Nothing else to tie these two teams together, which win for the LNG stocks nonetheless. And we got to figure out what sides these two teams, you know, what the LPL teams in general really like to lean towards as we continue to figure out the wild, wild west that is Season 15, patch 25, 1, whatever you'd like to call it. So we'll see exactly where LNG want to lean here with so much really on stake with the fact we're in Fearless, starting off with that best foot forward.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if, you know, whilst we was in best of 3s in summer with Fearless, there's anything to go by. Probably blue side, if I had to wager, I guess. But we'll see. There you go. I don't read Mandarin, but I can see choose blue on the side of LNG inside of the the graphic there.
They're thinking of us. They're like,
yeah,
there we go.
Look, they're thinking of the foreigners, right? We don't read it. We don't all speak it. I speak very limited Mandarin, and it's not good. But yeah, so not surprised that LNG decide to take blue, and we'll see what the priorities are going to be if things have changed from the Demacia Cup to now, right? I think that was one thing that was kind of a big, I suppose, goal between these 2 seasons, was that the changes that wanted to be implemented via the balance side, mostly systematic, right? Mostly system changes as opposed to direct champion changes. Champion changes will come alongside those system changes as things start to actually, you know, develop throughout the split as LNG Photic,
Yeah,
TT 1XN. This is what I was talking about earlier, of course. You want to pull this graphic up.
It is interesting across all of Demacia Cup, if I am not mistaken. I think I understood our awesome stats people well that got this to us. It's important to mention, obviously, that 1XN had a couple more games than Photic got in where how the Demacia Cup format went, but it is interesting always when the numbers kind of are adverse to how the sentiment was between these two marksmen in that series, with 1XN only really coming out on top in that very important marksman stat nonetheless, but CS per minute, the only one he really has a edge in between him and Photic.
Yeah, and this is why, you know, like stats don't always tell the full story, right? You have to have a little bit of added context. In the case here, I mean, it's just two ADC players who had fantastic stats, honestly. Like, those are objectively pretty strong stats to hold on to, and especially for Photic, right? Very short time inside of the Demacia Cup, so to have stats that kind of are reflective almost of stomps, despite that, does definitely put a bit of a sort of, I don't know, lets you know he didn't necessarily have a bad time individually, just couldn't really get his team anywhere despite the performance.
Well, now the performance is elevated as we are into game number 1 of the best of 5. The one time the LNG and TT may play each other for a very long time with how this group potentially could shape up, and we are already missing bans.
Yeah, I was wondering what was going on there.
I saw your facial reaction.
Ban.
Like, something's got to be going on.
Yeah, missed the second ban as well. So must have been some kind of issue. I'm sure Tournament Realm must be having so much fun with all of the additional changes. It's always just kind of how it is. As actually, I wanted to bring up the server, so it's a nice little segue whilst we wait for a draft. Returning very quickly back to the 1v1 setup, according to you, Twitter, who is very awesome community translator, we shall dub the 1v1 for side select should be on Howling Abyss, and it should be, you know, the one that you would probably be familiar with, where you have, you know, the shrinking battle royale circle. So it should be Howling Abyss, that first to 2 kills, I'll look over at the tweet, or 100 CS or first tower, kind of similar to how it works in Summoner's Rift. But of course, with that shrinking circle, it puts a lot more emphasis on hitting those goals significantly quicker than the almost 15-minute 1v1 we saw between Heimerdinger and Corky. I wonder if that's got something to do with the Bridge of Progress being in the game as opposed to like regular Howling Abyss, and whether or not like swapping between that at the same time as every, you know, League is built on a mountain of spaghetti code, so I wouldn't be too surprised.
Spaghetti code? No.
Nah, I know. It sounds I almost kind of retorted as I said it, but you know, it is kind of how it is. I wonder if that's got something to do with the complications there. But perhaps the coming days we'll see the Howling Abyss return. Yeah,
or I'm also, are they gonna load a Noxus themed Howling it? Like, I'm curious if they're, because we're leading Noxus heavy.
I think it's a
I think
it's a Rift. I think it's a Rift thing only.
Yeah.
One thing I actually learned, our cousins over at Wild Rift, they have Bandle C as their seasonal theme. Yeah, so the Wild Rift players actually get you know, thematic seasons too. It's not just League of Legends, the big brother. Wild Rift also dealing with Bandle C, and honestly, a lot of the changes visually around Wild Rift, very cool. I actually recommend you go check them out, even if you're not a Wild Rift player. Just if you're kind of a long-time player, maybe you appreciate the lore, that kind of thing. Very fun to look at. And just kind of compare and contrast, especially between, you know, the Noxus Rift that we have on Summoner's Rift, comparatively to what's going on Wild Rift.
Yeah, it's another example of if you don't dig into some of like the other games that are League themed, you might miss some things, which is always cool. Like, the example I'll use for the new patch, right, is like, I personally had never heard of Atacon before, like, we were started hearing that Atacon was going to be this. I thought, oh, we create a new boss, right? No, Atacon, I believe, existed in LOR. I think there's a card for Atacon before, so Atacon's actually existed. It's always interesting how you, like, learn new things about the League of Legends from the other subsidiary games, or experience, like you're talking about, those new visual updates. I think, though, as we do have some downtime trying to figure out whatever ban issue happened at Game Number 1 draft, I don't know if we've had – do we have the Atacon conversation now? Because you talked about how much different things we're going to be seeing on this Rift, and Atacon is that big player too.
Whilst we're here, we might as well, right? 20 minutes, Atacon, new buff spawns up on the Rift. Spawns either in the top side or the bottom side, so it's actually not locked to one side of the map, obviously, like every other objective is, Herald, Grubs, Dragon, etc. will spawn on the side of the map where there has been the most action, right? The most deaths will spawn Atacon on that side of the map. And you have two versions of Atacon. You have, I believe it's Voracious. Never heard that word until the introduction here, which Medic clowned me for, by the way. Medic, I'm on to you, always. And Ruinous.
Yes.
Voracious, to put it in layman's terms, it's the one where you know it's the GA one, right? The Guardian Angel, you get the respawn after, I think it's 2.5 seconds in stasis, and then 3.5 seconds later you get to move from base. There's also the additional little bit of gold buff that you get per kill for the rest of the game once you claim that buff. Very powerful. Has been used in many creative ways already if you've been keeping your eyes on things like Champions Queue streams, and obviously a lot of the public streams going on in the ERLs right now between some of the streamer teams. Other Atacon version is the slightly less talked about one, where of course any buffs that you currently have, things like dragon buffs, scrubs, etc., get 25% stronger, which honestly I think numerically is probably the stronger of the two buffs in many ways. Just that having the GA and being able to do what you could do with such little punishment is kind of absurd, and I'm sure that they're going to look to tune that, because there's just so many more ways you can just make it significantly more balanced and less frustrating to play against than its current iteration. And I think the community feedback is probably reflecting that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they change it in the next patch or two. But of course, that is Atacon. It does push back the Baron spawn by 25 minutes, so no more Baron at 20. Very rarely did we see it, at the very least in pro play, necessarily be taken down in those first 5 minutes of spawn. But if that was happening, the game was probably over anyway. So yeah, very interesting way to shake up our buff spawns, as we are finally into draft, and we will get to see those things in action in around 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, and we'll get to see the earliest remnants of Atacon with those. A lot of people have been also preaching they're pretty crazy. The blood roses, the blood petals, and their XP gains you can get. We'll see those as early as we possibly can once we get onto the rift this one. But the draft is underway. LNG won the 1v1 if you missed it, and they selected the blue side. Galio, Nocturne, Varus targeted. The response here from Thundertalk, Renata, Ashe, and Skarner. But the Callista, ever popular in 1v1s, on the rift as well, as they're going to lock that one for Photic.
Yep, they're going to lock that one in for Photic, so it does kind of signal, all right, we're going to have strong 2v2 on the bottom side. Does make you wonder how things like lane swaps are also going to potentially rear their heads here. Rumble, very early on as a response potentially for Hoya, been the hover for both these teams so far, so maybe it's something that, is returning back to pretty much a permanent presence here in pro players. It will be the top lane selection here for TT. Of course, you can run it in the support role. It's not, completely off base anymore. And if I recall, I think Feather was one of the players that did it. So we'll see whether or not that is going to end up being a flex. But the likelihood very low, probably will be in the top side. And with the Vi lock-in alongside it, it does make you feel very much so that it will likely be a top jungle link-up for later on in the game, as BH1 will get his hands on one of the strongest jungle picks on the patch that is available for setup.
LNG with the immediate response here. Going to lock the Nico in. Just really, that's going to be going the way of Joao. Joao's going to be helming that Nico. Got to think that really aggro bottom lane, pairing with the Callista. The Fate's Fate's call. You can throw that Nico in with the Pop Blossom, try and set up those big combos. And they'll blind the Cassante for Zika, so he'll grab that one up, and does give a pretty powerful pick over to one of these solo lanes. Obviously, Hoya will have the counter pick. Aurora, we saw yesterday, Xiaohu, absolutely bonkers damage on this champion. Still ever present, as you talked about, Jamal in the meta. Not tweaking a lot of those champions, so you'll see a lot of similar picks from the Demacia Cup.
I've got to say, though, I'm liking this from TT. The overall, execution floor very low. Vi, press R. Aurora, press R on as many champions as you can, right? It's just a big meat grinder, really, or I don't know. It's a lot of fire, a lot of aura magic from Aurora.
Portal jumping.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll get there, but a lot of wombo, right, on offer immediately. So for LNG, gonna have to definitely pilot this one very, very meticulously, but they've got a lot of, strong disengage tools, right? Cassante existing with Pathmaker, Nico Ultimate is always very scary to dive into, depending on what surrounds that Nico Ultimate, right? So LNG have the tools to, react to this engage, but also be proactive in their own right. Looking at those bans real quick, though, Victor, Akali taken away from Haichao, so, one very stable champion that we saw have really strong performances inside of that Victor, and then of course the Akali for potential redive, re-engages into what TT is doing, threatening the backline, always very spooky. Still with as LNG, remove away Corki and probably another AD lane bully if I had to wager a bet, right? Misfortune makes the most sense for that call.
That's a call to 1xN, who had a big Misfortune game that ended up taking out the series for Thunder Talk when they met in the Demacia Cup. Definitely a big worry here is I want to see some sustainable AD damage. I'm worried. I don't know if I like the Jhin lock-in alongside. Okay. I mean, that's...
Yeah. Oh.
I'm here listening to your analysis.
No, that's fine. You can have opinions. Don't worry about it.
I like the Ezreal more than the Jhin. I'm stamping it here now.
So, okay. I mean, for me, I feel like you already had all of this set up, right? The Vi, these two big AoE ultimates, having Jhin to supplement those engage tools when you weren't in the face of too many tanks already was probably fine, and you have the flexibility of moving the Rumble down to support if you want to, right? To match poke, as Pantheon has just been locked in, which does make me also ponder the question, is this going into the jungle, or is this going to be a Pantheon Kalista bot flex to completely dominate the 2v2, and we end up with some weird Nico jungle shenanigans? Vladimir.
We are. Wow.
Okay.
We're cooking. Game one off rip. I wonder how much Fearless plays into this, right? You want to maybe go for these like super aggro comps now so that you can play other champions later.
Put down these very out there champions, and then you get a lot of freedom later on in drafts to pick up whatever you want. Are we gonna land on at least support? Okay, just making sure. You can't look, it's actually been kind of popular over in the East. I've seen a lot of elite support lately. Not that I think it's particularly strong, but it has its merits, especially in tower dives. That said, though, I think we are gonna end up with this Pantheon support and Nico jungle, unless they swap. They swap. Okay, cool.
Okay.
I've seen weirder, especially here in the LPL. So Pantheon jungle, very, very interesting. I'm curious about what Weiwei is going to look to actually achieve in the early game, right? The core strengths of Pantheon simply lie in he is Pantheon. He is very incredibly powerful in the early stages when it comes to dueling, and of course setting up for bigger skirmishes or smaller skirmishes rather, like 2v2s and 3v3s, and of course tower diving, very, very potent, right? Point and click, stun for 1 second, it sets up for the root if that's what they're going for underneath the tower, and he still has a lot of innate burst damage alongside something like a Kalista Rend as well. So bottom side of the map is going to be very, very scary for TT, assuming we end up in standard lanes. Lane swaps, still very much an option that we have to remember. With the fortification nerfs, I suppose, lane swapping has kind of never been more back.
Yeah, 100%. You can now knock down those plates on the mid and top tier 1 turrets like no business, especially for LNG. They're leaning so hard in that early game. I do know the Kalista tweaks, they did give her some, the nerfed a little bit to the early game. That classic, spear chuck rend poke that you can get off with level 1, level 2 is a little bit lower damage, but she does scale up a lot better in this game. Still, though, the prevailing thought here, I like the confidence from LNG, right, Jamal? Obviously, they lost that series to Thunder Talk. It was the big upset of the Demacia Cup. They're still willing to play super aggressive LPL-style early game-focused comps because they feel like they could just punch TT in the mouth here to find a series win, and got to start that off with a Game 1 win as we are live on the Summoner's Rift.
Live on the Summoner's Rift. I'm noticing a big lack of Gyos. Maybe we missed them. Maybe we came in a little late. Who knows? That said, TT stacked up here on the top side, so indicating to me that they could potentially be looking for a lane swap, and likely will. See Hoya alongside his bot lane and Beichuan on his Raptors camp for now. But I will say for LNG, lane swap, I mean, obviously it depends on how the tempo ends up falling around the rest of the map. shouldn't be too awful when you've got Cassante on blue side,
Right.
able to tank up and survive a large amount of dives, just simply off the off that Pathmaker alone. Very difficult to dive. So once he sees this, and he will see them on this ward, LNG not really in a position to move around their lanes any longer, so they will just have to tank this one up for the time being, and we will see how much TT are able to get out of this one, being the team that obviously started this lane swap.
Be very intriguing as well to watch. Maybe if TT want to try and punish Hai Chao for that flashless of Vladimir. We'll see how that one goes. The ghost teleport. I know Vladimir certainly a champion that doesn't necessarily need to take flash with that sanguine pool, but anytime I'm a jungler, especially if you're talking about Beishuan with that early game Vi, want to try and punish that lane. But as you mentioned, Jabata, with lane swaps, mid lane kind of just always meshes into a farm off.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah. You know, and it's funny as well because the minions, of course, haven't been changed. It's waves bounce back and forth significantly quicker, and there is, you know, theoretically supposed to be a lot more downtime for the mid laners. I don't think in lane swap situations they're going to be going anywhere, regardless. They're just going to stick around in their respective lane. That said, though, I like this Feather coming down to cover this bottom side, right? Pantheon could have just 3-camped his way down here. And especially with the way that teleports work right now, it is far more punishing in the early stages of a game to, you know, die on a stacked up wave like this. Teleport takes so long to get back to lane, and if you're unfamiliar with the change, very briefly, no longer do you just go from point A to point B in a blinking fashion. You have to channel teleport in the early stages, and then you will travel from where you are to the teleport location over the span of a scaling distance of up to 8 seconds if you're going from top to bot, but going from base to a side lane, around 5.
And once you get to Unleash Teleport, it goes down to a flat 4, I believe. So that upgrade comes across. A lot of new things, so we're all soaking in together. We talked about those new boot tasks. You can see them all below, both the logos on the top of your screen here. Gotta remember, First Blood being one of those feats of strength, things to chase for. The first one that usually always comes across in these games. So we'll see, like Jamato, we talked about a ton, how these junglers want to prevail when it comes to that mission. So far right now, just trading scuttles, just like classic League of Legends. We all remember it. Full farm, full clears, trade the scuttles, get back on the Rift and see what you can do. As my god, is Hai Chao taking some rough trades at the same time.
Rough trades, as long as he can get those empowered Qs off. He's always going to kind of sit around that 50% HP mark, right? Kind of the pain point of Vladimir is those first early couple of levels where Transfusion has a very, very high cooldown. But once he gets that first base off, gets those Lucids or a Fiendish Codex, cooldown drops significantly, and he's going to have a much nicer time. Just kind of toughen it out inside of the lane. But I will say the lane swap, like you said, those objectives, right, First Blood, Tower, etc., definitely hurts LNG a little bit, just because if they had those standard lanes, Weiwei probably just 3-camps that bottom side of the map, and they get immediately dove, which is of course why we're seeing this lane swap out of TT be initiated in the first place. Like you say, as we pan back over to this mid lane though, Hai Chao is starting to fall behind in CS a little bit, so has to be mindful there. He's going to eat another very nasty trade, but still here, still standing.
I remember you said they like to float around 50%. That's a lot lower than 50%. So Hai Chao going to hit the reset. Well, I'll say time to shove this wave in and should be able to get a pretty clean reset to try and push that CS lead of his own. As we get to see that new and improved teleport. Hai Chao glides back on in, full HP to catch the wave. We have a remarkably quiet early game compared not only for the LPL's vibe, but the Season 25 vibe.
Yeah, again, lane swap definitely enabling this much quieter early stage, but I do think in many ways it, for the time being, the immediate feature, I think it benefits TT, right? No early volatile 2v2s, 3v3s going on means that they should theoretically hit their mid game at kind of an even point. And it does put this Pantheon on a bit of a timer, right? Same for the Kalista. These two champions are not champions typically who, you know, you pick because you want to go past the 30-minute mark. You're picking them so you can end it before 25, right?
Right.
So, whilst this lane swap is going on, You know, early objective pickups are nice. You get these grubs. Cool. This is a win more objective, right? That's the one thing about grubs that's always been the case. Pick up these grubs early on. As long as you start to actually snowball with this objective, then things get very, very difficult for TT later on. But for now, very much soaking up as much gold as they can and nullifying the early threat that this draft could have enabled LNG to put down.
Beishwan paying attention to mid lane, pushing Hai Chao off the wave there. Both the first dragon and first 3 grubs are 1 apiece towards those feats of strength objectives that the stream is eloquently showing everybody at home. So each got 1. I am leaning with you though. Obviously grubs, obviously the one you want to play for if you're the team that wants to accelerate the game quickly, but also if we're talking purely feats of strength goals, Demacia, if you grab the grubs, it plays right into going for the turret. So you can get kind of like 2 birds with 1 stoning the feats of strength tasks.
Yep, do agree. As Duo Photic trying to set up. Oh, well, Duo, they know Duo's there now, so Hoya can just sit further back and. Okay.
He's just.
Well, Photic hit 6 in the bush, so Hoya does not actually have that info right now. So they could just press Fate's call.
Oh, here we go.
And that ultimate and just kick things off.
Hoya's got to run for it. He gets knocked up with the Fate's call. Good flash to get away from the snare from Zhuo. We'll have to pay the flash of mind. Seemed like a kind of avoidable scenario, though, for Hoya.
Yeah, I do agree with you. And not only that, actually, you know, we keep on talking about changes. It's going to happen the first few days, maybe weeks, God forbid. But the minion XP, or the minion range at which you still get XP, is significantly higher. He could have sat quite far back.
Really far back.
And just, like, soaked it in, right? Only farmed the V and just called it a day. But at the end of the day, costing his losing his flash for, you know, the ultimate of Pantheon significantly reduces Weiwei's map presence for the next few minutes. Now, that's obviously another big part of Pantheon jungle. You don't see it often, so it's not like we get to talk about it frequently. As Photic's base does get stopped. So, yeah, it is a blind cancel, actually. It's a good call. But Pantheon now, you know, they're going to know where he is for the next couple of minutes, and he's not going to have ult. So that threat over TT is just significantly nullified.
And also without Fate's call for Photic, you kind of lose some of the edge that the Nico Callisto will have for a couple of minutes going forward, and maybe that's why we see 1xN and Feather both kind of handshake the idea. All right, let's go back to maybe not bottom lane, but marksman support versus marksman support, as they might look for a dive onto Zhuo. There is the cease and desist, gets the lockdown for Beishwan, the Pop Blossom to do defensive measures, but that is a gray screen first blood going under to over to Thunder Talk as they grab that first goal towards their feats of strength.
And so much of that, rather, comes off the back of that 1xN cancel, right? Photic would have been there. It would have been a 2v3 dive, and at the very least, they could have tried to play it out, right? But with it just being Zhuo, he's an easy target to pick up. Stack both almost on top of him, right? Between Beishwan and Feather. You saw how easy it was for that Nico to fall. And First Blood will go over to TT. And they are one step closer towards that tier 3 boot upgrade.
The upgrade that has been heralded by so many playing this game as the real definer of who can come out on top. We'll see how that translates towards the LPL as things go forward. Right now, though, for map state, next set of grubs spawning pretty soon here, and LNG are going to want to be all over that, not only to compete in that feats of strength conversation, but just in general, get those mites going on this comp that needs to really execute as we move into the mid-games phase.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of gold onto the Ezreal. He's kind of the odd one out in this composition in many ways, so getting him accelerated to ensure that he's always going to be useful, right? Still an AD carry at the end of the day, and still a very strong mid-game AD carry, which is where so much of TT's composition will be strong. It is very important as LNG. It looks like they're going to get these grubs. Very uncontested, so all 6. And we'll give them the feat of strength, of course, which then entirely makes it a race for first tower. Or actually, no, I beg your pardon, they didn't get the dragon earlier, so they're 1 dragon away from that because you need 3 objectives.
Yeah. What is interesting, though, is that Beishwan is on that side of the map as we see Zika throw down the ultimates. It's a top lane 1v1 check. Once ultimates are down, all bars are off, and Hoya's getting slapped around. Zika, no competition, finds himself his first solo bolo of the LPL split.
It's so crazy to think that Zika was on top of the equalizer for the entirety of that 1v1, and still his health bar looks like that. And with just the Spectre's cow, And that W damage reduction. Great 1v1 find as mid lane 3v3. Brewing here.
Way. Here they go. Cease and assist down. Solar Flare Snare does not get Photic. He's able to flash cleanse out to safety, but the true shot barrage. 1XN finds his mark and finds the kill that TT were chasing for.
True to its name, and 1XN finds Photic, even though he's disengaged entirely. And it's just a little bit, you know, unorganized from LNG. Photic steps a bit too far forward whilst they're fishing, and it just enables Beichuan to step forward and pick that easy Ultimate up. And despite losing both summoner spells, Photic still not able to get away. Just the massive amount of chain CC between those two ultimates of Beichuan and Feather, again paying dividends.
That really makes it an intriguing feats of strength conversation, Jumana, for our first game, because we are now tied at 2 epic monsters apiece with 3 grubs counting as 1. So we are right on the edge of that next feats of strength. We're getting another look at, though, at this Zika masterclass. Hoya just didn't really have a shot in the world.
Yep, it was very, very difficult. I'm surprised that Zika didn't go for the full drag over the wall, but this is what I'm talking about. He's stood on top of an equalizer for the entirety of this ultimate, and his health bar is just not going down. But this is right. This step forward from Photic is just too far. When you've got your support and jungle on the side of the lane looking for a potential engage, it's way too much. As in the picture-in-picture, Feather in trouble.
Has to expend that flash. Does have Hex Flash, but Weiwei able to get that one off of the TT support as they start to really over-index towards this top side. Still have some pretty healthy plates across the board. The turret conversation obviously could be the one that decides the feats of strength. And LNG are really pushing to get some damage down on this top tier 1. But they've got enemies waiting in the wings. Feather going to Hex Flash in. True Shot Barrage comes across, cut down the wave. State Tab should be able to clear it out. Now everyone just kind of walks away awkwardly as they wait for the next wave to come up, but LNG are all over it.
Yeah, LNG are all over it. 4 members here, 6 grubs. They're really trying to force the issue. They're going to rotate 1XN over TT, but, you know, this tower's still going to take another little meaty chunk, though that wave is evaporated by Satab, so not the most threatening in the world, as whilst all this is going on, LNG have Lessica to kind of juggle between the mid and the bottom lane here, as Hoya was finding himself a couple of plates on the bottom side as well.
Breaking news, top laners are on an island. What's
Water makes you wet.
Water makes you
Grass
wet.
is green.
Nothing has changed. But what will be intriguing to watch for Jumana when we talk about, it feels like the monster slaying goal is going to be the one we're going to get here to decide those tier 2 boots upgrades. Because that second Drake was taken a little bit later, it's really going to be all about this Rift Herald. Under about a minute, I believe, until that one hits the Rift. That's going to decide who gets those ever precious boot upgrades.
Ever precious. I do think that they are a little bit of a bait. I will say that. I think people will unlock those boots and buy them very, very early on. Though I think Swifties might be the exception to that rule. Swifties upgrade is crazy, but the rest of them, maybe Sorks too, if you're looking for a cheap, you know, spike in damage. Do like Sorks. I think Sorks and Swifties the biggest winners out of the tier 3 upgrades, in my mind. Though I think honestly, they're all pretty damn good.
I was gonna say, like,
I just think it's League of Legends is a game about item completions, right? At its core, and doing anything to slow down, especially at that kind of moment in the game where normally you're kind of building towards your 3rd or maybe even your 4th item if you're really fed. Delaying that for the boot upgrades, unless it's like, hey, an objective's coming up and I can upgrade my boots to tier 3, you probably shouldn't be doing it unless you've gone past that 3rd item mark. Because before then, I think it's statistically, you know, maths, crank all the numbers, probably not as strong. But the boot upgrades are cool. Don't let my, you know, my nerd self with all my calculations mentally take that away. As objectives are spawning in a minute's time, Herald, it's got that pushed back spawner, right? Because of all of the objective changes, it will spawn at 16 minutes, so 35 seconds away, and both these teams here fighting over the skull.
Weiwei able to secure it. Beichuan having to back off here as Weiwei's trying to hold the line. Still got to get rid of that pink ward right on top of the Herald pit, as it will spawn in the opening 20 seconds. I'm curious to see if both these teams will play all out for that Rift Herald, or if we'll try and hunt turrets now that plates are down. That mid-tier 1 looking pretty juicy to 1XN.
Yeah, but that top tier 2, don't forget, right? It took such a beating from LNG with all 4 members up there not too long ago. So a Herald here into a tower takedown could very easily for LNG unlock those feats. Though, of course, if TT get the Herald, then that's the conversation pretty much over.
Done and dusted. This is what the year of League of Legends is really going to look like. So breathe it in now as the LPL. I'm going to say the LPL introduces it. I know we had the LCK show match that technically introduced it, but we're learning here in the greatest league in the world with the LPL as Weiwei is going all out for Satab, forcing him to flash on out, but he's caught by Zhuo on the backside, pops in between worlds, but the flash pop blossom follows it. The spear doesn't find the kill, but here comes Haichao to pick him off, finds himself the kill, and now Hoya is thrown into the wings. He tries to teleport on in here. Haichao doesn't want to over-aggress, pushing for it with LNG holding a slight man advantage now with the Rift Herald on the board.
Photic, though, was killed amongst all this mess. So LNG, despite finding the pick onto Satab and onto Beichuan, cannot pick up the Herald right now. So it's just looking like it's going to be a massive reset here. And I'm sure the replay will reveal what happened to Photic. Seems like Feather in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
Probably Hex. Yeah, so they were going for the pick on Satab, and then
combo.
they decide to just let Satab die, go in towards the mid lane and pick that one up. Beichuan gives over his life. As that's also maybe a part of the reason why that teleport came down. It wasn't just a Satab pick, but also what was going on in the answer towards Photic, as not necessarily the best showing on these mid waves for the last 5 minutes or so, as he loses Summoner spells yet again.
I'm starting to see shades, Jamada, of what worked for Thunder Talk in the Demacia Cup. Is we now get the rat race of these neutral objectives. LNG see the third Drake spawn. They need to shut down the stacking and get themselves into the Monster Slayer conversation. But yeah, if this Herald goes...
They've both left their jungler alone. Guy.
Wait, a turret went down to minions in the background as well?
Wait.
So LNG got first turret. Wait, I think they just snuck and stole it. I think they have it. They have the boots upgrade out of nowhere. Yeah, they do.
These guys read the patch notes. I don't think these guys read the patch notes.
Minions just got LNG upgraded boots. Oh my god.
Come on.
I mean, it was a matter of like seconds, Jamada. They would have just given this over to TT.
Why did they leave Beichuan alone on the Herald? Why did LNG leave Weiwei alone on the Dragon?
Are we reading patch notes, guys? Or are we just panicking? I genuine question.
Or above all, do they just not care? You know, is that where they're at? Either way, those boot upgrades will go down. Oh, it wasn't even minions. Okay, so it was
dang it. Okay, I thought it was. Even he left the turn to get taken by minions, by the way, in this whole second fraction changes between who gets the boots. Man, I'm with you, Jamon. I think these teams don't care about the boot upgrades at all.
I don't think they do. It's definitely a very peculiar one. And I will say, sits a little bit better for LNG to get those than it does for TT, right? If you're able to hit 2 items, even though, I mean, I wouldn't say that LNG outscale, right? And this is where this kind of point for me comes in. You get your 2 items, upgrade the boots at the 2 item spike, and then you try and outmuscle TT whilst, you know, theoretically, Photic is at its strongest on this Kalista, and of course, Weiwei, same thing on the Pantheon. Whereas on the other side for TT, you know, Ezreal's only really going to get stronger until around 3.5, 4 items, and will certainly provide a little bit more utility and range. Comparatively to this Kalista, as a Feather could be in trouble. I think they're just going to walk it out. And of course, Beichuan is just forever useful on the Vi. The ultimate is too potent to not be useful. So I feel like for LNG, they're kind of breathing a bit of a sigh of relief if they want to pick that up now after they hit those 2 items.
Jamana, I think we got to put our tinfoil hats on here about these 2 teams not caring about the patch thing, because if I'm not mistaken, that is Voracious Atacon, the Revive Atacon that is spawned in the bottom lane, and nobody cares. We're just playing for mid-tier 1 still.
Maybe they go down to it immediately.
I guess so.
Maybe it's, you know, drifting.
Oh, spied out of it. Weiwei denies it, but LNG, I mean, they don't have a ton of vision towards Atacon. Are they opting to give away this? They can't give away this buff. This is the Revive buff.
Nah, they wouldn't do that. And for clarity, the Revive buff is the one that you're going to see the majority of the time, as there's trouble in the bottom side. Wei. Oh, we're down here, and Hoya's going to flash.
Oh, but we have a fight on the backside of that chase as Joel commits the Pop Blossom. Fate's Call going to save him for now as Photic's trying to kite back, but both LNG bottom laners are severely injured. The good part is Thunder Talk are on the wrong side of the rift here. They're trying to play back towards the enemy base. Wei going to push the tempo. Feather very low. 1xN trying to kite back as Hoya TP's back in, but the equalizer completely whiffs. Beishwan swings in on the backside himself. 1xN gets over the wall. It's a pandemonium fight as 1xN jumps right back over the pit and gets himself destroyed by the might of Zika. Beishwan solo gonna Vault Breaker and find Photic completely blind. How has he got himself out? Satab is gonna fall to Zika as well, and now it's just a mad chase as we get a pause in the middle of the fight.
I mean, look, general etiquette around pausing is fight has to be finished, right? General etiquette is fight has to be finished. We could start saying Fnatic pause, all the rest of it, you know, all those memes. I think the fight was mostly done. It's just about whether or not, of course, we're going to see Beishwan escape. I wonder what the pause is for, right? That's the main question that's going to be on our minds for the next, few moments here, as that was certainly a near game deciding. Well, I wouldn't say game deciding, but next few minute deciding team fight, right? And very much salvaged by the fact that Beishwan was able to get over the wall and just about kill Photic and those last dying embers of it.
Yeah, because the one thing, you and I both know, Jamal, we haven't really mentioned it, though, is the team with Kalista, when it comes to neutrals, is always going to have that advantage when trying to take those neutrals. So you keep Photic up, you can realistically play for that voracious Atacon that they were not in a great position even to play for. I know we have the chaos with one lane, Hoya getting 1v2'd up bottom lane, and then we had the fight behind. But before all that kicked off, Thunder Talk were in a really good spot, vision-wise, to at least force LNG to answer them at Atacon, it seemed.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a weird setup generally. I feel like LNG probably could respond. It's an awkward buff to contest because of the position that it's in, right? Right. I think the fact that access to it is generally not really gated by side, much like Dragon can be or Baron can be. Just being in the middle of the river-ish, middle. It means that you can always kind of gain access from one of the 6 different ways to get to that specific point. And it's a buff that also shreds, resistances. You get very, very squishy over time. Taking Atacon, so
AoE damage too, a ton of AoE damage.
Ton of AoE damage. So I think it's always very scary. I think it's scarier for LNG, generally speaking, to contest it, just because of the nature of TT's composition, all of the AoE, ultimates, Rumble, Aurora, etc. The lockdown, very, very scary. LNG, it's a lot more about find a skirmish, find maybe a snap engage off Nico at most, right? And if that gives Vladimir a big ultimate, great. But you're normally looking to pick off one member and then quickly snowball the team fight or the skirmish with the numbers advantage, which doesn't really lend itself too much into contesting Atacon too much, whereas for TT, of course, feels a lot better if you can catch people on top of that objective.
How about Hoya, though, in that fight? I mean, we can kind of, I guess we can now kind of like process what we just saw, but he gets pushed out of the bottom lane. He's like 3rd HP. Hero teleport into the middle of the fight. Yeah. And I feel like if that equalizer was a little bit better lined up, at least might have, with the slow, saved a couple more of those Thunder Talk members that were throwing everything in. But just a harrowing 15 seconds of events for the Thunder Talk top laner, for sure.
Yeah. Not a 15-second sequence to remember. That's for sure. Yeah, we'll see. Hoya's had a bit of a hard time here, I think, dealing with Zaka. Part of it is also Cassante's broken. Who's surprised? That champion is still in a very, very strong state. I still can't believe he sat on top of the equalizer and didn't lose health.
in all-out Cassante, who loses resistances, so it's like even more. So should take a lot of damages. I do see that we. Seemingly back to live, and it is post-fight, so I guess we're done and dusted.
Yeah, I guess so. Whatever the issue was must have been resolved, or must have been spoken about, between refs and such. That there was no foul play or anything along those lines. Not sure what it could have been. Hell, it could have even been a toilet break pause for all we know.
Who knows?
For the time being. But you can see there, like the AoE damage on top of TT as they're walking past Atacon, super high, right? Getting hit by that one particular ability. As LNG get this rundown, and like you say, Hoya's unfortunate equalizer. A bit of a swing and a miss, right? Imagine if that's kind of on top of where LNG just were, where that blue ward went down. That feels a lot better, that team fight. But 1xN sacrificing his position for a kill and a little bit of blood. Unfortunately gives him his life over. And then Photic being killed here by Beichuan really, really saves a lot of TT's potential game here for the next couple of minutes. If the Atacon buff goes down and over to TT, you never know how things, or to LNG rather, you never know how the rest of the game transpires from that point on.
We have settled back in, though. And the action's really going to start revving up here with all these neutrals available. This is a Mountain Soul point available for Thunder Talk if they're able to grab it. Atacon is watching downriver as LNG make their approach, trying to stop it. A 50-50 seems imminent, and it's won by Weiwei. Feather going to be caught by the Pop Blossom on the backside. They're just going to burn through that Leona's health bar. Photic picks up that first kill. Thunder Talker scattered to the wayside as LNG claim their kill and will likely claim one of the biggest buffs in League of Legends so far.
Yeah, and this is going to line up very, very well with Baron if they're able to secure it. So TT, they have to try, if they can help it, to stop. They've got a lot of armor still available, Beichuan and Satabs mainly.
Can't see. They got the Ren stacks up here, Photic and Weiwei. If they time this perfectly, there's no way for Thunder Talk to stop Atacon's buff coming their way.
Oh,
Secured
he got it!
And stolen away. Beichuan still makes it happen against all the odds, and here are the revives. They got the buff. There's no reason to play back. Now they can just play forward, seeing how many kills they can get. 1xN throws himself to the wolves to pick up 2 kills, and he's going to revive back at the base. Hero play from Beichuan and Thunder Talk.
I can't believe what I'm watching right. Oh, the Ezreal ult! It's
okay,
wayward,
right.
and also that recall far too deep into it. But how does Beichuan get the smite through Rend smite on LNG? Give us the replay.
Here we go. Yep.
And let's just see. I mean, was it out of sync? Was it overestimation on the damage? Like, what was the call hit? Smite just doesn't come through from Weiwei, so mistimed between the jungle and AD here, and Beichuan steals it away and gives them all the revive. So they're able to trade up probably a little bit in gold, right? I think they ended up with 2 kills on the back of this. And you have to recall, when you die, right, the gold, the would-be killer only gets 100 gold. So for TT, those are positive gold trades, and you look at the inventory for 1xN, right? He was the main beneficiary of that play. He's at 3 items already, right? Has that Serol's Grudge on top of the 2 core items for Ezreal.
I mean, I know, Jamal, I am, I'm going to pull from my own experiences a little bit here. I am the Ezreal player, guys, so I can tell everybody confidently from my mid-elo solo Q games in NA that this is what Ezreal is very, very scary for anybody to deal with. And it's also important to realize that while a lot of those revives went to the wayside when Thunder Talk threw themselves to play for those kills, Feather, you could see the 3 orbs floating around him. He does still have the revive, so if you thought a Leona was going to play super aggressive in general, wait till you give him a revive.
Yeah, we'll see. We're already at 26 minutes, so still has around 90 seconds or so left of that buff for Feather. So he's got to make use of it. I wonder if we're going to get a, because the HUD is normally ever evolving, right, around the changes in League of Legends. I wonder when we're going to get, a bit of a timer, a bit of a GA indicator that people have that Atacon buff for now. Being forced out of that top brush, looking for plays evermore as Zakat threatens 1xN over the wall here, and with 6 grubs, just that 1-0 rotation, this one window, I think that will be tier 1 dead as forced to flash Beichuan.
Yeah, I was looking for a Vault Breaker maybe to start the fight. 1 Tangle Barb, getting that key summoner out. Should give LNG a lot of space here to take control of Vision. And I feel that Feather might not get to stake in on the revive fun as that timer slowly ticks down.
Might have to give up on that one. Won't get to see it in action. But still, very fun objective to skirmish over. I thought TT felt pretty good about it.
I wonder if we're ever going to get to a point where teams are so good at tracking the revive timer that they're going to, like, you know how when someone gets Zillion ulted, sometimes people just don't hit them because they don't want to give the revive over? I wonder if we're ever going to see that, like, if we perfectly track the revive timer.
If we end up in a skirmish where it's perfectly timed, you're about to kill someone with the Atacon revive buff, and it's like, wait, guys, don't kill him for 5 seconds. Then we get more gold, and he doesn't revive. I can see it happening.
What I see happening in the future here in this game is just, you know, we've seen a lot of changes. This is the classic. This is where competitive games of League of Legends are really decided. Baron and a Soul Drake are going to be on the Rift at the same time here. Oh, actually, I'm mistaken. I didn't realize the LNG also stole away that Mountain Drake. But still a Drake to play for, and Thunder Talk are going to take control of that bottom river as we're not paying a lot of attention towards Baron.
No, not for now. 28 minutes in. Next Mountain Dragon is spawning, so both these teams set their eyes on it. It would be the third one for LNG. That would start to really make them significantly tankier. All of the additional percent resists, and yeah, like you say, especially Zeka. It's giving him damage, really. This is an Infernal Dragon for Kasante. Beichuan is on the flank here, looking for one.
Beichuan already has one hero steal. Doesn't even get a chance at it this time. Weiwei going to secure the Mountain Drake. Beichuan going to go in. Immediately gets stunned by Weiwei. They're trying to lock down the vibe before the cease assist comes across. And he uses it onto Zika, who will happily gobble up that key ultimate. Satab Khan on the backside. Drops him between worlds, but drops into the gray world as he gets taken down. And LNG can churn up for the fight. Here comes Haichao with the Ghost Vladimir. Sanguine Pool. Tons of damage. Photic set up. And now LNG can just run through Thunder Talk. One by one. You can talk the thunder, but when the lightning cracks, it's for LNG.
That it is. LNG absolutely walk over TT this exchange. And honestly, you know, they're walking over to Baron. They've got double teleport. Slayer, I can very easily see this purple worm buff going down. And TT not really going to have much an answer. Beichuan doesn't have smite right now, so this will just be double back-to-back neutrals here. And LNG, despite losing Atacon earlier, recover well. They'll pick up this Baron buff and likely start to knock down those remaining structures with the 6 scrubs. Beichuan's here, but again, actually Smite it was a charged one, but still going to be pushed away. And barring a 1xn miracle.
Ooh.
Okay.
Really got it with the W frame combo.
It will be Weiwei picking that one up. Very scary.
Good rebound for Weiwei, who, I mean, I think this game could have just been dusted if was able to secure that Atacon for LNG. We're going to look back at this Drake fight, though. Really impressive for LNG, how they just locked down Beichuan before he can even get this combo going.
Yeah, very well played there by LNG to ensure that Beichuan doesn't really get to pick a strong target to ult. And Satabi's on a flank, but he's just completely isolated, right? He's not locking up anyone for, you know, another bit of CC to come down. Just kind of drops his button and dies as the rundown is super easy. No one on TT really has an opportunity to put in much damage in return. It's 1xn left to the wayside, and the triple kill goes over to Photic, recovering a little bit from those earlier, you know, mishaps, shall we say, especially around the mid lane here.
Yeah, with the value of those feats of strength boots, actually is a slight gold lead over 1xn as we have a catch coming across. There's a beautiful stun lockdown from Thunder Talk. They drop Weiwei. Zhuo throws down the pop-ups to try to find a response. Zika comes flying in, gets Beichuan caught, who's able to bounce back, but the all-out pulls Beichuan towards their demise. It's now Thunder Talk trying to play back towards their turret, but Photic needs to be careful with how far he steps up. Mid laner 1v1 on the side. Haichao pops the ghost, but takes far too much damage from Satab. It's 1xn. He's firing himself forward. We flash back, and he's got himself 2 kills already. Zika, you may have a lot of tank stats, but it's a lot of health bars to burn through. Has about half HP. 1xN really needs to start dropping these Mystic shots, but they are just tickling Zika right now. Zenith played through, but Feather, I don't think you want this trip. Zika smites him down. And who's going to take down the big bad Cassante? They are slowly chunking through this health bar. AD damage, AD damage. Zika will not relent. Goes back in. Haichao gets a huge empowered Q.
1xN's on for a bender.
Goes into the stasis, but 1xN is looking to get all the glory. Another sanguine pull up. Haichao is looking for the Q heal. Just can't get into the range. 1xN misses the Mystic shot. Haichao gets the kill, but it's traded back by Satab. 9 kills. But Thunder Talk edge out a victory.
Goodness me. Where do you even start with a fight like that? Haichao just stays alive for so long on 1xN whilst that mid lane banger was going on, putting in work over here on the blue buff. Let's take a look at this because it all starts off with this pick. Onto Weiwei, just steps too far forward, doesn't get to put up that Aegis Assault Shield to block out all of that damage, immediately dies, right? Zika finds his way onto Beich 1 and they pick this one up very, very easily. But then it's about what happens after the fact, right? Photic steps too far forward and gets chunked out. 1xN is practically untouched and all of these health bars chunked out, right? On LNG, and look how much damage is coming out from 1xN. And at this point in the game, right, you know, you're the resident Ezreal player, so you'll be able to tell anyone. Though the arcane shifts, they're going to come up every 3-4 seconds if you're landing those Mystic shots consecutively. So mobile. But it's just about this turn here, right? Zika, very, very tanky. Can't be taken down. And then eventually Haichao shows up, right? And this is where things get a little bit dicey because 1xN was in an awkward position on that blue buff, couldn't go over the wall. And then the fight on this mid wave, the Sanguine Pool, the Flame Spitter not really touching Haichao, the 1k heal off the Empowered Transfusion, just for Satab to not have the damage to kill Haichao before the next pool comes up, and 1xN barely missing, barely. It grazes the damn cape, for God's sake. As now the dragon's up and they're fighting again.
Oh my god, where did Joao go? Just got blown to smithereens. The dragon still has a bunch of spears in it, but the fight is now breaking out as Photic trying to dodge around Hoya's Flame Spitter range. Beishwan and Weiwei in their own 1v1, but Beishwan with the GA is going to be thrown into the stasis. Zika goes forward. Cassante's unleashed. LNG are unleashed, and they're going to start wiping down Thunder Talk. Zika will not drop. LNG find 4 and a critical dragon tank, and they might just get them all. Down goes 1xN. LNG want their revenge from the Demacia Cup.
Be damned, Fed AD carries, because no matter what, Cassante will come back and haunt your dreams. And Zeka here, back-to-back team fights, absolutely decimates TT and will push LNG to a 1-0 statement in this series. And that's just game 1, Slayer. We could be in for a bit more of a cinema evening for this series.
With new champions as well, as we're in the Fearless format. But the ceremonious end comes across. LNG up 1-0 with so much in Group C on the line.
Goodness me. Goodness me. What a bit of warfare between TT and LNG.
Warfare.
This series so far, I say series, it's just one game. It feels like it's been a long series.
It does.
Just off that one game. Yeah, I don't even know where to begin, other than it felt like at the very least TT kept it competitive from start to finish. Right, there wasn't really a point in that game where you felt like TT were completely out of it. So LNG definitely still gotta go back to the drawing board a little bit. Right, it was somewhat a messy kind of early to mid-game transition. Getting lane swapped on, definitely it felt like prevented a lot of potentially strong early game stats, or strats rather, that could have come through with that Pantheon. Very unorthodox draft from LNG, and I think that's the key thing to latch onto. It being fearless, they don't have to play these champs again, or rather they can't play these champs again.
No.
Now they have some strong meta champs available to them later on in this series for themselves.
Jamala, it's so poetic, right? That game, We got all this new changes on the Rift to break down. We're talking about Atacon. We're talking about the feats of strength. You talked about the lane swapping with how potent these bottom lanes were supposed to be. And what mattered, the one thing we only got snippets of looking at, it was Zika's Cassante just getting too fed to deal with. Because you saw in that last fight, but even the chaos before it, how much of a win is that for Thunder Talk if this isn't just such a 3-item tanky Cassante? I mean, the reason they end up trading so close at the end is because they spent like 15 seconds just wailing on this Cassante to barely find a win.
Yeah. On the bright side for TT, it's a can't play it again, right? Like he can't play it again for the rest of the evening. So we'll see how that pick is handled because you know, new year, same Cassante, still very, very broken. As
the copy pastas going.
Have known the copy pastas, the showmaker, the showmaker emote. Get it all, get it all in there, because that was definitely a bit of a case study on how strong Cassante can scale into a game. As looking forward to the next one, I'm sure TT a lot to think on given how close that one was.
All I have to say to all you League players, solo queue extraordinaires to keep tweeting about, oh, I give up Otacon, I lose my games. TT stole away that revive. Still didn't get them the win. It got them some gold, but didn't get them the win. Those are the stats that matter, all right? I'm taking the LPL stats over your solo queue tweets, everybody.
Yeah, there you go. I think, though, with that, actually, I'm not going to call anything. I can't remember the run of show post-game.
We're waiting for some stats.
I think we're probably
stats to come up.
I think we're still waiting for some stats before we do anything else. So
and an MVP. We need an MVP as well.
Yeah.
Or player of the game, excuse me.
Yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting.
Yeah, but is MVP is player of the game like an obvious pick here?
They're gonna give it to Zika. They're gonna give it to Zika. I think there was there's maybe a call for Vladimir. For Hai Chao.
Right.
Otherwise, yeah, it feels like a bit of a moot discussion. I think it just goes to Cassante.
Here we go with the stats though, and I mean. If our mood in that game one wasn't indicative enough of how topsy-turvy it was, this goal graph definitely reflects it, at least until the 28-minute mark.
I will say, though, the damage coming out of 1xN, 43,000.
93 kill participation in this one as well. Wow.
Yeah, does feel bad. Does definitely feel bad. 40% of his team's damage. But 1xN still putting on a show, right? Despite being on the losing end of this game one, comparatively to what was going on over in the Demacia Cup a few weeks ago. As we run through the highlights here, and didn't start too bad for TT, right?
No.
At the end of the day, got the lane swap off, got that very neutral early to mid game to kind of let themselves scale in, but it never really felt like we got to see them 5v5 on their own terms, right? It always felt like it was a neutral objective contest, which ends up being very, very messy. And again, doesn't play to the tune of their own song, unfortunately, and LNG thrived in that chaos.
I think LG also adapted really well at trying to desync this Beishuan Solar Flare combo into one person, right? You saw that in the early game. They were able to find the first blood kill. They found the dive as well onto Hai Chao to find those kills. But after that, they were always marking Beishuan to make sure these vault breakers didn't really come across. Here is where things got completely chaotic, though, with Beishuan. I mean, way left the door open. 448 was the health on that Acticon before it was secured by TT.
Just makes you wonder, you know, normally you're doing those things in comms, right? You're saying, you know, you give some quick countdown, 3, 2, 1, go. It's so difficult to lose a smite. But hey, LNG managed to do it all this game. Lose the Atacon buff with Kalista. Yeah, this was kind of the third to last fight, I want to say, of doom for Hoya and the rest of TT as they get run down. And yeah, I mean, again, TT I think can walk away from this game feeling pretty happy with a majority of their performance, but they just have to tighten up some of those loose ends, right? Around the general execution on team fights. And again, you know, even in fights like this was a fight that was almost wholly started by TT, right?
Yeah.
Preventing LNG from trying to execute the dragon. But it's just about the responses that come through from LNG and the fact that TT just don't really get to press their buttons, or rather, don't press all of their buttons at the same time, you know, on that same 1 or 2 targets.
Zika just always on the edge of doom, baiting in 1xN, looking for those trade kills. Tons of, they didn't even show like the craziest highlight at the end of this game where 1xN nearly hero wins the entire thing, or at least swings the entire thing back for TT. We'll now wait for that player of the game to come across, expecting it to be Zika. But Demacia, if you are Thunder Talk, you have the side selection available to you next game.
Blue side.
Blue side. All right, so just going blue side. Your best blue side draft, maybe, or do you want to try maybe what LNG thought, where we maybe go pocket pick?
You gotta go. You know, strongest available. Really try and just get the win and go back to even footing and turn it into a best of 3. You drop 2 games down back to back. You know, how often do we really see reverse sweeps occur? As wow, no way.
Get the comment process going. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've been getting spam, but right now I'm asking to throw them in the chat for Zika.
I'm not very surprised though by this MVP vote, as you know, had a solo kill, team fight winning plays, the whole lot, right? Zika had a fantastic game, that one, and very much manhandled his opponent. And we'll see as we approach game 2 how Hoya is going to be able to deal with Zika if he's going to be on that kind of form this evening.
We're getting close to game 2, but before we take a quick step away, I want to make sure, as many of you are aware, this is an entirely fan-run broadcast produced by passionate individuals who love the LPL, like all you at home. As such, we've started a Ko-Fi account that you can access in chat. Any donations there will go directly to broadcast upgrades or paying on-air talent and production staff. By becoming a Ko-Fi member, you can also unlock perks like access to member-only servers, early access to unique content and interviews, and the ability to suggest questions and collaborate. YouTube and Twitch subscribers will also have access to similar rewards, so make sure to hop on that now, whether you want to support through Ko-Fi, subscribe on Twitch, YouTube viewers, the same thing. It's all fan-run here. It's all about passion of people who love the LPL, so any support here is gladly taken. But for now, folks, after an absolutely chaotic start, we are going to take a short break, get those heart rates back down, and come back for Game 2 with Thunder Talk looking to try and even up the series after LNG took Game 1. Hope everybody is a little bit more calmed down after we saw a chaotic start to our best of 5 here. Group C, LNG taking on Thunder Talk. Many calling it the series that could decide the 2 spots for the group. And LNG, it was a roller coaster of a game. We had steals, we had minions guaranteeing feats of strength with help of top laners. A lot of chaos, but LNG ended up coming out on top and put a lot of pressure on Thunder Talk here. Jamaada to find a response.
Yeah, Thunder Talk really do need to find a response. I don't think it was a game completely out of their hands, right? Again, they initiated the lane swap. They got themselves to the mid game. It just felt like execution-wise, I would say, you know, I could just umbrella term and be like, yeah, they fell short, right? Plain and simple. Right. I feel like they never actually got to execute on the strong points of their composition. Vio into Leona, into like blowing up a target at least with the Rumble R underneath it. Never really got to that point where they were making those kind of picks. And don't get me wrong, very difficult targets to actually do that to, with the exception of Photic. Looking at Cassante, Pantheon, Vladimir, these aren't easy champions to kill. They've all got these very irritating survivability tools to play around. So in that case, I also understand it, but still, not being able to find any consistent kind of link up, certainly a little bit concerning, but at least one positive point of power to talk about is still 1xN, right? Moving from the Demacia Cup to here, incredible game one he had on that Ezreal. I think it was it 43 or 41,000? It doesn't really matter, and more than 30% of his team's damage. 40 actually, yeah, it was 40, yeah. Right? Yeah. So he's pulling his weight more than his fair share. So I do wonder if we start to see, you know, resources draft-wise actually given to 1xN to try and put him on a bit of a pedestal here in this series to see if he can actually get TT over the line in a couple of games at the very least here against LNG.
What's really, you know, scratching my brain, Jamaada, the comparisons, because obviously we want to pull from Demacia Cup some with all the teams in the LPL because we saw a lot of them, but specifically this matchup. This was a quarterfinal Demacia Cup matchup. The one thing that is, for Thunder Talk, that is consistent is 1xN's play, but from that last game, the difference that maybe was what gave Thunder Talk the edge to the Demacia Cup. We're seeing LNG able to bounce back here. Satab and Hoya were really problematic in that 3-game series. You mentioned, we already talked about how Zika had such a big advantage, but I feel like we never saw that equalizer come through. It didn't have enough damage, and Satab always was using that between worlds defensively. Was when getting caught. We saw them on that one big fight on the flank was getting caught. We never really saw the 2 big AP solo laners contribute to that combo.
Yeah, and that's the biggest shortcoming really, I think, for TT in that game. You don't get to, if you don't get to get the ball rolling with that kind of composition, it feels like it never does roll, right? And I think the fact that you've got, again, 3 very difficult topside champions to not even necessarily in some cases lock down, but actually just damage, right? Sanguine Pool, Ages of Short, and then the Pathmaker. These 3 abilities kind of just entirely nullify what TT can do to you. And in the early game especially, it's frustrating, but as time goes on, Vladimir just gets significantly more health. Cassante, stupid amounts of resists. If you can't kill a frontliner with that combo, as well as maybe a carry, or even if you kill a carry and then you have to deal with all of this frontline damage with only really squishies, it feels really difficult to get through those tanks, right? And that is kind of the negative thing of having something like Ezreal plus the Aurora together. You can obviously, we were talking about how it could have potentially been a Jhin. At the very least, I feel like Jhin, when he presses his R, he can almost execute a lot of tanks with that 4th shot if they drop low enough. But then you're relying entirely on Jhin ultimates and things really lining up. And we saw how the overall link-up play was in game number 1, and it wasn't fantastic. So we'll see where TT decide to go, because I expect after a game 1 like that, if 1xN isn't calling for hyper carries, I would be very, very surprised as here in game 2 for the draw.
We're here. We are here. Below at the very bottom, you see the people at the LPL helping us out again here. Jamaada, champions chosen. Those are from game number 1, the Fearless Take It Away champions. So you will not see them. You can see how the bands may adapt a little bit. You'll see a little bit more going on further on this series. We still see the Ash band, the Skarner band. Renata Glass pulling Phase 1 bans is always interesting to me. I'm a very big fan of the champion, but I feel like very situational support. Both teams don't. Thunder Talk actually don't want to deal with it at all. Coming from Joao, they banned it away 2 times. Here's the blue side you talked about, though. What's the B1 going to be?
That is the big question here for TT Wukong. So, well, it's not locked, but I imagine it's going to be this late in, and it will be. So, strong lane, Beich1, definitely very comfortable on that one as well. All about that level 6, really, right? Getting the Cyclone and just finding consistent skirmishes and team fight set up here for TT. As LNG on the flip side, lock in the Corki, lock in the rail. Team fighting and scaling seems to be the MO for today.
Photic looking to bounce back. Photic had a pretty good game, but we really have hyped, 1xN versus Photic is a marquee matchup to watch for. Corki, very powerful. You talked about Wukong, I've heard, is very, very strong in the patch. A lot of people are a big fan of specifically when he becomes most powerful with how early game centric jungle can be. Akali, though, that is a Satab special from the Demacia Cup, blinding it into High Chow.
Yeah, and I mean, there is very much a world, of course. Corki can end up mid, so maybe he just sees the Corki and says, I can lane it into this. That said, though, it's still kind of a difficult matchup, and you have to remember the Phosphorus Bomb, it can reveal Akali in that Shroud, but for the time being, LNG on the flip side, going to be picking up rather, this Talia, and I mean, it's into 3 very mobile champions, so the Unraveled Earth going to be very, very powerful dealing with all of this mobility, and really trying to stifle how much power you can get out of some of these mobile TT picks so far.
Another champion that I have heard rumblings of from the latest players playing latest patch, Talia, also very powerful. So nice to see the LPL kind of adapting into the new season, even though Wukong, more so Talia. Wukong was a pretty big prio pick prior to us getting onto season 25, season 15. So still going to come across as we get into the second phase of bans. Misfortune, a deciding 80 carry of the Demacia Cup matchup 1xN. I'm going to keep harping that one. Had a near perfect performance. So expect that ban to keep coming across, especially if they're going to leave 1xN's pick towards that second phase.
Yeah, to agree. That's likely going to, I was going to say slam down another AD ban, really, onto 1xN. But it seems like with Ezreal obviously being removed out of the pool from the previous game, happy to just leave it at that one Misfortune ban, take away the Gragas. So I wonder if that's maybe signaling a Renekton pick up in the top side early, and then they hold on to, the flexibility of the Corki until they see what the AD matchup is. That could be where LNG are deciding to go. For the time being, though, TT, likely another jungle ban. Jax kind of fits, obviously we see the occasional Jax jungle game, and Weiwei, if I recall, was one of the few players last year that was happy to play that from time to time. So just another early skirmishing champion, realistically, that can be very frustrating to deal with, as there's that Renekton pickup, so looking to flex that Corki for the time being. As TT, what's the response going to be? Where, how are you going to deal with this Renekton, with Rumble off the board, with Gragas also gone? Is it just going to be something kind of ranged-ish to try and dance around that pick? Tables all yours, my friend. There you go. Of course, Gnar. Yep. Whenever all else fails, right? And buy those hovers from 1xN, something like a Xayah wouldn't be too bad. You get the Lover's Duo buff, of course. But again, after a game one like that, 1xN, if he's not on a hyper carry, it's going to be very, very surprising, to say the least. Don't want to see him on setup, especially in a game like this, in a draft like this.
Couldn't agree more. Kai'Sa is a lot, I would say, more volatile than the Xayah pick. Going to be locked in here.
Yeah.
You don't have the safety of that Feather Storm. You have to play, at a closer range as well. Don't have your own crowd control set up with the Feather pullback. So 1xN is really indexing fully into damage and creativity. There are a few 80 carries that I enjoy watching more than high-level Kai'Sa play, but the R5 for LNG that comes across is just going to be Weiwei, the staple Lee Sin to counter the Wukong.
Yeah, early game, very, very dominant, that matchup, 1v1. I mean, I say dominant. Dominant isn't the word I should really use. It's more that you kind of get that leg up, being able to kind of nullify a lot of the power out of the clone early on, to make sure you never really lose track of Wukong. can pay you pretty heavy dividends. Otherwise, you're able to normally just get to that, you know, punch a little bit sooner than Wukong can. Wukong, not entirely reliant on that Cyclone. That said, Lee Sin, before level 6, just objectively a little bit stronger in terms of potency in some of those ganks early on. And he has the setup across the board, right? Renekton in the top side. Nah, if he, you know, underneath tower, mini wave is a little bit stacked. Very much an easy target to just absolutely one-shot on the bottom side. Similar kind of deal. You got a lot of hard CC to potentially pick up a dive between the rail and the burst as well of the Corki. So options available for Weiwei. I do wonder how on the opposite side, Beichuan is going to be able to deal with some of these lanes early on, probably getting shoved in, not having the most amount of priority, especially as a Wukong into a Lee Sin could start to lead to invades.
Two potent early game junglers piloted here by Beichuan and Weiwei as we are getting set to hit the Rift. Curious to see if we'll have any lane swap shenanigans come across. I feel like it's a little less slated than last game now that we don't have just a Cassante that'll happily tank up the 1v2, but Gnar, I feel, does fairly well into a lane swap scenario with his range form, and if you are on the side of trying to shut down the Zika Renekton, why not if you're Thunder Talk?
Yeah, we'll see whether or not that lane swap comes out, right? Because, again, I feel like of all the top laners, it's definitely... Like, he's just about on the weaker end. It really depends on whether or not he can hit minions and then be mega when a wave is stacked. To at the very least have something like the Wallop available, right?
Right.
Otherwise, in mini, it just doesn't really have the stats to tough out a dive in many cases. We'll see, however, how things roll over, as I actually do think we did hear Giles that time around.
We did.
Caught them just on the tail end, which makes me happy. That's like the spiritual buff for us here. Is LNG. I mean, actually, both these teams, it looks like, gonna be
Thinking about
it. Yeah, I think TT a little bit more on edge. You can see Feather is hanging around in the mid lane, but I think now as 1xN moves up towards the top side, so we could just be seeing a completely different setup here for the lane swap. Hori and 1xN maybe share XP top. Feather and Setab share XP mid, and then once Feather hits that level 2 mark, you'll likely see him go down towards where Hoyer is as... Ooh.
Wow. What a time to step back, right? No knowledge that Zhuo was maybe looking for a crash down. I also like Feather hanging around mid lane also to maybe help out Setab. You know, it can be a little bit annoying into the Talia as that Akali early on. So just gives him lane prio. And Hoya's going to reset, going to burn the teleport.
Lengthy TP from top to bot. As,
5 seconds.
Zika's going to get a cheeky little auto Q in as he comes in. And Hoyer actually missed his boomerang there as Zika hit level 2, so that could be problematic. But hey.
Wow, Feather. Huge grand entrance knockup. Gets 1xN the passive plasma procs that really sung home the damage as Photic already below sub 50% HP.
Yeah, big trade. Big trade. As Photic loses his barrier. So we'll see if TT can actually capitalize on that summoner spell advantage they're going to find themselves in up there. As we've kind of just ended up in standard lanes, just on the opposite side of the map.
With extra steps.
With extra steps, exactly. Zhuo is going to do his best to hold on to this wave. It's tanking up a lot of damage. 1xN will just still reset, and at the end of the day, this will just bounce back. It's cannon wave on the 4th wave, right? Which is very, very strange. But what this will do is actually set up a bit of a slow push is a strong word now that the minions deal current HP. Still got to get used to how quickly waves will push and kind of stay in one place. But as Photic gets back towards that wave, he's not going to feel too horrible about it in the immediate future. It's just about what that bounce back looks like and where these junglers decide to poke their heads.
It's looking like that first scuttle, which could be big. Is Hoya able to stave off a Zika trade with that Mega Gnar pretty well, but both supports heading towards this river. Weiwei and LNG have the first move, thanks to scouting out those wards. Zhuo will cut down the one totem, and Weiwei will grab the scuttle advantage.
Not quite willing to give up the position there of where Photic was on top of that wave. As Setab, no shroud, but has that E to go back to.
That's what you like to see out of those high-level Akalis, right? Using the callback shuriken to disengage trades rather than continue them. So nice little work there from Setab. Gonna force the reset out from Haicho.
Very well played, and that should be the teleport as well. As there you go, you see across the map, Talia flies. And Setab may be able to save his teleport as well. Should be able to just walk back to lane. Unless he really wants to burn it. Is entirely up to him, and he will opt to do just that. So, TP for TP. Nothing too spicy here. As like you said as well, junglers just trade Skull Crab, so it will just be a reset here for Wei Wei. And he's actually going to have those items in stock now, whereas Beichuan already clearing out that second rotation immediately. So, I wonder if there's going to be a bit of a window of tempo as Flash Forward comes in from Joe.
Whoa. Forces Summoners out of Feather, burns both. Like I said, able to dodge most of the crowd control, so able to hold on to his key Summoners. But Feather, certainly a little weaker, does have the sustain of the Rakan to try and heal up. But Wei Wei is looking to punish Hoya, coming around for the long gank. Hoya does immediately burn the flash, but Flash Stun is followed, and LNG are going to easily grab up first blood here towards the Feats of Strength goal.
Yeah, Feast Strength goal on the good looks for LNG. First blood, and this is what I was talking about, right? Lee Sin, Renekton, Mininar, it's really easy to burst him out, and in this case, Hoya was too far forward. And probably felt a little bit emboldened by the fact that Beichuan was still on the map behind him, right? But finishes the recall. And unfortunately, for the top laner of TT, left to his lonesome for just a few seconds, picked up immediately.
Going to help get this wave in for Setab as ThunderTalk will look to play towards those grubs, recognizing the makeshift top lane in the bot side hurting a little bit, so they want to play for the cross map, but good pink ward coming across there from Joao, going to track them well, and we'll see where these junglers want to end up with these neutrals, with Wei Wei finishing up the Raptors. Beichuan going to take care of his top side camps as well, so there might be a contest around this. There's some pinks coming through.
Yeah, that could be, and I like that from TT, just kind of giving Setab the freedom to breathe. Akali at level 6, very, very powerful. You want her to be, you know, as full on resources as possible in terms of health. So getting that nice little reset, and even if it now means she's going to have second move, being able to get on top of someone else once this grub fight starts, super important to be able to dive in.
LNG showing their fangs. 4 members guarding this pit, holding the grubs. They even brought Zika over as well, who does have that dominance available. Last grub going to be 5-4. Beichuan going to go in for the steal, does not get it, so Wei Wei secures first 3 grubs, which gives them 1 of 3 towards that Monster Slayer goal and the Feats of Strength we're all going to be tracking to start off this new season.
Yeah, that we will, and they've had, you know, a moderate amount of control on the top wave states as well, so I do wonder if this means we could end up seeing, you know, Photic and Joe get a good reset timer in a few minutes, come down and then actually look to contest that dragon, or whether or not it's just going to happen kind of organically with the way we currently have our laners set up. As Wei Wei hits level 6, Hoya has no flash and could very easily be kicked up against the wall and one-shot.
Here we go. Jamada turns fiction into the truth as Hoya gets kicked away from his turret, goes into the alcove just to delay the inevitable. It is more dominance from Zika and this top side for LNG, leading them to more success this time in Game 2.
Yep, second death of the game here for Hoya, and Wei Wei keeps on finding gold and XP out of the TT top laner here, and Zika as well, after a Game 1 like he just had, getting all of this freedom, the resources, the time. Who knows what he's going to be able to achieve in terms of those backline dives, right? That massive menace that Renekton kind of developed into throughout a lot of 2024 after years of slander, right? Absolute years of slander of being a bad team fighter. Finally, kind of beat the allegations, to be honest with you. See how Zika will pilot that one.
I'm afraid for ThunderTalk because last game it was Zika's unkillable because he's playing Cassante tank. Now it's going to be Zika's unkillable because one Dominance Cole the Meek heals 700 HP and chunks all my carries out. Speaking of one of those carries, 1xN and Feather take a bit of a rough trade. Going to have to give up Prio on this wave as we are really just waiting for ThunderTalk to show that confidence and those aggressive moves that kept them in that first game.
Yeah, we'll see, because right now it feels like they're kind of lacking bark, let alone bite.
Yeah.
They need to find something somewhere just to kind of regain a little bit of confidence. They're not in the worst game state in the world, but, you know, you do want to try and really utilize the power of Kali on one of these early objectives at the very least. And so far, I suppose there's only been one opportunity to do that on the grubs. There hasn't been a Dragon contest or anything of the like so far. But at the end of the day, Satab, you know, he's actually up in CS, right? Significantly so, actually, here in this mid lane matchup. So he's not doing too bad, and he's going to hit that first item fairly soon. It's normally the Rocket Belt, and it's on the cheaper end of some of those first items.
Head tab. This Akali pick was a real difference maker in some pretty big, important Demacia Cup matches. Ends up blinding this as well into Haichao, so a lot of pressure. We talked about it. The difference between this matchup into the Demacia Cup and in Game 1 of the LPL split was those solo lanes for LNG were just so much more in control. It really feels like that's got to be the difference maker we'll look out for because of how potent 1xN has been. He needs some help, though, if Thunder Talk want to get back into this series and this game.
See, at the end of the day, it's always the thing with Na, right? One big ultimate. One big ultimate. It's all you need. All you need to get all of the use, all of the value out of that champion. How many times over the years? 10 years, actually. Now that I think about it, Na's been in the game for 10 years.
Oh, that's a tough reminder for my mental state.
Because now that I think he was maybe the 3rd or 4th champion that came out when I started playing. And I remember the preseason, it was all about the Narvan combo, right? Na plus Jarvan, Jarvan ult. Used to be so much more powerful back in the day as
oh boy,
we were on the topic of Na.
There's the Gnar ultimate, the combos of stuns, but Zika is going to be happy to still come out of that trade on top. Hoya going to lose that Gnar bar, and that should give Zika even more control over the wave. Teleport not up, as Thunder Talk are the first to jump on these grubs way nearby. One of these squads has to secure all 3 to get the Mountain Slayer, but here's the Weaver's Wall. In goes Zhuo, trying to find a lockdown, but it's Satab jumping into the background. Oh, that's a failed flash from Beishwan, trying to follow his mid laner. Satab's buying time, has to perfect execute out of his own Shroud. And Thunder Talk are now on the back pedal, and they're going to give up all the grubs to Weiwei. They're able to steal away 1, but it's still going to be mites for a 2nd game in a row for LNG.
Yeah, in the midst of the chaos, Beishwan did steal away 1, so it's not, you know, a whole feat going over to LNG yet again. And that dragon on the other side of the map now going to be the place where they're more likely to find that for the time being, unless they can start to chip away at one of these towers. But they're all pretty full HP for the time being. But look at this fight again. Haichao, good wall to separate the fight. Zhuo's engaged as well, really does lock down quite a few members as a kick. Keeps Feather out of the back line, and as you can see, Satab not really able to find the kind of effectiveness you would like to hope from a diving Akali in the back line, as LNG able to take control of the grubs and pick up 2 at the very least out of 3.
Still not seeing that same bite from these Thunder Talk combos that were really prevailing in that first game. With the grubs, though, being split at the end, does kind of dilute the power of the Monster Slayer goal for the feats of strength. Weiwei will jump on this Drake uncontested so far. So, Jabana, as I'm saying it, they will be 1 epic monster away from securing feats of strength.
So it seems, as the rotation comes down towards Hoya again. Oh, Hoya.
Marked. Flash is off cooldown, having to be expended here. Good dodge on the seismic shove, though, so won't get knocked back. But LNG are making it a statement that they are making Hoya's life hell in this game.
In true LPL fashion, Hoya spent more of this game without Flash than with it so far. Has just been absolutely bullied by LNG off cooldown, pretty much. So no real breathing room for him. As now we've got a bit of a shake-up in the lane assignments, as Satab will be the one dealing with
Whoa!
as they found Photic.
Hopefully you went to scratch your nose and you got 3 members of Thunder Talk on top of you. That's the power of the Rakan and Kaisa. 3 ults used, but the first kill for Thunder Talk on the board.
Yeah, and there's just not really a reason for Photic to be in that bush. Kind of just camping out, really. And he's on a ward. Very easy pickings for TT. Not much else to talk about. Just buys them a little bit of a reprieve here after losing out on so much pressure for the last 5, almost 7 or 8 minutes.
Will buy Hoya some valuable time. Gets a demolish crack. Gets the plate away. As those new lane assignments, like you called out, Demacia coming across. Haichao. Gotta be a more fun matchup for Hoya. I think any matchup is more fun than the first 10 minutes of this game for Hoya.
Yeah, I think so too. Poor Na. I mean, look, we're talking about it now, and obviously Chinese side have to be talking about Zeka's game 1 and his pretty strong start in game 2 here. I will just make the call again. One big ultimate from Na. You know, he can be as useless as he wants to for 30 minutes, 40 minutes. All it takes is one big scoop into a wall and a little bit of AoE from TT. All of a sudden, those past 30 minutes of absolute pain are just gone as LNG looking to dish out more pain on the side lane. And look who's here. It's actually Hoya, but this time he's got friends.
Stacking up the Narbar as well is Beishan was swing over alongside with Feather, but this was the LNG plan when they got Grubs last time, playing for those feats of strength. Might not be 2 mites, but we're trying to overload and grab that first turret. Now with plates gone, it really does feel like it's going to be the deciding factor here. ThunderTalk really on the back foot for those feats of strength, but as we've come to learn, at least from game 1, we don't know how much these two teams really pay mind to the feats of strength goals.
Yeah, that was still really funny. Thinking back, if you managed to miss game 1, first off, it was a banger. So definitely recommend you, at the very least, watch some highlights, man, because obviously that game was incredible. But both TT and LNG, it felt like, just perhaps did not like the idea of picking up those tier 3 boots. And I mean, LNG got it and LNG won, so let that be indicative of how strong tier 3 boots are, Smile.
Yeah, Jamada's being a bit modest about it. There was a difference in seconds between ThunderTalk getting the feats of strength.
They left their junglers alone on the neutral objective on each side of the map. They both could have rushed it down.
Yep.
They both could have rushed it down. It was so strange.
See if that idea kind of prevails again with us approaching that Herald coming up soon and the Dragon. Herald actually on the Rifter, and Beishuan is just going to jump on it all by himself here. But Wei, Zhuo, and Fotic are all over here, so you got to be a bit mindful of just hammering down one of these neutrals by yourself. Aggro being juggled between Wei and Beishuan. ThunderTalk are forced out of the river. Herald going to reset, though. Shelly a bit angry. And both teams are just mean-mugging each other before a potential fight breaks out. Hoya has a Narbar stacked up. Teleport is available. That one big Gnarled, but it's Zhuo that gets the 3-man Magnet Storm. Feather goes in, huge charge, gets a 3-man knockup. It's Knockup City, capital ThunderTalk. But Zika is just not taking damage with the Dominus. He has so much healing, and he staves off all of ThunderTalk with his frontline prowess. And LNG are unrelenting. They will not give away this river no matter how many ultimates are thrown on top of them.
Yeah, that frontline engage was nice, but Hoya wasn't here to capitalize, right? If he's there to get that 3-man ult into the wall, that fight is done and dusted. TT walk over LNG. That kind of engage, but no follow-up means LNG remain in control of the river, and it seems like they're going to get this Herald. TT, they have to step off. All ultimates exchanged, so tier 3 boots, feats of strength completed here for LNG. And again, you know, if we're going to go by track record of at least today, they got tier 2 boots in the last one, or tier 3 boots in the last one. Ended up pulling ahead. Totally, entirely just tier 3 boots diff, nothing else.
It's not Jamada, it's not even your favorite tier 3 boots either. It's Steel Caps and Lucidity boots right now. No Swifties and Sorks love yet, at least. We got 2 more boots to complete. We're going to look, though, at what you were talking about. Good engage from Zhuo at the start, but they just don't have that. They don't have that oomph to get these kills across yet, ThunderTalk.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Like, 1xN zoned by the wall. Hoya, of course, teleporting in. And the angle where he's teleporting in is just not really great. And his bar wasn't fully stacked up. So, even if he could have just, like, you know, I don't know, dash flashed, right? Still wouldn't make it. And had been nard up. There's just exchanging health bars here.
Zika just does not care about Mega Gnar. He's like, all right, you can slap me around all you want, man. I'm just going to stack my passive, Cole the Meek the Wave, and I'll heal right back up. Oh, yeah, there's nothing you can do right now. You need friends. Here are friends, though. There's Beishuan and Feather coming across into that bot side river. Wei trying to use the power of his top laner that's very far ahead to take this next Drake. Teleport coming across, down comes Haichao. Has the Weaver's Wall if they want to try and cut it off. 50-50s have not been the best friend of Weiwei so far in this series. There's the Cyclone. 1xN comes over the wall with the Killer Instinct. The Dragon is very low. Someone's got to pick it up, and Beishwan finds the steal as Weiwei nearly gets executed by Satab's damage, and now Thunder Talk have the lightning to their thunder as they find 2 kills and a clutch Dragon to level the state of this game too.
I am really surprised that that goes the way of TT, but it's all about the pit, and that disengage from LNG just a little bit too lackluster, eating up so much AoE damage. Really excellently done by the end of it by TT, and again, I think it's an engage from Feather that really keeps everything together there. And LNG aren't able to pick up that second dragon to, you know, kind of snowball things along. Zekka's going to teleport to this bottom side tower, pick it up. He's actually, he could get a little bit run down here. Ooh, Q doesn't connect.
Yeah, so no slow. Hoya's just farming grass stacks instead, but does feel like a bit of a tone shift between those two.
Yeah, it certainly does. Let's get... Why does this fight go so well? Beichuan goes in. It's another frontline combo, I think. And 1xN is able to actually get into the pit using the Killer Instinct. That's the main difference maker. So he's able to actually get access to just hit the front line as his engaged champions do all of the work. And yeah, I think also Setab getting that ultimate through everyone as kind of a mix of an escape and repositioning really, really opens up the door for TT to try and pick up those final couple of kills. LNG caught a little bit asleep at the wheel.
Nobody. This is why I have my tinfoil hat about this new season with the pro players. Look, they're just. I've seen clips of so many solo queue games where everybody's freaking out if not all 5 members are playing for this Atacon, and LNG and TT. They're just walking around it. They're like, oh, what's this guy doing down here?
It's a very fun buff.
It is once you get it, but I don't think the teams want it. Also, yes, Satab has a killer flank. Zika. What's the 2 ships passing in the night, it feels like almost. Zika gonna find Satab, gonna dash his way out. Beishwan and Feather were behind. It feels like Thunder Talk were trying to manifest another one of those combos, but LNG not gonna walk into that trap.
Not for now. Just want to call out Haichao did just use the Weaver's Wall top lane to make a quick rotation up there and not miss a wave. So in the event that there is a skirmish in the next minute and a half or so, won't have that tool available as Beichuan, they're starting up Atacon here, and there's no teleport from Haichao, and there is a TP from Hoya, so LNG out of position really to contest this one efficiently.
Do we have another voracious Atacon steal? Weiwei wants the 1v1 with Satab. Gonna dash back to Stacey. Zika pops the dominance, is running in. Steam, head full of steam, but in goes Beishwan to the background. They have Photic pick 1x and flies across the fight, but Zika's damage eviscerates the bottom laners. Everybody's stacked on top of each other. 1xN untouched on the backside of the fight. It's gonna have to be the solo lanes holding up for LNG. Weiwei goes in. What a flash from 1xN with half a sliver of HP. He's able to survive, and now Zika's out of dominance and cut down by Satab. Haichao has to be the hero now for LNG, but he can't find any of the kills. Thunder Talk come away with another fight win.
Haichao late to the fight, but crucially, LNG just make the call to turn onto 1xN so late. They just didn't have the range by the end of that fight to do it, despite the pylon being so strong from TT. LNG, Zeka in particular, of course, on their Renekton, makes pretty quick work of those divers. But again, it's about the fact that 1xN is able to just get free hits in for so long in this fight. We'll take a look at the dive again, because it's all about Beichuan and Feather. They find their way onto Photic. Great, but the re-engage from Duo, and obviously Zeka's AoE damage, massive between him and Photic as well. Kill them off, but 1xN, the entire fight, effectively still free hitting. And it's about Weiwei and Zeka here. They're so focused on trying to kill Hoya and Satab, they almost forget for a moment that, hey, 1xN's a 2IM Kai'Sa. Let's try and one-shot him, and they almost do. Flashes away at the last possible second 1xN does. But it just gives TT all the breathing room they need for that team fight as these teams reconvene around Atacon, and we're going for round 2.
This is what we want. Big Gnar ultimate comes across. 1xN flying on in himself. Once again, it's the front line stacked on top of each other. Photic this time will survive and kite back as Zhou is cut down. Satab jumps in for his own execution. ThunderTalk find 2 kills, but Zika still hanging around. Photic far too low to really get anywhere close. They're using Atacon to try to buy some time. Zika flashes onto 1xN, but does he have enough damage on his own? Wei gets knocked up by the Grand Entrance. Can't find the kill. Atacon lays down the LNG jungler for ThunderTalk, and Photic, he can't get anywhere close. We reload, and ThunderTalk still come out on top at the pit of Atacon.
Not only that, the dragon just spawned, so they're going to get the dragon as well if they want it. There's no real threat. Maybe they're scared of Photic, but Photic's 1 HP. They're just going to give it a reset for the time being. Super surprised. They could have definitely gotten both here, but will happily spend that gold, go back to the dragon, and look to fight again. And you have to wonder, is that kind of the fight of doom for LNG, right? You don't win here. How much stronger can you really get into the front-to-back composition, the diving composition in many executions from TT? As, again, this fight, it's just a shred. It's just a shredder. It's a mincemeat maker in the middle of it all. Again, Feather and Beichuan doing so much work on the front line, but then it's about this flash forward from Zika and from Wei. But Wei, I mean, the damage isn't interrupted, but he doesn't get to cast anything else, right? Immediately after that second Q. So unfortunately, for LNG at the very least, TT will get that Voracious buff. They're going to have the G8. They didn't pick up the Dragon off screen, so Dragon's still on the map, but Baron now, 25 minutes, still up and available. And with this GA, I mean, even if you throw at the Baron, as long as you kill the damage dealer, you know, like, the Baron's going to be too slow. You can just walk right back onto the map and do as you please.
Last game, we saw them grab the revive buff and immediately throw it to try and pick up the kills at the end. This is where we're going to really see the strategy of that Voracious revive. ThunderTalk, like you called out, Jamada, are going to use it to start up this Baron. Does not matter if they die, if they're able to secure the buff, it comes with them back to their base. Will ThunderTalk try the 50-50 or to force a fight? They're using the Baron to try and bait LNG in, but they're just not biting.
Not for now. Not willing to put all the cards on the table just yet. And I mean, why would they? 3,000 gold up. They outscale, I think, in most cases. So why risk it? They're going to risk it now, though. 8k on the Baron. LNG. Will they feel like they have to make a decision?
Beichuan goes over the wall with the clone. They get the Gnar ultimate. It's all on to Wei. They find the jungler. They find the diamond in the rough to their Baron problem. But Beichuan has more Cyclones. Going back in. Wants to chase down Photic. What I said, close by. Getting those Kaisanos down. And the Feather double Grand Entrance knockup is absolutely marvelous. What a swing in these last 5 minutes for ThunderTalk. Now Baron is a guarantee.
Feather and Beichuan, man. Take a bow. Obviously, the damage is coming out from 1xN and from Setab, but the setup has been incredible from the jungle support here of TT. And LNG don't know what to do. They can't really do anything. They're just getting caught on these snapping gauges. Time and time again, the front line is getting bursted down. And there's just no recourse from the side of LNG. And now Baron in the back pockets of TT here, and a lot of towers out on the map here for them to take down and just continue to extend and balloon this gold lead.
Another game where we don't get to see the true power of that Voracious Atacon revive. It does tick away, but in reality, provided ThunderTalk the tools to grab this Baron, and they'll start sieging down. Already got rid of that. Another wave coming up into that top tier 2 turret. Power Cannon falls just a bit short, but it feels like only delaying the inevitable, especially with those mid lane tier 1s. ThunderTalk, they're up so much more gold. The items difference is also, Jamada, really starting to flow in for some of those main damage dealers. What a rebound for Hoya. Now he's got that bounty. He went 0-2 to 5-2.
Yeah, not bad for the top laner of TT. But on that topic of items, right? I mean, Hoya's not too far away from his third item, but the real big difference maker right now is 1xN having that whole Nash's Tooth over Photic on just those 2 items. Don't get me wrong, Photic on the Corki's still going to be strong, but 3 items strong? Not right now. And Setab has the important part of the Zhonya's components, right? Has that Seeker's Arm Guard, so he's got a stasis ready for the next fight. It's almost as good as that item completion, right? It's not all the stats, but it's that important button press that can really get him out of some sticky situations. As LNG...
Oh my God, these Void Seekers.
Yeah, lose the tower, and Photic on the wrong end of those Void Seekers, and you're starting to see how much poke damage is now going to start to be available to 1xN as well before fights even kick off.
1xN and Photic, the marquee matchup we highlighted between these two well-known and lesser-known LPL AD carries. 1xN really trying to make his mark. Was masterful in the Demacia Cup for Thunder Talk and has been just as impervious in this game too, or just the series in general. It feels like the real difference for Thunder Talk, even despite game 1 being a loss, has been between these two marksmen in their favor.
Definitely has. Whenever one of these two teams' AD steps up, feels like the rest of the team step up around them. And, so far, 1xN, I mean, both games, right? Game 1 on that Ezreal, absolutely incredible. So far on this Kai'Sa. I mean, I will say for TT, as I hold this point, 1xN loses Cleanse.
Cleanse doesn't really help you with Rel, does get kicked away by Weiwei, can't find the Sonic Wave to continue to try to pick up 1xN, but how does Thunder Talk look without their Kai'Sa able to fight? Luckily, not going to have to find that one out as LNG can't chase down their other members.
Not for now. We'll just step away, so TT lose a little bit of tempo, but the Baron was ending anyway. It's just more about the fact they won't be able to pick up that tier 2. I think that's what they were starting to slowly angle towards. And with that Baron gone and no Dragon up for the immediate future, of course just picked up not too long ago, we will just return to a neutral map state, and as we were saying, 1xN almost picked off, but whilst he's been a very big portion, of course, of his team's damage, and I'm looking forward to seeing the damage stats, actually. I'm sure they're pretty skewed. Beichuan and Feather's performance this game has been nothing short of exceptional and has really enabled 1xN and also subsequently Satab to have some incredible teamfight moments so far this game. And they've muted LNG after what was a very dominating back half of game 1 from them. Now having a much quieter back half of game 2.
A pretty promising early game in game 2 as well. Just very much so nullified. One more 1xN stat to kind of throw out here across the 2 games, at least so far. Had 93% kill participation in game 1. He is currently at 100 in this game 2. Just part of every kill, even with the awesome setups from Beichuan and Feather, is just, if it's a Thunder Talk play, it's got to have 1xN in it.
Needs to have 1xN in it in this kind of game state. He's also approaching that 4th item as well, going to towards the Crypt Bloom, most likely, unless he randomly decides he wants it to be a Void Staff.
Right.
They need to buff Void Staff again. I think it's just not as good as its counterpart, unfortunately. Either buff it or just barely bring down Crypt Bloom's tower, but I don't know if Crypt Bloom needs heavy nerfs. It's just kind of not as nice to have, you know.
I think they should buff Triforce and Manamune. Can you tell what champion I play a lot in solo queue? It's not Corki, for anyone wondering.
It's not Corki. It might be Ezreal. Maybe.
Good guess. That's why they pay you the big bucks, Dramani. Decipher.
They pay me the big bucks? I don't know.
Oh, that's a good point.
But yeah, I mean, I think either way, whatever 1xN goes towards, he's going to be dealing a lot of bloody damage.
Yes.
And speaking of damage, Satab, edging ever so closer to finishing up that Zhonya's, also has a Medjai's, so
has the book.
Has the book. The more souls that go into it, the more powerful the book becomes.
We talked about it, the stark difference between successful Thunder Talk against LNG and unsuccessful. It's starting to show once more, even just with bounties, is how can these solo lanes stack up. Early, it felt like it was once again the Zika show, just running away, but Hoya and Satab now have really had some marvelous games, especially early games, and they're the only 2 with bounties currently here. And like you talked about, even with the book purchase, Satab does have that stasis, so it's just going to be really difficult to mark Satab and take him down in these fights.
It's going to be the difficult part, even if they do lock him down, like the Zhonya's, the general slipperiness of Akali. And even if you manage to kill the Akali, if you spend resources killing Akali, do you know what that is? This resource is not spent killing 1xN.
Exactly. There's 1xN
so bad.
And Beichuan can just hop right on to this Baron. They're burning through it. This is a nearly 4-item Kai'Sa with more than enough damage with Wukong. Teleports coming across. Hoya's here as well. They're trying to play bodyguards. Make sure Baron's secured for Thunder Talk. Hoya and Feather trying to hold all of LG at bay. Now they'll try to find a go as Hoya dropping into that mini Gnar, but in comes Satab from the back, and nobody's touching 1xN. It's another marvelous meat grinder of a fight, but this time it's Thunder Talk that find themselves the ace, and they might have just evened up this series with one big fight.
One big fight, all it takes for TT, and they should be able to close this one out. 40-second death timers across the board, and what a massive step up from game 1 to game 2 it has been for this lineup. Almost made you feel like it could just be a quick night, just the way that game 1 ended, but it was always close, and this one, not so much. Stomp over LNG in a 34-minute fashion will bring their series even one apiece.
What a response from Thunder Talk. That is the shades of the team we saw come up with the upset of the Demacia Cup. It's 1xN, the ever-reliable, high-octane damage dealer, and the power of those critical picks for those solo laners. You also mentioned, obviously, Beishwan and Feather, really good engages. But I think that game doesn't really rebound for Thunder Talk if we don't see Hoya get that. I wouldn't say it was just one big gnarl, Jamal. I think we had a couple of big ones in there to get it back in.
There were a couple of nice ones. I think it was really only 2. Again, I'm gonna keep on 2 at the Horde. I don't care. Like the Feather engages alongside Beishwan. Just being able to enable 1xN to get into positions where he can hit targets he really wants to hit, like the squishy champs, as opposed to having to get through the frontliners, really just made that game so easy for him to pilot. Simply because, again, the composition of LNG doesn't really get to scale, right? You know, you've got Renekton and Lee Sin topside. If you're not finding these big, moments where, we saw it kind of for a brief moment in that bottom side fight over Atacon, right? That's really as good as it was ever gonna get for LNG. They have to win that fight, and if they don't win it, get the Atacon buff and then really snowball the game out from there, the game looks like what we saw play out after the fact, right? So definitely a little bit of a rethinking, reshuffling is gonna have to happen. I mean, at the end of the day, Fearless Draft means they can't play the champions again, so LNG will have to come up with some new plans as TT, again, very comfortably, it felt like by the end of that game, walked over them and to make that 1-1.
We also evened out 1-1. Feats of Strength victory team. 1-1 now. As LNG got in both games. Yeah. Team to get the Atacon buff. It's been voracious for 2 games. Also 1-1 because Thunder Talk stole away the first one, grabbed the second one for themselves. So I don't know. Riot Balance team.
Maybe it's balanced. Maybe
doing
it's
a victory
balanced.
lap.
Yeah.
After 2 LPL games on a random, I guess we're now Tuesday. Depending where you are, Tuesday. It's Tuesday for everybody.
It's Tuesday for almost everyone now. So yeah, random Tuesday in the middle of January. 50% win rate on both those buffs. It means they're balanced. That's the context we're bringing to these numbers today. Need they be analyzed any further?
What is an interesting thing to now analyze is, I'm with you, right? Like the Feather bait. This game does not go well for Thunder Talk if, Beishwan and Feather aren't setting up these awesome engages. But are we just? It's got to be. They're gonna give 1xN the MVP. I feel like they're just gonna give 1xN the MVP. Classic AD carry moment, by the way.
I can see it. Sorry, I have to think about these things. When it comes to like LPL voting around MVPs, you have to take your time, right? And I think this, yeah, they're probably gonna give it to 1xN, aren't they? We'll see. We're getting ever closer towards that MVP vote. 1xN, 28k, 29k damage. Hoya actually pumped out a fair bit of that. Obviously, like top late Ranger to be the always going to be a little bit inflated, but quite a bit of damage by the end of it. As again, 32%. I feel like for LNG, just to touch on them briefly again, having lost the game now, have to bounce back after a strong game 1. It makes you kind of question whether or not they just go back to kind of a scaly-ish draft, right? A much more responsive draft is, I feel like, the right way to describe what their draft was. Whereas, of course, this game was a lot more about having to try and be proactive. And I feel like it was always TT being the ones first to a play, first to, make a pick, to engage. And even if it was, you know, maybe LNG just draw goes in, the immediate counterpunch was always there. So yeah, I think for LNG, wonder if that's something that's also going to weigh on their minds a little bit in terms of how they actually look to draft, or if they're going to kind of just go with the flow, go with the waves, and see what champions they can pick up that feel strong in the immediate.
I'm also curious if they might lean to put Photic maybe on more setup. We just didn't get enough out of, especially this game. Photic really just, we didn't get that quirky damage that we've been seeing for you know, so it's been such a terrorizer, especially when it comes to like recent patches before this season. Do you lean maybe more setup for Photic so he's still potent, because the quirky just wasn't in this game, and it's not like he was even really outranged. This was a game, I mean, you called out multiple times.
Yeah.
You can see watching these fights, everybody's like stacked on top of each other. There's no range problem for a Corki here.
Yeah, no, there's no range problem, but he can't really right click into this composition, right? And that's the thing with, you know, this version of Corki. It's not old Corki where you get to kind of just sit back and just chuck in rockets into a fight. You do need to get right clicks in to really maximize your DPS to get the rockets back up, right? So in a situation like this, it feels really hard. So I kind of agree with you. I think especially after his Game 1 performance, it was very shaky on that Kalista, you know? There weren't really many standout moments or sequences for him in that one either. So I do wonder if, you know, the call is, hey, Photic, you know, sit on a Varus if it's unbanned, or sit on a Jhin for us and just play setup and give us the, you know, the kind of over-the-top engages or CC and utility that we kind of feel like we're lacking right now. And maybe that allows us to put damage into other places.
Maybe we'll see. And, you know, if Ashe slips through, I'd be surprised if Ashe slips through for either side, but
No,
you go on that.
doubt it.
You go on that one. It's got to be a switch up, and like we saw, we threw up the stats. I mean, the last time these two teams play, you know, 1xN and Photic matched up, stats-wise, Photic was competing very well, but it's really, even back to the Demacia Cup matchups, been 1xN running the marksman matchup and giving ThunderTalk that big edge. And I want to keep hyping up 1xN because I really feel like we're here we go, player of the game. There you go. You called it, LPL voters.
LPL votes, man. Look, I get it. Big damage numbers, AD carry flying across the screen. It's cool, you know. Especially if it's kind of, it feels like we're reminiscent of Jackie Love, of Uzi, even further back, right? Cool, really fun. Are we gonna ignore why he was able to do that in the first place? I guess we will. Yeah, not surprised. I think all three of them really kind of deserve to sort of share that accommodation today. But hey, it is what it is. LPL votes always going to be like this. I'll always fight it out. I'll never stop when it comes to LPL MVP votes. For now, though, I think we'll see whether or not 1xN can keep up this this pace that he's setting for himself. Because game one, like hell, if TT took game one, 1xN would have got MVP almost, no doubt, in anyone's mind. So has a pretty good run going for himself tonight so far.
There he is. 1xN taking on the player of the game, the MVP from game number 2. ThunderTalk have assured us a long night, but a fun one ahead. Best of 5 for Group C, even up at 1 apiece. We'll come back for Game 3 draft with 20 fresh new champions and somebody finding an edge in a very, very important match to decide who could potentially go to the bracket stage of Split 1. All of that coming your way after a couple ads and a short break. We'll see you on the other side. Short turnaround here with so many games potentially on slate for our second day of LPL Madness on the unofficial English broadcast. Myself and Demacia taking you through what has been two very fun to watch, but at the ultimately decisive games. LNG now in the very similar spot, Demacia, you talked about for Thunder Talk here, as you really just now we're in the best of three, right? You think about it that way, it's best of three. You want to get that edge with a 2-1 scoreline.
Yeah, you know, getting closer towards the series where it's just nice, right? And I think also when you talk about Fearless, the way that the nature of Fearless works, right? The deeper the series gets, the more it benefits whoever's got more weird and wacky picks. And I would wager between the two teams, if anyone's gonna have wackier picks, I feel like it's TT. Historically, you know, at the very least within the last 2 years, and obviously the specifics of each roster has changed slightly. And again, to call back on the loss of UCal for TT is a very big narrative, potential turning point for this lineup. They've always prepped well. They've always had very unorthodox picks to lean on, and I think for TT, a deeper series is not necessarily a bad thing. That said, LNG, you know, a lot of experience top to bot here, so it's not like they're going to be lacking in the ability to answer any of these potential weird picks either. That said, I think moving into a game 3 after what we just saw, adaptations at the very least I would like to see. I think for LNG, putting Photic on a utility pick, like you were alluding to, really, I think it just makes the most sense for the direction of the series. And I think for TT, just keep on putting 1xN in these positions where he can carry, right? Don't let him be sort of reduced in resources in the draft, even if it means picking AD in the first 3, right? And I think we could very well see that here, now that we've had 2 games worth of Fearless. Additional bans are going to be stacked on top. LNG are no doubt also going to probably keep that Misfortune ban in the second phase, so maybe pick it up in the first, right? Maybe that's the angle you go for if you're TT, and really let 1xN try and dominate the Rift.
And it's an obvious answer, right, that you kind of alluded to for the 1xN problem, which you can, outside looking in, you can cleanly paint as, all right, why don't we just, camp this guy's lane, force him to get away from resources. But that's where I want to give Thunder Talk credit, because game 1 we saw them force that lane swap that really just made sure that 1xN never on that edge had to deal with the Kalista Nico lane. We once again saw another game where they kind of just lane swapped 1xN top. We had trading the support and top laners just to make sure he's able to get the wave. So it's easy to say, why don't it's an AD carry, like let's just camp him, knock him out of the game. But Thunder Talk, I want to make sure they're given credit for their game planning. They've made it so 1xN has had relatively easy early games, and for a guy playing in form like this, that's really all he needs to be a problem.
Yeah, just stable early games, a draft that's really built to enable him in the team fights. That's all they need. It feels like those are the 2 big, criteria here to make this competitive for TT. So that's what I'm looking for in this draft. And like you said, the ability to try and start, or enable favorable lane swaps. It seems to be what's really working for them right now. And I know, it depends really on who you talk to. Lane swaps, very sensitive topic for a lot of competitive watchers and followers here of League of Legends. People hate them, some people love them. I'm kind of in the middle. I think it feels bad when you look at 2 drafts side by side. You think, oh my god, these laning phases are going to be so explosive. They're going to be so cool. And then they lane swap. And then it's like, well, I guess we'll see them interact with each other in like 12 minutes or so. Maybe we get an early tower dive or something like that. But for TT, it works, right? And I think if you can get out of rough laning phases, by draft, to get yourself to a mid game where 1xN gets to really play the game, I think just go for it, right? That's really what you need to look towards, and stifle a potential really strong early game from LNG, which we saw out of game 2 and game 1 by draft. Had that lane swap not been initiated by TT, you do wonder how much they could have gotten done.
Wonder indeed, especially now with knowing what we've seen from some of those aggressive bottom lanes and the draft. You're starting to lose tools in the 2v2 to really punish 1xN. You mentioned, we talked about Kalista Nico. Those 2 champions are off the board. We're losing a lot of those classic engage. We lost the Leona, we've lost the Rel by this point. Those are, 2 engaged champions that can really set up to bully marksmen in the 2v2 spot. So it really does seem like a problem that is just getting a lot harder to deal with, and we'll see where LNG try to address it as we head into that third game draft. LNG, just like Thunder Talk off their loss, want the blue side. Blue side prio still reigning supreme, and some key bans still reigning supreme here. Skarner has been banned in all 3 games, and Renata.
Okay,
Thunder Talk are not going to let this through, ever, I feel like.
No, I don't think they will. So Renata's going to be removed away, and I get it, honestly, because it enables so many strong lane duos between Photic and Duo, and that can be really where Photic and Duo, shine. If anywhere, it's going to be the 2v2 early on. So I like the fact that they keep on removing it away. The big question on my mind really is what happens to the Varus, what happens to the Ashe, right? Those 2 champs have been banned all night so far. There's the Poppy, so one of them has to remain up. And I mean, I feel like if you're picking your poison as TT, you probably ban away the Ashe, but we'll see. I think they could. I mean, doing this also makes sense. You keep them both up, then you get to trade, right? So you let LNG get Ashe, you take Varus. Also, equally a fine trade. And for 1xN, still capable of building it, on hit and kind of going on a bit of a glide mission if you need to, but it has to be front to back. So it's still going to be very potent. I'm very curious about what kind of draft, however, they're going to really look to build around it, and that's going to be the big question that we continue to follow throughout the path of this draft. Curveball, Victor blind, very early on. I still think they could go jungle here. I think going jungle here, though, you give up so much information immediately when you could just go Varus when you know you're going to do it anyway, unless there is something really important that you need to pick up, right, in the context of this series, which I just don't think there is. So Varus just still makes the most sense. Keep all your cards down. Look to get the counters that you need to. That said, I mentioned the jungle blind earlier. You just go for it, and that's exactly what they've done. They've gone towards the Xin Zhao. So for LNG now, options of, sure, if you want to go Braum, go for it. If you want to go for something aggressive into Victor because he's a weak early laner, go for it. And that's what LNG have done with this Yone and Braum. So a lot of early, potential skirmishing, especially once level 6 comes online for Yone, and then obviously he scales to be a monster. This has put TT in a real awkward position, I feel like, because now you have to pick between having a really, the most optimal support matchup or getting Varus. You have to take up the AD slot, I think, here. And this allows LNG to ban out, some of the more painful support matchups that they could in TT. I feel like very easiest softballs here, jungle bans. Just remove away anything that makes a lot of sense to go alongside High Charles Yone here. Something like a Lilia wouldn't be a bad shout. Something like, hell, even a Zyra, right? In terms of these kind of zone control-esque sort of champions make sense. But Weiwei's going to get a shout-out, call out to the Zac. And I mean, with 2 immobile backliners, I actually don't mind this as kind of a, hey, we know this is something you could do. We're going to respect it because we don't want to have to deal with it. And that's exactly what the answer will be here for TT.
I wonder if there's a potential for LNG as well to maybe not look for the AP in the jungle. I know it's like it can be a bit of a
get
sin
out of the top lane.
Yeah, get it out. Maybe like if you want to go for if Zika has a Gwen game in him. I mean, Gwen's still available up there. Could be. I mean, that's a ton of scaling. You do have the setup in the AD carry position, so I don't hate indexing that hard into a ton of damage from your solo lanes. And also, if we're continuing the trend of what side parts of the map we favor LNG most, and where Thunder Talk have the advantage, I still think High Chow and Zika really should, on paper, and they have been, at least especially for Zika and the Hoya matchup, take control of their lanes and get leads there with Photic, especially now on the Ashe. Maybe going to have struggles into 1xN's Varus, but a couple supports getting hovered here. We saw the Lulu taken away. The Karma
makes the most sense.
Going to be the lock.
Makes the most sense. You get Karma Varus as a duo. You get to take control of the lane phase early on in terms of priority. And more importantly, if you have watched many metas of League of Legends many metas ago when it was Xin Zhao Karma as the duo on one side, Viego and Lulu on the other, this combo is still really, really potent. So not super surprised as LNG now play with a few different options in terms of jungle. And I don't mind Jarvan. Again, 2 immobile backliners. Makes a lot of sense. That's why we saw that Zac ban out. But we're going to get a Volley Bear, of all things. So we could still actually see this technically go top. So I'll hold my breath. But the reality is this is probably Weiwei's Volley. Early pressure. They can actually both swap between the two if they go Jack. So that's what they're going to do. So I wonder if this will be a kind of hey, what is the best matchup for both of us kind of situation here. And that's what they land on. But two beefy melee champions, but also that bring a fair bit of mixed damage, right? Volibear deals, you know, it's kind of close-ish to 50-50. The E just packs so much of a punch.
Yeah.
And of course, Jax, same kind of deal, more physical still. And I mean, with the Gragas lock-in, if I was LNG, you know, nameplates off, I would feel like I would want to put Jax in the jungle, but nameplates on, Zeka, an incredible Jax player, and even into what can be a bit of an annoying one-to-one matchup like Gragas, you'd still favor him on it. So LNG, honestly, land on a very powerful draft with a lot of versatility in terms of what it can actually get done in the early stages, especially, whereas TT, a little bit more utility-focused, and certainly significantly more scaling-based. So early stages might have to yield a couple of those objectives, which could prove big for the feats of strength.
On top of that, you know, looking at the LNG draft, it's thought that could scream out is there is some mixed damage, but there isn't a true ability power based champion. But it's not as much of a problem. I like the patience LNG approach with this draft. Basically saying, all right, we dare you to like lock a bunch of tanks that can really just stack armor and throw off your draft. Instead, once they saw the Karma lock in, you know, there is not a true tank on Thunder Talk that can really punish the true AD-based damage nature of LNG's draft. So yeah, I'm with you. The Yone, the power of Azeka Jax, and the Volibear to enable LNG, I think they are certainly in a comfortable position to take back control of this series, but this series has been anything but predictable already through 2 games.
Yeah, one apiece already, like you say, very unpredictable. I think a lot of people coming into it would have just thought that even after the Demacia Cup that this is probably going to be a relatively LNG favored series. Hasn't been the case. Game 1, hard fought. Game 2, after 15 minutes, it just felt like a slow roll, inevitable TT win. So let's see how Game 3 pans out, as TT have relinquished themselves of a lot of agency in the early game. And will allow LNG to kind of get away with murder, I'm sure, as, if Zeka walked forward too much further, could have found himself on the end of 5 members and given over that first blood pretty quickly.
And giving over first blood, remember, even more punishing with those feats of strength goals that I will never cease to continue to harp on Jamada, as we don't seem to be getting any level 1 shenanigans. Do already see a lane swap kind of manifesting for Thunder Talk. We already got 1xN and Feather on that top side. And LNG, curious to see how they match it. They're set up to just send both bottom lane stop for now.
Yeah, seems to be the case. Ashbrom, Volibear, very strong trio, right? Kind of do whatever you want on the map with these 3. And seems like for now, TT will just accept the 2v2 match as Photic and Duo probably going to feel a little bit away by it, but look, because Weiwei's been left on his own.
Yeah, immediately flashes, but Feather and 1xN have also come over. Here's
man.
first blood, a level 1 Fiesta gets Thunder Talk 1 step closer to upgraded boots.
Yeah, that ward just paying so much dividends there for TT, knowing that just for a brief moment, Weiwei was going to be alone as they're going to flash on 1xN.
Trade support flash, 480 carry flash, always a win. 1xN, now you have to be a bit more careful about the lane.
Yeah, very careful, and especially when you're into Volibear. I mean, granted now what's kind of nice is at the very least Volibear doesn't have flash, but I mean the slows of Ashe plus Braum are still going to be very difficult to play up against. And if the towers, or if the wave is shoved up underneath the tower ever, if they ever allow themselves to be on the other end of a crashed wave, it will just very quickly get dove. So have to keep that one shoved out for the time being.
Slight edge to Thunder Talk though. And should set themselves up pretty well. Do get the kill onto Feather. Always a little bit of a sigh when you see the support able to grab a pretty pivotal kill. But hey, like we talked about on the Karma with Comet, looking for the early game punch and can itemize pretty well into damage if needed. Doesn't hurt, as we see both these junglers pathing pretty differently. It looks like a full clear from Weiwei going bot to top, and Beichuan pretty similar actually now that I think more about it and look at the map.
Yeah, Beichuan obviously started up on those Raptors because he came back top for the invade and then pathed his way back from Gromp all the way towards the top side because he wants to finish where 1xN and Feather are, whereas Weiwei died, right? Had to walk all the way back out to his jungle, and subsequently maybe wants to give a little bit of cover to his bot lane. And so, clears from bot to top, and he's actually going to be able to steal away this Skull Crab up here, just because Beichuan's going for that full clear.
Set him up in prime position for a 2-crab spot, which really feels kind of illegal given the start that Weiwei has had to this game. Shove in favor of Thunder Talk, though, towards his top side. Beichuan, my friend, you are going to find out a harsh reality that you are not going to be able to play for that scuttle, but maybe looking to potentially set up a dive. But with that scuttle taken, they're just going to be able to track Beichuan even sniffing to try and punish Photic.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to go back towards those Raptors, right? Because they were the first camp taken, so he's still got something to do. Just, of course, feels a little bit bad not to be able to secure Skull Crab on your strong side. And Weiwei, for himself, will be able to go and pick that other Skull up if he wants to poke his head. He's got mid lane prio. Probably has the call that Hoya's going back to base as well, so save Beichuan doing something incredibly crazy. And Feather randomly teleporting down there should be able to get that one, and will kind of even out that early gold deficit he was gonna find himself in that jungle 1-to-1.
Nice spot for Hoya as well, who had to use the teleport after the level 1 play to get back bot, so he's at a disadvantage, but he's got the wave in a decent spot to kind of just bounce back into him, can spam those body slams as well, coming down lane to catch that wave. It's going to be a lot tougher for Zika to freeze, like we've talked about those minion changes.
Yeah, minion changes. Very extensive, really, and it's something, at the very least, I'm always very skeptical of whenever I see minion changes, just because, I mean, hell, historically, whenever we see a minion change, it normally breaks the game in one way or another. Anything that tinkers with that, you know, those kind of core aspects of the game, it really does, you know, change how the game gets played a fair bit. I think the only time I've seen it not happen was the changes for, you know, all minions getting to their respective lane at the same time, right? And kind of the reduction, the intended change of like a reduction in roams, which I suppose we've seen slightly less, right? Since that change came in last year, but still, nonetheless, I think a lot of people were very, very scared about how that one was going to pan out. But that aside, as we move away from minion talk, though it will probably keep on rearing its head. I mean, it's the start of the season, things have changed. Grubs, however, have kind of stayed the same.
I did have a funny patch fun fact that I thought would give me a chuckle about the minions. But I'll hold that for another minion-related conversation. Beichuan will make sure nobody can grab a Monster Slayer checkpoint on this Grubs. They're both Weiwei and Beichuan just kind of trading it. Each getting one of them with their smites. LNG, though, certainly hurt a bit more in the health bar department. Nobody's got ultimates available, so to make this fight a little bit harder to start off. And Thunder Talk with more river control will secure the better end of the Grubs. Oh, fate sealed, my word. Hai Chao playing on the edge of his range. Yeah.
Swing and a miss. Hey, man. We've all been told we're a little bit too short sometimes. That's just one of those moments. What? I mean, hell, you know what? To be fair, I've seen Yone's hitbox do weirder things with that ultimate.
I also have to admit, I cannot relate to being told.
Oh, let me guess. 6'4" king, huh?
6'5". Yeah, I'm for all the
just flex on us all.
Listen, you teed it up, all right. I did actively come out here saying 6'5" caster, by the way, but 6'5" caster, by the way. Just everyone's at home. A fun little anecdote about that. Being the ginger man that I am, and all the American viewers might recognize this. My nickname in high school when I played basketball was Clifford, because the big red dog. That was my name, and I wore that badge proudly. That is me.
No,
yeah,
that's a nickname you don't mind having.
It's Clifford and Big Red. Those were the two I had.
Big Red.
That's like a easy one to go to though for any redheaded patrons. Hold on though. Flash is being burned by Zhuo. He's gonna have to force himself off the Drake pit as we have officially gotten our slowest game of the series so far. One measly kill in 8 minutes.
1 kill in 8 minutes. What was it? The game prior, before things blew up, it was like 3 kills in maybe 15. On pace for that right now. As you can see, this matchup, despite being Gragas favored, certainly you can get the occasional good trade if you are the Jax. Just all about that timing of the body slam, and normally it's so easy to interrupt that Jax on the leap strike. As both junglers being drawn down here. Now the issue is...
Ooh, arrow whiff. Photic not able to land the stun and at least get the cleanse out of 1xN. They're going to get the Karma root. Wei is going to flash right on top of 1xN. Going to use the Stormbringer as well to come right across. Finds the first kill. Will be traded back, though, by Beichan. So able to find the kill on Zhuo. But 1xN falling in the early game. That's what we talked about needs to happen for LNG.
Find it, though. That's the important part. As the kills, I mean, one goes on to Wei, and then the other one, I think, was traded to 1xN. So, in terms of where that gold lands, it feels a little bit better for TT, but still that death went through. And crucially, I think, off the back of that, there is no dragon that's been taken, as we peek back up here towards the top side, and Hoya getting a little bit low, but this is the thing about the Gragas matchup. It's like, not only do you kind of just nullify a lot of the trades, even if you end up, you know, not body slamming that Q, you heal back up over time. With the tier, you just have almost an infinite mana pool. So Jax doesn't really get to bully you out too much. As a replay of this one will kick off, and what I was worried about was that ward being present. The arrow flies wide, 1xN cleanses nothing, but still better to be prepared. As Wei comes out the bush, flash the chain CC, it's really too much for 1xN, and I'm surprised he's even able to get out, but I think Cleanse still gave him that extra bit of tenacity, so CC chain wasn't too long, and is able to get that trade back out. As we return, Dragon still up on the map, Slayer. Hasn't been taken down yet, neither team interested in it, and that's something I've kind of noticed almost all of these games so far, though. The Dragons have been kind of dying very slowly, right? Whether it's the first one or the subsequent ones. It's not been a heavy focus on trying to secure those as quickly as possible.
And the interesting link to that is the fact that because these games are slow in general, we're just never going to get the ruinous Atacon that would really make wanting to play for Dragons early a lot more powerful.
Yeah, I'd have to go and look, because I can't remember everything about the new patch so far, as you know, things are still fresh on the mind. But generally, yeah, I think in pro play, you're almost always going to see the Voracious one over the Ruinous. Just because of how slow these games are, as grubs are being started up, and that's an arrow.
Photic, 50% shooting from the field. This time, gets 100% of the kills. Way too far up Feather was. A little bit of disrespect. That should guarantee 4 grubs for LNG. Third game in a row that they'll have mites available. And they're looking for more here. Hoya sees the dive coming. He went for the Bumba tech. Forces Zika to flash, but the wave should still come up here. Wei can just turn the turret off, and I think Hoya is cooked. Does flash, but does not get over the Fate Sealed. Good try there, and the kill is picked up for LNG with nobody dropping.
Yeah, I'd have to see a replay, but I don't know if we're going to get one for a dive like that. I think Hoya stopped his ability to actually body slam and chain that CC in because he was casting the W. Bless him. So might have locked himself out of his own spell to chain CC Zeka there underneath the tower. So a little bit of a misplay, and then even worse for where Flash is. You can't quite flash over a face. I think you can, but the timing is just really weird, given how that ability is kind of sent over. Yeah, you're basically gambling, unless you know what the exact timing is. So very unfortunate for him on the end of that dive there, as 4 grubs went over to LNG. LNG so far this series, very high priority on that objective, and those grubs in general have definitely yielded a lot of strong results, right? They were taking a lot of towers both games, even though they didn't lose them, or didn't win the second game. Got there in the end.
We got there. Just like Thundertalk got to the Drake pit. 12.5 minutes for your first Drake dropping.
Yeah.
Another niche in the idea that these two teams just don't care about those darn upgraded boots. Nobody's anywhere close to getting them. I know First Blood went to Thundertalk way, but we've got one epic monster slain by both teams and no turrets. And God, we are just... Hoya does not get to play early games, and he's trying to get really creative with keeping them off this wave. But Wei's here. I mean, I got to rub my eyes. I know it's early in the morning for me. Did this just happen? All right, arrow goes wide. from Photic, so they won't get the first root. Zhuo is taking up the turret. They finally get the stacked stun and make it look easy. Hoya drops to a second dive.
It's a race, but, I mean, 4 people up top. Grubs as well. It's going to end up being kind of close. And that minion wave is dying. It should be LNGs. Should be LNGs.
Oh. That will keep the feats of strength away from Thunder Talk, and we'll have to get it through the monster slaying. So no matter how much they hate the Drake Pit, it might decide who gets those upgraded boots this game.
Yeah, LNG got 3 grubs out of the last one. TT got the first dragon, so we're still 2 neutral objectives away from those boots. We won't see those for a little while as more cross-mapping continues to happen. And zooming out, the goal difference, not that big, right? So we kind of talk about the game state, where these champions are at in their own games. 1xN spoke about how he could go on hit, right? And, you know, look for a little bit of glide nation after the previous 2 games. And that's exactly what he's done. Got the lethal tempo, working towards the Blade of the Ruin King, which I think he should be finishing up right now, as he does. So almost everyone, at least the important members, at that 1 item mark right now, right? And the Herald will be spawning in a minute and a half time. That's the next neutral objective up. That's where we'd expect to see these 2 teams clash again. And Satab as well, I think, important to talk about too. Scaling up very quietly, has the Black Fire Torch, already has, at the very least, 1 upgrade available to him, very close to making that 2nd upgrade for his next ability.
Third game we'll get Voracious Atacon as well. This time spawning in the top lane with all the Hoya-targeted bloodshed. So Rift Herald and Atacon gonna be on the Rift. Towards that top side is, ooh, the explosive cast does not stop the Fate Sealed, and Haichao tries to dodge the slow with the Spirit Form, but still gets slowed up. Here is Beishuan as well. Here trying to get the Xin Zhao knock up. When becomes lightning, gets the slow. 1 more Q will get it. Still gets the cast off. Haichao's able to get away with highway robbery thanks to the delay on that Yone cast. And Photic hits a cross-map arrow to slow Beishuan in place. Weiwei try to churn down the scrapes of the Volley Bear claws, and with the help of Zhui, they should be able to find that kill. What a turn for LNG.
I mean, just fair play to Haichao. How many abilities did he end up buffering there? 3, I think, at least, on that chase down from Beichuan and Hoya, and it just gives enough time for the rest of LNG to provide those resources down there to stop that die from happening. Great counter punch and just fantastic play from Haichao on the Yone.
Pivotal. Now he just gets to wail on this turret, force another teleport out, and this is what could really become a problem. Jamana, I'm now realizing, you know, a head Yone, a Jax that's been able to farm. Can LNG just kind of split this map to death if they want to?
Yeah, I think they could. I think they certainly could. Very easily, Haichao could have dodged that first cast, flashes away from the second. Vision prevents Haichao from being knocked up immediately, and then he buffers the knock-up and W's all of that final bit of burst damage as the arrow comes down from the mid lane, whilst that walk down from Weiwei is going on, and just excellently well set up by Haichao to survive for so long. And that actually lets LNG come and answer out here, as now it's Scuffles breaking out over the mid lane tower, and Photic has to lose the cleanse.
Chains of Corruption claims the cleanse, gives Thunder Talk control over the Rift Herald pit, and it is dark there for LNG. They've only got wards behind in the flank position, so they have no idea what the HP of this Herald is, and they're not going to look to contest it. So Thunder Talk will step 1 inch closer to grabbing those feats of strength, which they have not gotten in this series so far, and the next Drake spawning pretty soon onto the Rift as well. So we'll see how much presence is dictated towards that pit based off of if LNG want to stop the stacking, or how much Thunder Talk want to play for those upgraded boots that we will not stop talking about.
No, we won't stop talking about them because they're cool and they're shiny and they're new. And off the top of my head,
That's enough for me, honestly.
Yeah, that's enough for me too. I mean, we spoke about how, for at the very least me, I think Swifties is kind of the just unanimously agreed upon strongest boot upgrade just because of how strong movement speed is. But also Sork shoes, like the value for what you get seems relatively high. As we'll talk about those probably soon. As TT, they're looking to burst down this dragon, and I mean, it looks like they've got it. Save Weiwei still.
Field goal is good for good old-fashioned Photic. Does not hit the arrow. Beishuan going to pop the Crescent Guard to block a ton of damage. They have the upgraded boots, but can they win the fight? Zico flashing on top of Feather, going all out for the Karma. gets himself caught on the backside of the fight as Beishuan will finally fall. But now 1xN and Hoya can look for the turn here. Slow's going to land. 1xN going to cleanse the slow to try and chase down. Going to flash, get the Chains of Corruption on to Feather, who gets stunned in the gravity field as Zhuo falls, excuse me. But 1xN has gone from damage dealing carry to teamfight creator with these snares.
Yeah, very happy to just flash forward once that extra kill. I mean, the real question is, how worth is it really though, right? You've got Atakan spawning in a minute's time. Now you're not going to have flash, right? No cleanse as well. Think about what 1xN actually used those summoner spells for. I just hope he's able to position well enough to not get dove on by LNG in the next fight. But still very much nice to see that step forward as Ash Arrow swinging a miss. And after picking up the Herald, that Dragon gives TT those boot upgrades. Beichuan steps a little bit too far forward initially, but that ultimate buys him so much time and so much space. Backline dive from Zekido, very clean, prevented by Hoya, stops his support from going down, and it's a 1-for-1 trade between top lane and jungle, and then the chase down, right? 1xN cleanses the slow of the Volibear and ult flashes to ensure that he can lock down someone. They want more. Despite everything, as the kill goes over to Feather of all people, picks up another one for himself. The back of that fight though, again, TT, good position in this game. 1xN, 2 items. Satab, I mean, if he's able to pick up this tower, probably hits a second item, given his inventory. Just about actually getting it down, and he will do just that.
Secures it. Does have those Sork boots, which we talked about, one of our other favorite ones to grab up with those boot upgrades. And I know we're in a new season. I know we're all focused on Noxus as we get to see. I don't remember this play, but 1xN, wow, they just shred Weiwei. When did this happen?
This must have been whilst we was in the replay, I imagine.
Wow.
Talking about the dragon fight, yeah.
That was
look,
not
on hit Varus deals a lot of damage. I mean, look, the more popular version of Varus that we were seeing, you know, a little bit more recently was, of course, you know, that kind of top lane weird locket build with basically no damage items until I think it was the third item, something along those lines, or it's like lock it into Nash's. Yeah. So you saw all these weird builds pretty much relying on the blight damage. This is what happens when you then just decide to give him attack speed and damage through the build itself. Very, very powerful, and will burn through those blight stacks very quickly to kill a tank.
And this is the first real power spike for that on-hit build. When you get the Rage Blade behind you, you can really start stacking the on-hit and be a big problem. The glide convention will start. We actually have a glide battle between the Ashe and the Varus as we see Photic is starting up that Ruinous Atakan. We feel like the revive buff is very, very powerful, but both these teams have been pretty hesitant to really play for it. LNG looking to be aggressive, trying to get that Akshan revive to maybe force some fights that they like, but Thunder Talk have come right up the river. Ash Arrow going to find Feather. Stun going to last a good amount of time, but LNG, they just can't commit to that arrow, so one big key engage tool down for LNG as they try to burn through Atakan. So down below 5k HP as Zika and Hoya have their own 1v1 on one side. Haichao teleported in on the backside of this fight and now comes right around back towards the lane, and we're heading towards another 50-50. In goes the Fate Seal, though. What a combo coming across from LNG. 1xN going to find the execute, but he will drop, and now it's all holds off, dropping the fisticuffs, but it's Thunder Talk through Satab. You knock one of our carries down, the other seals a fight win and seals an Atakan buff once more.
Satab has been scaling throughout the entirety of this game, and finally he's able to open up onto the frontliners. Despite the massive wombo combo that LNG are able to find onto 3 members, mind you, TT are still able to stand firm and dish damage back out to secure that buff. And I mean, let's just get a look at that engage, right? Satab's trying to put a little bit of pressure onto Weiwei as he's on top of that objective, but the 3-man knockup from Joe into the 3-man of Haichao, and then a 3-man ultimate from Weiwei, still not enough, despite all of that damage coming out, and even Zika gets involved in the action. The health bars are being burned down by things like Atakan. Everything is just not quite falling the way it needs to for LNG, and the AoE damage from Satab stands tall.
Now he's got the stasis available towards him. 2-0-5. Satab, for all the credit we've given 1xN, been marvelous in this series. The difference maker for Thunder Talk when they were able to knock LNG out of the Demacia Cup was their solo lane showing up in big games. Hoya had a massive Gragas in game 2. Satab was able to pull out that Akali and be a big problem. Same thing he did last game for Thunder Talk. So it seems like after a rusty game one, Jamada, Thunder Talk are right back to the winning ways. They got them so much success in the Demacia Cup.
Right back to it, and I mean, so much of it coming from, you know, 1xn's plays, but then also Satab in that last one. As speaking of, he's gonna
got the
kind of
revive.
corner off Zika here. Yeah, like you say, has the revive.
Maybe he doesn't even need it. I mean, he's got himself a 3v1. Zika just out of position, punished. This will cost a tier 2 on the top side. Was secured there by Boljuo and Weiwei, but they're going to lose the first Cloud Drake on the back end. So quietly, despite our late Drake start, Cloud Soul will be available for Thunder Talk pre-30 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, frankly, it's a pretty nice soul to have for a lot of these champions, right? Karma being able to utilize that, you know, buff and general kind of cooldown very, very well. The movement speed, 1xn, right? Cast ultimate, just glide, you know? Really, really slide along the floor, as well as Beichuan, of course, being able to reposition after the ultimate cast. So it's not a bad one to have. The movement speed is very welcome into what is 4 Mealy's arrow. Not going to find Satab.
Another whiff. Not able to find anything. They back off towards safety. Siege going to continue here, but with no Baron, Thunder Talk going to have a hard time cutting through these. Cutting through the turret. The waves dropping pretty quickly. They've got Hoya, though, shoving a mid-wave in onto the inhibitor turret in the back end. So LNG, they're going to be spread pretty thin here between the two lanes. They're going to have to go for a play or surrender pretty key turrets as the Chains of Corruption lands on Zhuo. Does put the shield up, but has to flash away. Explosive Cask. Only going to find Zika. Not in a threatening position nonetheless, but the Fate Seal comes through. But Haichao has to immediately recall into Spirit form because he was far too forward, and all of that pandemonium will get a tier 2 turret down for Thunder Talk and build a gold lead.
They find 1xn's flash off the back of that ult, so if you're being half, you know, glass half full here for LNG, maybe picking up that carry is obviously a little bit easier, but the threat still lies in the Victor, who has more than happily scaled up throughout this game, and like we saw in the Atacon fight, very much online. And speaking of being online, the Baron is now up 25 minutes in, so 1xn, TT, everyone can start getting involved in trying to shred that one down. The on-hit Varus with the Blight stacks is going to feel very, very happy about trying to secure that buff. As again, even through the, you know, the Unbreakable here, 1xn able to shred through that Braum. As once Haichao gets this ultimate in, you know, it's kind of impossible to dodge for 1xn. He has to flash. It feels like, or you just get connected on, maybe some, you know, follow-up comes through and life gets really difficult. So loses that for the time being. Now has to be careful for the next couple of minutes, whilst LNG probably tried to look to fish, whilst TT looked to stabilize the map and secure very favorable setup around the Baron.
Gonna be a lot of push and pull at this point in the game now with how potent LNG are still on the split push, able to send Haichao and Zika into those side lanes and should reliably have pretty good push. But Jamada, what worries me is just the turret discrepancy, especially in this mid lane. It's so hard to fight and set up to contest these Barons when you haven't even gotten that mid-tier 1 turret down, so it's so hard to flank, and those mini-waves are just going to constantly shove towards your inhibitor turret. It's really hard for guys like Weiwei and Zhuo to really set up any vision towards the top river.
Yeah, exactly, and it just becomes a bit of a cycle, right, that feels very difficult to break, especially once you get into a position as TT, like here. You get to just catch these waves so high, and the pressure continues to mount for LNG in terms of how much breathing space they actually have to slowly edge their way towards the Baron and put vision down. And it seems like for the time being, they've got that one ward which is going to save them a lot of pain, despite that control ward being pretty close. So they know the Baron's going down, but what can they actually do to stop it?
And this on-hit Varus is shredding through the Baron. They're watching their hopes in this game 3 potentially go away. Good cleanse from 1xn on the arrow. Baron picked up for Thunder Talk. Do they even need to engage? They've got the purple banner, but they still want the fight as Beichuan swings on in. Weiwei has to Stormbringer himself to safety. Zhuo has no more shield left up, so he's cut down. Haichao, Fotic all on the run, but Fotic slowed up and will be cut through by Beichuan. Thunder Talk, what a turn from game number 1. They've got Baron on 5 and might just blow this series wide open.
They might just. I mean, 30 seconds on Fotic, 15 on Zhuo. The rest of the map still resetting. They're 4 strong right now. Make that 5 as Satab makes his way towards the mid lane as well, but they're not going to go any further. Just going to take that mid lane inhibitor, look to secure that dragon that's spawning up pretty soon. Probably just reset, spend the gold you got off that play, and look to secure soul. Look to go towards one of those other side lanes, probably the bottom side if they're going to go towards the dragon, and really make this a very difficult game for LNG to come back in.
Victor's just scaling up so problematic by this point. You talked about in the giraffe the power of having the Gragas and the Xin Zhao to kind of play bodyguard towards these two carries. It's such a simple recipe to such a sweet victory this point forward for Thunder Talk.
It's such an easy plan of execution, right? There's not really much else to add. It's more about what LNG can do now to throw a spanner in the works here for TT. It should just be a very easy dragon pickup. And I mean, if LNG go and fight balls to the walls for this and they lose, the game's over. So we'll see if that's going to be their option, because they're teleporting in Haichao. The dragon's already gone.
They left Zhuo. They leave him to the wolves. Just gets cut through. 75 HP. Zika's going to flash, get a big stun. There's the fate sealed by Haichao as well. But what I said, he's safe once more. Flashes to safety and now can step back up with the rest of his squad. And Satab's damage is unmatchable. Stormbringer wastes away at the health bar of Wei Wei, and you snap your fingers, and we've gone from an 0-1 LNG lead to a 2-1 series point for Thunder Talk.
Despite the critics, and maybe the critics were just me after the Demacia Cup, TT edged their way again to a series win. One more game as they go towards 2-1 here. And LNG need to do some critical rethinking, because it is not working right now.
Panic button pressed for LNG. Victory for Thunder Talk as this series has officially been flipped on its head. They are one game away from doing another upset. And Jamana, at this point, we're starting to run out of ways to even call these upsets with the way Thunder Talk are playing.
I mean, frankly, yeah, right? Based on again, the Demacia Cup tape, and again, what we've seen here throughout the series, even when LNG won, it frankly just looked, again, very, very sketchy. You're right, after the first kind of opening minutes, and yes, a lot of that to do with the lane swap and such. Even with that in mind, right, TT tooth and nail fought through of them, and now at a point where it's 2-1 in this series, and LNG have to find 2 whole games based on how TT have been playing. Looks really rough for them.
Really, really rough indeed. And we finally made it over the halfway point, and it has taken a lot out of everybody. 2-1 scoreline for Thunder Talk. We're going to take a bit of a quicker break, but right before we get out of here, Jamana, to get some rest for what could be a climactic end, I think we have a new MVP on the. I feel like we're going to predict that. I think it's a Satab masterclass.
I think it's a Satab. I think it's a Satab MVP. We'll see in the coming minutes as we look to throw it to a break.
Yeah, we're going to throw it to a break. Get a bit of an extra rest, given we could have 2 more games on tout. So make sure to throw in the chat what you think the player of the game was for Thunder Talk in their Game 3 win, as they look to once again upset the critics, this time in the LPL Split 1 format. We'll see you on the other side for MVP Talk and Game 4 Draft. Appreciate you all sticking through a bit of a longer break so we can rest up and prep for what could be a very big Game 4 win if we see it from Thunder Talk. But if we get an LNG win, we're going the distance full Fearless to show off that new format. Before we get there, though, Demacia, let's get through some of the stats from that Game 3 win. Maybe the most decisive win of this whole series, I may argue.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I had to think about it, but no, definitely the most decisive. I mean, you know, brief period of time where LNG had a gold lead, but it didn't really feel like a game state lead, right? And I think that's the key distinction to make, despite them, you know, almost getting themselves a 2.5k gold lead at around the 15-ish and a half minute mark. Couldn't really claw it into anything super substantial. I think they looked still weirdly better with Photic on utility. Like, I feel like Photic was far more useful comparatively to those first two games. So I think still a step in the right direction to get him on a pick like that. And I think now, with both the Ashe and the Varus picks being utilized here, Jhin now rises in priority as kind of the next in line for that. So I'm curious about what the fight around the draft is going to be in terms of that pick specifically. But TT went for a far more scaling orientated draft. I think they kind of got a read on this game, or rather on these past two games, that for them, they feel like LNG isn't really executing on anything super efficiently. So it's just like, we can go a scaling composition that really comes online after two items and really kind of just take the game into our own hands after the fact. I was worried about the lack of agency, but frankly, they got a lot of early objectives for themselves. Things didn't really look too bad for them, because again, LNG are not really pressing the issue, it feels like, where they should, as opposed to necessarily when.
And once they really got that combo down, it was just a little bit too late, because those two statue carries you talked about, you got to get them both with that combo. And Setab, the defining fight, I feel like, towards that Otacon fight, Setab was able to stay up even when 1xN dropped in. That's the thing that we've been preaching the whole series, is if you get 1xN done in the early fights, thought it'd be LNG wins, but we are just learning that Thunder Talk are built for the moment, as I believe we can now show the MVP from the last game. Might be pretty obvious, but it's just nice to see, Demacia, that as we continue Thunder Talk as a storyline, as a team to watch for, across these MVPs, it's two different people. It's not just 1xN. This time, Setab, pretty flawless performance on this Victor.
Yeah, no, and I mean, like, what I've always liked anyway, you know, with the TT stories, it's always about individuals that step up, right? And I think it's nice to see here, in this case, it is Setab coming in on the Victor. Had a, you know, not necessarily quiet series so far, but I think overshadowed by his peers. And in this game, 1xN, maybe a little quieter than his previous two performances, and this, given the room here for his Victor performance, Setab to really take over, and yeah, he did a lot of work inside those team fights.
One of the big questions with Thunder Talk was, how can Setab fill the shoes of Yukal's departure? Game 3 says pretty darn well, and it's important as we move into the fourth game here, to really raise the stakes, knowing what the rest of Group C looks like. Demacia, as we move into that draft, everybody gives, the first one of the spots to BLG as a shoe-in. So it really feels like if Thunder Talk can come out with this win over LNG, they might have just locked themselves in advance in Split 1.
Yeah, they might have indeed, as see those champion bans being flashed through, not only, of course, in this draft, but from games prior. Keep our eyes on those, as I do wonder now, where do you feel like you need to go? It's an early rotation MF ban for TT, so they felt like maybe perhaps that LNG were going to be the ones to take that one away. And even now, more now than ever, the Jhin ban, the Jhin pick, right, has to arise in priority. And I wonder if then you start looking at things like Sivir, things like Caitlyn, right? You really go far down this list in terms of potential options to pick up on. There's the Caitlyn ban, and I wonder if that's just, kind of a signal of, do we want to give Jhin over, right? In TT's case, they ban away the Nocturne. That's been a very, common and frequent ban so far out this series. And I wonder if that leaves this, the door open for LNG to even go as far as first picking it if they really feel like the pressure is on for the pool itself. Also, I think other hype carries like Jinx, right? Still, the Jinx, obviously, we haven't seen so far throughout this series, still up and available. Zeri as well, you have to go there. And both these AD carries very prolific Aphelios players when they were both very potent. But away from the AD topic for now, because Ampesa has been first picked here for LNG. So we'll see what Hoya has to, you know, actually match this pick. As in fairness to Zeka, he's more or less had control of the top side all series long. It's just about what they've actually been able to do to utilize that power. LNG, is it just going to be Poppy for Hoya? We'll see, because of course that Poppy pick can flex into 3 roles if it has to.
Yeah, very, very flexible. I like it. You know, maybe seeing how the rest of this draft, you know, pans out. If you feel comfortable about the rest of the map state and you like the counter pick as a great nullifier with the Poppy into Zeka, just throw it top. But if you want to get an aggro bottom lane going, you can throw it down there. And you mentioned the jungle as well. Curious to see, I guess with the Azir lock-in, mages obviously can come into the bottom lane, especially with Fearless.
Yeah.
They play a pivotal role, but Azir locked in here for set tab makes me think that Thunder Talk are just going to want to, maybe it's got to be on this R3. They have an AD carry in mind for 1xn, because if you let it go past, I'm really worried about what you pick.
You start to really get that pool trimmed down into some real low-hanging fruit for the AD carry pool. LNG, though, will just go towards this Sylas, so likely high chows into this Azir, and that'll be a mid lane matchup where you'd expect to see a lot of explosiveness, just because of how those two champions want to interact, right? Azir will sit back, kind of poke, farm, scale, but of course has that shove back once he hits the Emperor's Divide. Sylas, very happy to go and skirmish, and when you've got Sejuani in the jungle as well, to just amplify the amount of CC that can happen in those skirmishes. Really does paint that for LNG. So a lot of early skirmishing, right? And honestly, a lot of mobility between the 3 champions here on LNG. Poppy, gonna have a field day, just depends on where she lands. LNG early game is where I'm still kind of looking at as the power point right now for this draft.
And if you're Thunder Talk on the flip side, I really would like locking in AD here so you could just pinch Photic's pool. But we've somehow gone through first phase with 2 AD carry bans already out of the way, 3 games of Fearless AD carry bans, and neither bot laner has their champion locked in. And there's no crazy flex shenanigans here with the champions we already had picked. Viego for Beishuan. Maybe does that signal that it could be a mage bot, or is that just too much AP?
Nah, I think, you know, you have Azir's enough.
Yeah.
And now you kind of, you go down to those low hanging fruits, right? So Draven taken away from Photic, that makes a lot of sense given who he is. I'm curious about what happens with, again, picks kind of just on the fringe, like those hyper carries like your Sivir and Jinx. Are those going to be the next best in line, right? I think actually if you're TT, you wouldn't mind banning away Sivir, because it's 3 melees on the top side with, you know, a lot of CC already afforded to them between the Sejuani. I think you remove that away as a, you know, an amplifier to that composition, or you take it on 4, right? So you look to remove away something that's good into the Sivir. Again, maybe like your Jinx if you don't want to have to deal with the scaling and the resets. Otherwise, I'm not really sure where else you'd want to go. Nautilus as a takeaway. I get it, right? You don't want to have to deal with overstacked engage and CC, sure. But does that mean, you know, if you're TT, you're looking for that hyper carry yourself, as opposed to taking away one of those picks from LNG? We'll have to sit here and wait as the ban phase still running through. LNG really taking their time and thinking about what they want to remove away. It's Pike of all things. I mean, it's a cute call out towards Feather, because it's something he's pulled out before, and honestly had a very, very strong performance. I can't recall if it was the Demacia Cup or if it was 2024. I want to say it was 2024 last time I saw him on the pick. It didn't look too bad, as here are the hyper carries we were talking about, and it will be Jinx. So double reset city between Viego and of course that Jinx. First kill is going to be so important for this TT lineup. They're going to need hard engage now out of Feather.
Kog'Maw. I still think I would like the Jhin. Even with 1xn being a great carry player, the Jhin looks good next to Viego. I was here now.
It does, but what I don't mind on, I mean, I would have loved Jhin here for 1xn, yeah, but what I don't mind is this Kog'Maw Lulu probably coming through from LNG, especially because if you're an old school, you know, been through the meta's journeyman, Kog'Maw was like an old school lane counter to Jinx, just because you could actually match the range of those rockets in the early stages, look to trade out. Twitch would be an interesting one, and not one I'm entirely opposed to. You don't necessarily get that same level of lane bully, but Twitch is still going to do those really scary Twitch things. 2 items, you open up in front of an objective, and you let the enemy team really start that one up, and it gets real scary real quick. You're just permanently playing hide and seek. TT, though, see this Twitch, see this Lulu, the hover of the Blitzcrank for Feather. He's done it in the past, and when he's done it, he's looked pretty damn good, and that's what they're going to edge towards. So now this game becomes real interesting because we're talking about needing first kill. Is there a better hook champion than Blitzcrank for just absolute shenanigans in finding immediate picks? I don't really think so, right? You're looking at the other traditional supports at best. This one really thrives in having lane priority and having control of Fog of War and just preying on these individuals who are trying their best to take control back of that vision. So with the Blitz in the game, that's what the game becomes about now for TT. Needing priority, setting up vision, and actually trying to enable Feather to just find these opportunities wherever he can and just slowly pick off members. And if it's team fights, just send it, right? Just send it, look for the hook, get the first kill, and try and get Viego and the Jigs the resets that they need.
Are you not entertained, LPL fans? We've introduced Fearless, and we've got a Twitch and a Blitzcrank pick in a game that could very well decide Group C. I'm excited. I am a little bit worried about the Blitzcrank hook only because I think there are champions on LNG's side that will happily get hooked. Like I think you have to be careful of hooking a Silas with one of these critical ultimates into your team. Obviously, Sejuani thrown into your team. I also don't think you want to hook Ambessa, but like you're talking about, it won't really matter if you have the burst where the Blitzcrank combo comes across. They don't get to interact. They get knocked down. So it's a very feast. I mean, Blitzcrank is one of the most feast or famine picks in the game. If you are not hitting hooks, you are a certified melee minion walking around. If you're hitting hooks, you're defining an entire game. So a lot of pressure on Feather, who, like you called out, Jamana in Game 2, was quietly masterful in getting Thunder Talk's run back in this series going on their recon.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Feather can get done on this champion. And of course, he's into, Lulu lane, right? If this ends up being a standard lane, it's a pretty good setup, right? If it's a lane swap, however, that's where I start to have questions in whether or not, TT can actually pull the maximum amount of efficiency out of the early game, but still, Blitzcrank, he scales as well as you can hit hooks, right? And like you were saying, and like we were kind of alluding to when Hoya was on that Gnar, right? You can be useless for 30 minutes, but if you hit that hook, that one hook onto the most important member of the team, that's it. Your job's done. You found the most valuable target. You win your game. And it looks like we're probably going to end up with standard lanes. So Feather and 1xN, Photic and Joe will actually 2v2 on the bottom side here.
Shout out, extra points to Feather as well for the skin choice here. Blitzcrank, that's a throwback. And also, I remember people saying that Blitzcrank was like a pay-to-win skin because the hook hitbox.
It used to be, so they fixed it. Because, funnily, as you mentioned, Blitzcrank used to be competitively banned for the longest time. You couldn't actually lock in Blitzcrank. I can't recall what exactly was actually broken on the skin. I just know that people were saying that the hitbox didn't match up with the animation super well, comparatively to the other skins. And so we end up with that skin being kind of put in Pandora's box for a really long time. Not that you see Blitzcrank frequently, but when you see Blitzcrank, you want to see Blitzcrank. It's just the coolest skin out of all of them.
And like you pointed out, Jamana, what a game to have neutral lanes with how volatile bottom lane has been. We saw Game 1, we were all hyped for a volatile bottom lane. They swapped out of it. Now we're playing for it here. This time, though, unlike LNG's Nico Callista pick from Game 1, it's Thunder Talk that need proven results out of this lane because letting a Twitch Lulu combo kind of just farm their way to safety could spell some pretty big problems for Thunder Talk once we move into the mid-game.
Once we move into the mid-game for sure. We'll see what they can, again, achieve in this early game to try and set up for a mid-game that looks, at least tenable for Feather in particular. I liked what you said, certified melee minion, right? If you're not hitting hooks, that's kind of what you turn into as the Blitzcrank. Going to continue to look to fish in this laning phase as Zuka is getting some pretty decent trades here. And for Hoya, it's always a little bit awkward. You don't necessarily know when to pull the trigger. As speaking of pulling the trigger, Photic's got to lose his flash for Feathers.
I mean, 0 for 1 in the stat sheet if we're talking hooks, but 1 for 1 in the summoners claimed. Feather, that's step one for Blitzcrank players, is getting those flashes off of these targets. Weiwei going to show up here along with Beishuan, making it a potential 3v3. Weiwei just trying to make sure and cover so there isn't any gauges, as we have both those reset champions hunting for this first blood.
Yeah, don't want to give anything silly over, but now Feather.
He flashes, gets the hook, knock up in place. Weiwei going to flash over the chompers, though, so a ton of summoners drop. 1xN is out of mana, but just as the doctor ordered, Blitzcrank shenanigans in the first early minutes.
First few early minutes for sure. Brings all the junglers down to the bottom side. H1 will pick himself up the Scuttle Crab and maybe even look for 2. Start up that Raptor camp again. So we'll just pass through onto mid and pay a little bit of nuisance to Haichao, who's going to have to look for a reset now. So Feather doing a really good job so far of just getting all of these flashes out, right? Gets out, flash out of Photic, gets flash out of Wei. Almost said Wei. And yeah, has achieved maximum efficiency so far. All he needs now is just to get Duo's flash and then find a hook onto Photic in the next 3 minutes. And he's done his job for that early game snowball that we was hopefully looking for.
Exactly. Meanwhile, mid lane, Tab, well-timed dash back. Didn't know the Weiwei was waiting in the wings. Does take him off of that wave that he was trying to stack up to get a pretty clean reset, so probably will teleport back instead, but gets out of danger nonetheless. And there's another hook landed. There's no flash. The Chompers combination. Photic drops and Feather Blitzcrank. Oh, hold on, though. I might have spoken too soon. The flash heal shield from Zhuo saved Photic from absolute peril, and now they feel like they might be able to turn. 1xN gonna cleanse, still get slowed. Ooh. And the W won't get close enough for Photic, but man, that felt like a bona fide first blood for TT.
It really did. Feather again, just through diligence, knows that Photic's going to be hanging around, stealthed out, puts down the control ward, finds that hook, but then Photic just, honestly, cojones, holds onto the barrier for so long, right, and just baits TT in to this commitment. Eventually pulls that trigger super late and drove flash heals plus his own shield on top of Photic to keep him alive. But still, do you know what Feather just did?
Flashes.
He caught Joe's flash. So now for TT, that that threat down towards that bottom side continues to grow. As on the opposite side of the map, for the time being, LNG will secure likely all 3 grubs uncontested. Now be one of those feats of strength, one step closer to being made complete. Though numbers advantage starting to mount here for TT. They're gonna get 2.
Oh yeah, looking for the stead press presence, gonna get the knock up. They're going for Weiwei, re-engages. There's the perfect, or the public execution on a 1xN, but he doesn't drop. There's not enough damage. He grabs first blood. Thunder Talk, spoil the grub take, and end up grabbing their own goal closer to feats of strength.
Yeah, we'll make sure that, LNG don't pick up those that 3rd grub, but also secure the first blood to get themselves closer to those boot upgrades, as H1's just fishing around, maybe looking for a catch onto someone who comes to pick up this wave, unaware that Zuka's in that top brush, but maybe, just maybe, they find a boar.
Feather knock up. Stun does not land for Beishuan, though, and Zika is close enough to cover his jungler, but should interrupt the clear, and Beishuan could just turn for that crab reset. So 1xN shoves the wave in.
Not too bad. 1xN comfortably collects that wave as well, like you mentioned. And they're still kind of looking for a little bit of action here. Beichuan has 6, so a fight right now feels pretty good. Weiwei still doesn't have his ultimate. And no flash.
For LNG, right here, do not have flashes. Weiwei's going to try and dash out. Heartbreaker through. Beishuan uses his ult to get the first reset, and now Zhuo is next to fall. It's Reset City for Thunder Talk. They talk the Thunder, but they bring the lightning. Zika gets one back on the Feather. Good dodge on the zap as well. 1xN is going to have to flash, but he won't get the kill. Zika, fancy footwork. I thought that was a bona fide triple for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, fancy footwork. Setab also kind of gets Feather killed there, but of course, in the name of trying to pick up another kill, losing a support isn't the worst thing in the world, but still a successful skirmish in the top side for TT. Find the pick they need and starts off again. Feather, rocket grab here. connects onto Wei Wei, and it's all about the CC and the flash forward from BO5. Flash forward, just full-blown commitment onto Wei Wei, knowing that he can get the form and the resets going. Feather's in trouble on the top side, but gets the knock up for the spacing. Double goes over to BO1, and then Tab, trying to prevent Zika from getting out of range from 1xN, gives him the range to kill Feather with the flash dash, and unfortunately, Q forward doesn't find its connection from BO1. The zap also goes wide from 1xN, so no CC to slow down Zeka, and he gets the walk out for free.
Listen, the stat that matters here, Jamada, is Feather technically is the reason Zika flashes, so he's actually claimed everybody's flash with high challenge. I mean, some have reset, but if we're talking about flashes claimed as a stat, Feather is running the table.
Yeah, he's now all he's got to do is find high chow, right? And then he's 5 for 5, and he'll do it in pretty good time. And I mean, imagine he might be able to find one of the other force flashes again, just for the love of the game.
Just for the love of the game. And hey, I mean, Feather's just playing to Jamal's heartstrings here. Those are Swifties finally, too. We might get the Swifty upgrades we're talking about.
Swifty upgrade, right? Need the neutral objectives. No Dragon down. Again, it's interesting trend we're seeing here today. I think it's just this series specifically, perhaps, but certainly I noticed it at Worlds as well, so maybe it's not just this series. Teams really kind of take their time picking up these early Dragons. Might finally see, after almost 10 minutes of play, that first Dragon go down, and the setup's pretty much perfect for TT. There's not going to be a cross map or anything for LNG.
That'd hope
be a freebie.
I would hope the 2-0 Sundered Sky Viego at 10 minutes feels fine taking a Drake by himself there. So 1 neutral epic monster to Thunder Talk. 2 more gets them those feats of strength.
Not too far away, given that first blood. So now, Tab down here, just continuing to chunk out Zeka, and I feel like if the game state stays like this, I mean, it feels like a slow bleed that TT eventually just win, right? And you start to wholly rely on Photic, who's not had a good day or series so far, and hook connects.
Another hook for Feather. Beishwan served up the Lulu on a silver platter, earns the reset. Just like game number 2, Jamada, it's the Beishwan Feather show to set up success for Thunder Talk.
Back to back, both of them linking up well. Like you only mentioned, this time it's more Feather than it is Beishwan, playing off each other so well, and this will be all 3 grubs. There's no answer for LNG, so second objective of the 3 goes over. And things are going from bad to worse for this LNG lineup and Feather. I mean, high chow flat.
Oh my god, hold on, Haichao, he wants the smoke now. He steals away the Blitz ultimate, nearly eviscerates Feather. Rocket downtown with the Ignite, not enough, but Haichao, I mean, that's got to be a full tilt engage if I've ever seen one. 1v1 from the 80 carries. Photic finally making a mark here, gets his revenge, able to pop into the invisibility, and now we get to play the fun game called Where's the Twitch? Because boy, does Hoya not know, and neither do we. Photic. I don't think he's close enough for execute. Oh, he gets it. Wow. Okay, Photic.
Yeah, Hoya didn't quite pull the trigger on the keeper's verdict. He'd been charging it for a while, though. I'm surprised he didn't let loose, but hey, doesn't feel like he had the range. Do you know what that is, though? It's 5 for 5. He got all 5 flashes. Setup's going to be able to dash out and probably be fine here. Feather's doing work, man. He's really going top to bot here.
I can't believe his Blitzcrank hijinks made high jump flash on him like that. That is just like pure Blitz hate play right there.
Complete mind control out of him. Truly something of spectacle.
Oh, that's just what Feather's Blitzcrank does to teams, and don't expect him to slow down anytime soon. If your teammate doesn't have flash, expect Feather to be hovering.
Absolutely, doing his damnedest to make sure no one has flash on this team for as long as possible. Replay. I was hoping it was the top side play. It's perfectly fine. Stun comes out
Cinematic
from Beishwan. A little bit of a T-Tours for the hook. Ultimate back to secure that kill. Excellent play. As whilst the top lane shenanigans are going on, this is how Photic finds his way onto 1xN. Not much to talk about, really. Just cuts him off on his return back to the mid lane, and very difficult to 1v1 Twitch like this as an AD carry this early on into the game.
Able to get the Blade of the Rune King power spike on the Twitch off of that 1v1 win, but Thunder Talk still clinging into a minor gold lead, about 2,000 by this point, but can get that feats of strength bonus on any neutral objective that will spawn, and obviously the turret taken. So, like you talked about, game state-wise on top of the gold lead just feels all Thunder Talk.
I'm not sure where LNG are going to be able to claw this gold back, right? You think about the engage tools they have, it's all pretty much reliant on Weiwei finding, you know, those glacial prisons from distance. And then even when you look at that as an engage tool, the follow-up has to, you know, be a max range high chow, a photic open up. That feels really good. It just feels like a lot to ask for out of this LNG lineup, and especially, you know, given how they've been playing today, I find it very difficult to see many angles where they get through. It's going to have to be very reliant on Photic's damage. And again, we've seen a lackluster performance out of Photic. I think it's very safe to say, and very fair to say, so far today. Certainly outclassed by his counterpart in 1xn so far this series. So if LNG are going to try to claw something back, Photic's going to have to take a massive step up.
What's even more worrisome is TT can play that ease of execution comp once more from last game. I mean, this is just a reskinned similar comp to what Thunder Talk had going last game. Instead of a Victor, I'm blanking. Why am I blanking on what 1xn was playing? Victor Varus. It's on hit Varus. It's now Jinx Viega or Jinx Azir. It's the same reskin, and you still have the same protections. I really think Hoya's Poppy is just such a problem because it shuts down all of these dashes, all this mobility that LNG have to use, because at this point they have to get to the Jinx or to the Azir at some point, or this game is over. As another hook lands into the Shuriman Shuffle. That is poetry on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. And Thunder Talk are just playing at a different level today.
Man, oh man. I mean, like you say, another level today. And it's just that brief bit of vision control available to TT. Allows that pick to happen. Hai Chao CC'd to death, right? Hooked, knocked up, knocked back, dies. Doesn't get to press any buttons, doesn't get to play League of Legends. Good luck. Have fun respawning, as I think Zeka might be suffering the same fate. Public execution, though. A lot of dashes.
Oh, the flash hook from Feather. Heartbreaker. The rocket downtown. Everything going right for Thunder Talk as they look to once more shock the LPL en route to an upset against LNG.
Man, oh man. TT is starting to look like a bit of a stomp as far as this series is concerned. I was wondering if Feather was going to pull the trigger there, but of course Hai Chao can dash, or worst case flash, out of a hook. And they're looking for that tier 2, trying to split it between Satab and 1xn. 700 gold split, of course. 375 or 350 between the two. Not too bad. I think, actually, I think Feather got the local despite being backed up there, so not too bad for him. And LNG on the opposite side, I mean, they'll pick up this Herald, but feats of strength, done. A long time ago as a hook. Again, Fog of War, right? Just perfect for TT. LNG not expecting that angle to come out from them, and once that one happens, it snowballs into this play. 2 whole towers. Of course, beforehand, Zeka has to get picked off as
whoa!
Wow. Hey!
Revenge. Feather down. Hai
Feather
Chao
dead.
gets the kill. Hijacked some ultimate to get that one done.
Okay. It's hard to celebrate, you know, for LNG, because what does the pick really get them? You know, it's a bit of breathing room, which I suppose in a game like this is pretty nice, but the pick is so deep in the TT jungle. It's like, well, Feather's already respawned. He's walking back out onto the map, right? There's no point of pressure. There's no objective that gets picked up after the fact, so it's just the raw kill gold and a little bit of breathing room with no objective on the map anyway.
And with those empowered swiftness boots we've been waiting to see, boy, is Feather right back on the rift, quicker than ever. Had to shout out the swiftness boots. So we finally got him. 4 games in.
We got him 4 games in. Wondering when the upgrade will come through, because one very interesting thing about, you know, these boot upgrades for the supports is the fact that your support item counts as a legendary item for the time being. So you get your support item upgraded, your first core item probably around 20 minutes, and then you know, unless you need a crucial item, get those boot upgrades as a Hai Chao.
Hai Chao, Feathers
I think he
hunting.
hugged the wall enough to not be seen. But now, Wei Wei's also here, and so is 1xN, and so is Feather. The teleport's coming in too.
Yeah, the Hoya is coming through. Satab going to try and dash in. Glacial Prison, they get the Lulu, knock up Public Execution, they lock in Satab. Azir is picked off. LNG find an angle back in. Hoya going to have to flash himself over the wall. Thunder Talk wanted to overstack for a turret, and they end up walking away without their mid laner.
Yep, they lose Satab there, just not able to actually get the fight started off the way they probably want to. The reactions as well, very good. Zeka teleports in from the bottom side of the map to try and secure the play for LNG, and it works out. It works well. I think it was also a very big knock-up from the Lulu wall. We'll take a sec to look at it.
The double time shuffle. They both shuffled each other.
They both shuffled each other. Yeah, this knock-up, this CC here really pays off a lot of dividends because it means they can't finish off Wei Wei, and that's no reset for Jinx or Viego. And just the follow-up is really, really good around that knock-up. So good job there from LNG, but still 4,000 gold down is not the position they want to be in.
Got to string these good plays together, or more importantly, win one of these fights when, like you talked about earlier with the pick on the feather, when there's objectives that really matter. Pick on the feather does get you some gold. Holding down your top tier 1 turret for a kill. I mean, you're really just also just grabbing a bit of a gold edge. But if LNG really want to compete here and fight back, they got to find a big fight win, maybe around this third Drake for Thunder Talk or Baron, or even Otacon that I always forget about. That just spawned, another voracious Otacon.
Yeah, we will not be seeing much ruinous Otacon in pro play, I'm afraid. It's almost always going to be the GA one.
But
maybe, I mean, look, if you get a real crazy game, I can see it, but it's pretty rough. Pretty rough. As Rocket, I think, just a scout Atacon, but we do now see that LNG aren't on top of it. As Hoya's actually made his rotation up here. Has teleport, but decides to walk up anyway and just be a body on the objective already. As
damn,
Zeka's just
out.
Yeah, just kind of dragging it out, taking a little bit of damage. But now Feather and Beichuan are here.
Zeka does have the predict hook nearly timed well, but Zeka waits and then flashes. So I like the play from Feather, but Zeka was prepared.
I mean, it's a mental check, isn't it? As Wei Wei actually chucked out the ultimate, and by the looks of it, he didn't actually get anything out of TT. So just a swing and a miss from both teams here. Feather play onto Zeka. Wei Wei, I imagine it was probably a play onto 1xN, but no dice.
Ooh. Oh, Public Execution on the Satab, gets the stream and shuffle. He's got a slower teleport coming behind him, puts up his own turret, but I think Hai Chao does not care. Gonna find himself the kill with the fadeaway Q, and that could set LNG up to go for this voracious Otacon.
Okay, well, I'll talk about that tower thing in a second. The Atacon's gonna die, so that's LNG picking that one up. There's not much talk about around that, so is it me, or did that tower just not shoot Hai Chao, like, at all? Like, even begin to. Like, it wouldn't have made a difference in the play, but
right.
Yeah, just really
odd. Doesn't look like it. Maybe, like, I don't know.
Like, it's not changing the outcome of the play whatsoever, so it's not that big of a deal, but just something I noticed. It's like the Azir Tower just took a day off. Just like, you know, I'm here, but I'm just kind of watching.
Azir towers have gained sentience. They don't fire when they know it's irrelevant to the play. It's like,
hey,
Satab, man, you're already dead, man.
Hey, Satab, you're not paying me a minimum wage, right? to start shooting people.
You want me to fire and defend you? Want me to fire these expensive cannons for this play?
Yeah, absolutely not. Right? Give me,
I refuse.
Give me a little bit of your gold, and I'll think about it.
Oh. So back in the background of that, though, while Ruinous Atacon, excuse me, not Ruinous, Voracious Atacon grants that revive buff to LNG. We'll see how aggressive they're going to look to get with it now. Maybe towards, still a little bit ways away from Baron. I think Baron spawns as they lose the buff. But they did sacrifice Ocean Soul Point over to this Thunder Talk squad that's just all about scaling. As another Feather Hook lands, there's the Voracious Atacon getting the revive, so no resets come across, nothing but 100 gold. But it's Feather striking once more.
Yeah, Feather strikes on more, but I think crucially, at least in this context, you know, it sucks to not get the full-blown kill, but you kind of stifle LNG's tempo a little bit by removing Lulu from the equation because she's so much of a safety net, right, for the people face-checking and...
Wow.
kind of trying to tank up all this damage. Yeah, it's max range, almost hits Weiwei, but instead hits a Duo. Like it's pretty nice to again just slow them down a little bit, puts them behind maybe one wave at most.
All right, LG gonna try to use their revives to just brute force this mid-tier 1 turret. Stream and Shuffle throws a couple of them back further, but it's Zika that's way too far forward. Goes into the revive. Photic, invisible, looking for a spray and pray angle. Will not get it. Thunder Talk sacrifice a turret, so LNG cashing a bit more in on that Atakan slay. Oh my god, hello. Was that another hook from Feather? I don't know what started this off, but now we're really getting rid of the revives. Down 2 go. Next will be Weiwei served up on the menu as he just tanks up what he knows is certain death here.
Oh,
they're trying, what are TT doing? Oh, they're trying to wait it.
They were trying to wait. They were trying to wait. The buff was about to run out. Dude, we called it earlier. We called it. No, and Weiwei executes himself to the tower. That's so funny. Oh, goodness me. Well,
they're all off the board now. We got there one way. Holy moly.
Yeah, I mean, this TP from Tatab, though, it's so deep, right? He gets a 2-man scoop, sure, but it's onto two. It's onto, remember who can dash over the wall, and then Hoya knocks away Weiwei, so it doesn't even really matter. As Zeka goes full-blown dive, cashes in on the revive, cool, no problem. But then, is it? Yeah, okay.
Feather just be there.
Hooks Photic. But, I mean, he's got the revive, so it's kind of whatever. Hai Chao gets all of this damage in. Great. I hope the Observer clicks on Weiwei. No, I wanted to know how much longer the buff was going to last. But they're looking for Photic again.
All right, no revives now. Thunder Talk find resets. They're real resets for this Viego, but Glacial Prison can lock Feather in place. Is able to flash out the choppers down onto Weiwei. Has to eat the Lulu ult, try to get healed through the spray and pray. Doesn't get base shot before he gets the reset. No! Kill goes over to Weiwei. Thunder Talk fall just flat. C-Tab trying to dash through the play of his own. He gets Stream and Shuffled as he's trying to Emperor's Divine Hai Chao. And LNG escaped by their fingernails with 2 kills.
What happened there with that dash forward from Satab? Did he just mess up the combo? Did he just flat out miss? What was the call to dash in? Either way, he misses the mark on Photic, and now teleports coming out from Zeka. LNG are going to get themselves this Baron. There's no jungler available for TT.
Nothing they can do but watch this buff drain and hand itself over to LNG. Early game, the Feather Masterclass. It's not enough right now. LNG with the gold boost from that Baron are going to take the gold lead narrowly and level the playing field in a game that means so much for not just the series, but the group.
Goodness me. Let's get a look at this mid lane play. As it's so close for Beichuan. If he can get the reset, right, that's all he's looking for. The rocket, it hits onto Photic, and I don't think the splash hits Weiwei, so that's really the difference maker there. If that damage goes through onto the front line, that's it. It's perfect. You get the resets going. The fight looks good, but not able to find it now. LNG. They find the hook.
Gets hooked. It's onto the Takey Sejuani. Gets the Lulu ultimate. They can't burn through the health bars just yet, but the rocket gets it. This time, base 1 gets the reset. Photic tries to spray and pray turn. He gets 1, but he falls flat for the rest. 2 kills back for Thunder Talk, but both junglers off the board.
Both junglers off the board, and LNG have position on the Dragon. TT do not have the health bars to contest, so they can't get this Ocean Soul. So Soul will be denied, and things are just going from kind of bad to worse. There's one slim pickings positive about this for TT, and it's the fact that Photic does not have Flash. Crucial for these next couple of minutes if they can find it.
And the items for Thunder Talk from their carries is Jumana, what I feel like is kind of limiting that that burst, right? We've seen the Hole Breaker Jinx before. You like it for 1xn safety, but he doesn't have as much. It's not a true 3-item Jinx power spike.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Then Tab, he's got the Riftmaker Liamdres, which does help you with the sustained damage and a bit more survivability, but this Azir also doesn't have the damage to really bring these fights home just yet. And it's what really might have let LNG, in my mind, back into this game off of those last couple of picks that were just so close to breaking everything open.
Yeah, exactly. If you've got that slightly truer front-to-back build, you do wonder whether or not, mathematically it works out a little bit better for you, but this is what we're working with right now. And for the time being, TT on the back foot. You know, Feather had such a good game in the early stages, and he might find another one here onto Weiwei.
There's the hook onto Weiwei. Lulu does have ult. They're going to churn it onto him.
Oh, the back line.
Goes Hoya towards the back line on as well with Beishuan, but the public execution claims the Viego. One reset champion down. Zika feels comfortable enough to try and step up. As Thunder Talk are going to hide under their makeshift turret from Saytap. They just don't have enough right now to get those coveted resets.
Yeah, they don't. And I mean, it feels like, you know, for TT, for Feather specifically, his only real options for the last couple of fights have really just been to hook Weiwei, but the problem is when Lulu's around, it gets so difficult to actually finish off that target. With all the innate tankiness of Sejuani anyway, it was taking a lot of time beforehand, but all of the additional HP, even the shielding, and the worst part about it is TT don't have any other backline threat, right? So they are almost wholly relying on trying to just pick off whoever gets hooked, and if it's a tanky frontliner like Weiwei, then it's just taking forever. Oh, Satab.
It's been a rough one this game. Targeted a couple of times by LNG, and this time Photic gonna make sure there's no exit routes. Saytab, a masterful game on the Victor. These are not the same pedigree.
Not the same pedigree at all. And LNG have found themselves right back in this game. And I mean, at the end of the day, all it takes is one bad team fight. You hit the kind of the 30-minute mark. One bad team fight, one bad timer. Baron gets picked up. Life feels really difficult, right? So LNG still need to play this one out really, really carefully, especially with that Blitzcrank in the game. But even in saying that, so many safety nets, right, through the Lulu. And it almost feels like you can be a little bit careless from time to time as long as you're near one another. You can find that follow-up on the team fight very, very quickly.
Well, it just feels like two things are what are going to make and break these fights going forward. Is Feather going to get a hook onto someone that isn't Weiwei, or are Thunder Talk's carries going to have enough damage in full build form, you know, 4th, 5th, 6th items, where it doesn't matter who you hook to get that reset? So it really has made a difference in the fight's early game versus recently.
Exactly. And I think just being able to get a team fight where you're able to either prevent Photic from opening up if you're TT, or, you know, allow 1xN to maybe pump a little bit of damage into the front line. I'm not really sure where the scaling curve lies with this build. As Beishuan, I mean, he's going to be forced to just dash out, I guess. Nothing cost to that, but still very scary. Ships passing in the night, however, as the scaling just continues.
Gotta wonder how close 1xN is to that Infinity Edge. Might have the gold here. He's got the pickaxe. Same for Saytab, still sitting on those 2 items. Don't think he's going to be anywhere near a big item spike. BF sword, not the Infinity Edge for 1xN, so not that real Jinx 3-item power spike. I guess we'll call it a 4-item power spike there just yet. But we have an Ocean Soul Drake spawning and Baron both within the next 30 seconds. Really feels like the game could be decided in these next couple of minutes.
No, it definitely could, especially around this call right here, right? With TT being 1 dragon away from Soul. I mean, if you give up Baron, but you're able to actually turtle, not lose too many structures, it doesn't feel like the worst thing in the world right now. But you obviously then have to deal with the siege, right? The Baron siege, and just the engage potential of Sejuani with the Lulu and the lack of real ability.
Oh, there's an engage tool whiffed. Weiwei does not claim anybody with the Glacial Prison. So how much does Thunder Talk feel confident looking for picks? Beishuan going on to Zika, going to flash away from Feather's hook, and now they're going to try and play back towards that Azir turret.
Oh,
Saytab looking for an angle with the Stream Shovel, but goes into the stasis, and then has to burn the flash. Another Azir combo miscalculated.
I mean, he goes flash for flash with Photic, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's still so strange to see. I mean, I think he just didn't press the button, but 1xN.
1xN, but Zika doesn't want to go any further. Teleport back to the Azir turret. Saytab's going to rejoin the team. And now they're going to take control of the rivers granted to them. Thunder Talk onto Baron. But LNG are not comfortable trading that for a meager dragon where they can't stack the soul.
How quickly can they kill it? How quickly can they kill it? It's not going down that fast. LNG are going to be here, and Twitch is very much present. Don't look out!
Weiwei gets knocked away by Hoya. The Baron's free for Thunder Talk. They can just burn through it, and now they can get out of high heaven. Run for the hills. 5 purple banners for Thunder Talk off 1 Poppy ult from Hoya.
Goodness me, Hoya just saved TT's game. If that's a 50-50 and Photic gets to open up, surely Surely LNG win like 80 times out of 100. They're not going to be able to get their hands on the Dragon though, TT, so no soul. LNG will deny that one away, but Baron is a huge windfall for them to try and just push into the base, try and crack open an inhibitor and just keep the pressure up as high as they can, as LNG have done so well to claw back into this game. This Baron could be a very easy way to, you know, try and push them back into a position where TT can win.
And this Baron, flat out, just gives gold, too, for those carries.
Yeah.
As they're trying to reach those item thresholds, as we see a couple of whiffed plays here to start this whole escapade off. The first Glacial Prison, and then Satab's Great Adventure.
He doesn't cast. Oh, like you can cast it whilst you're gliding. I don't know what to say. It's so peculiar, but the flash is always still going to be fairly valuable. And then it's just the public execution, right? Max range. Yeah, max range onto 1xn. Doesn't cost 1xn anything though, so doesn't feel too bad, but still very scary for just that moment. As now TT, they look to siege in the mid lane with this Baron buff. Very scary, right? Haichao can very much teleport onto any ward that might still be down. Look for a flank.
Still committed to the split push on the top side as the mid-tier 2 turret goes down for Thunder Talk. 1xn does have the Infinity Edge, finished off that Baron. Hoya, Keeper's Verdict channeled, not going to knock anyone away as the Inhibitor turret falls next. Thunder Talk now have to be worried about that flick you called out, Jamada. Haichao is just running down. Feather does not hit the hook. Satab gets the Shuriman shovel this time, but they're going for Weiwei once more. And now Haichao Company, they're into the backline. The stolen Blitzcrank Gold eviscerates all of Thunder Talk. They push too far in their siege, and LNG make them pay to the tune of 3 kills.
Oh my goodness me, the flank pays off. Hoya gonna do his best to just buy time here, but he's also delaying his own death timer a bit. We'll see, he will eventually drop here to Photic. Not much he can do about it. In the mid lane, the wave's being shoved out, but actually, I think Hoya dragged a bit of that mid lane wave, didn't he? He dragged some of that wave down, so there's no wave here, and even if there was, it would just be Haichao, so that's just a failed siege. They crack open the base though, so that will be a tower down. And the inhibitor still stands, so not necessarily the most successful Baron buff in the world, but it gets them that little bit of pressure they were looking for. As once we return, everyone comes back out onto the map. It's kind of just equal footing. 1xn no flash though, Hoya no flash. Photic's coming back up. That's the crucial one that we have to continue to keep our eyes on, as, again, I think it's another bit of a failed engage from Satab. I mean, he just doesn't get his way onto Photic. Blocked by Weiwei. Hoya can't actually do anything to prevent Photic from just right-clicking, right? Because he doesn't have his ultimate available, and by the time he has it, there's not really much he can do with it. So, real good job from mostly Weiwei, honestly, preventing that dash forward from coming in from the Azir, preventing that scoop, and now, actually, Photic just went into Edge of Night. So, even if, you know, there is a world where Satab finds his way on top of him, he still has to hopefully make sure that that spell shield is down.
Or even in the crazy world where Feather somehow gets a shot at Photic, right?
Yeah, that's the other thing, of course.
Potentially a game-breaking hook. Now a little less pressure onto Photic. Do see that 3 items are done on this Azir. Satab scaling much behind pace. 1xn a little bit more further ahead. Still kind of feel like the scaling angle is in favor of Thunder Talk, but they just have not had a fight in the last 10 minutes with a reset, and that's all they're compromised on.
Yeah, exactly. His first kill, hook from Fog of War, and it's been a little while since we've seen an impactful one, unfortunately, for TT. Things looked so bright maybe 15 minutes ago, but LNG have just been so tenacious in all of their responses, and of course, I think it would be a little bit remiss to not highlight, I think, honestly, Zhuo's underlying, you know, kind of bridge building to ensure that his teammates haven't been able to fall. Obviously, Weiwei was the main target for a little while because it felt like that was all that TT could latch onto. And Zhuo made sure that his front lineup was pretty much never dying, even when he was being focused on quite heavily.
Small things that you can really do on these enchanters that don't show up in the stat sheet, but are so pivotal. I'm with you, Jamada. These Lulu ultimates have been the difference in those pick attempts onto Weiwei. I'm still wondering now with the more powerful Jinx and Azir, does a hook onto Weiwei work? I don't think it does. I don't think it cuts it for Thunder Talk anymore. Weiwei could just block as many hooks as possible going forward.
I agree. I think he's happy to get hooked, and players being jumped on here. Teleport's
there we
coming
go.
in from Azir.
Weiwei gets hooked. Teleport in from Setab. Trying to burn through Weiwei. Photic and Zhuo try and cover him. The rocket nearly finds the execute. Beishwan, you can see the lust in his eyes to chase that kill. But he doesn't get it. Instead, they find Zhuo. Free first reset for Thunder Toxica on the flank. Emperor Savai going to push away the rest of LNG. And Zhuo, the hero on the Lulu ultimates, gets picked and might be the decider as he watches his top laner fall as well with Dragon right up and available.
Not only is the Ocean Soul up, but Baron spawns in 10 seconds too. Weiwei, he's basing now, but I just don't think he's going to make it out there either. Photic lost his flash. I didn't even see Photic lose his flash. So not only that, it's double Uber buffs. Photic no flash, and Weiwei very unlikely to make it up here. I mean, Photic, no ultimate. There's no way he's going to have the kind of impact he needs to prevent this Baron from falling. So honestly, TT have just been handed the game on a bit of a silver platter here for the next 5 minutes.
Baron, Ocean Soul, everything in the hands of Thunder Talk to once more upset LNG within a month. Let's get a replay look. Let's figure out where does Photic's flash go down.
That's what we have to look at, because it looked like here we were going to see a repeat of so many fights where Weiwei isn't actually able to drop. And I mean, in fairness, we do, but then Zhuo just sticks around in this brush for too long. Has to path up and out, but
we flashed a
feels
hook.
like, oh, my
Feather through a sideway
even
hook.
Underneath all of this, providing the pressure. And forces out Photic's flash, so that misstep from Zhuo costing them a lot, and we could see another misstep. Satabi's being very meticulous about checking these brushes, but will the ward be his demise?
Thunder Talker here goes into the stasis, perfect bait, and now it's LNG that are just gonna get ran through by 1xN's Jinx. LNG took the gamble that just cost them the game, the series, and potentially Group C. That's what I'm Thunder talking about. Another upset as they'll take the series 3-1.
4 dead, everyone alive on TT. That's a 3-1 for them as they march into the base with Baron buff and look to, like you say, maybe secure themselves, at the very least, a much safer run into the top 2 for this Group C.
Down goes Haichao, Nexus turrets next to fall. Doubters still sticking around after the Demacia Cup, once more proven wrong. Group C starts with a Thunder Talk series win.
Can you believe it? I mean, we saw these two teams battle out at the Demacia Cup, right? And it was close fought, but TT edged out the lead then, and they do it here again, right? And I mean, just massive props to specifically 1xN throughout a lot of this series, but of course, the main man of this game was Feather on that Blitzcrank, but him and Beige1 together as a duo really stepping up in 2 out of 3 of the wins here for TT. And I mean, like we're kind of saying, not that everyone fully has EDG ruled out of this group, right? But a lot of people are kind of saying, you know, if LNG aren't the same LNG from 2024 and they look really shaky here, you take a game off them in this group. If you're TT or EDG, you're looking at TT or EDG retrospectively and saying, right, well, I've got my win off LNG. The pressure is on you now. You have to beat me. And that's what's going to make that TT-EDG matchup oh so spicy when we get around to it, as TT pick up their win here against LNG in Group C.
It's the power of having a team like BLG in your group, right? It just adds so much extra pressure to those other 3 teams when only 2 of you are able to get out. I'm sure we'll talk a lot more about what the rest of the groups look like going forward, but for now, soak in the Thunder Talk win. Demacia Cup was not a fluke. And yeah, you said, it just, now that we can look at the series as a whole, Jamada, I mean, each Thunder Talk win was a combination of some guys stepping up. You know, game 2, Feather, but really, like you mentioned with the Wukong Beishwan, that Wukong was really powerful. 1xN obviously statistically had an awesome game. Then game 3, it's Setab's Victor goes deathless, just so potent. And now we really saw the Feather game shine. When you have each player stepping up in big games individually, you can just do anything, it feels like, especially topple an LNG team that many expected you to lose against if you're Thunder Talk.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, huge congratulations to TT. This is a step up that I think, you know, unless you were a real, you know, down and dirty in the mud, in the trenches from all of these previous splits TT fan, probably weren't thinking too much of TT, right? But at the end of the day, this group of players right now, you know, from the Demacia Cup to now, having excellent showings, and it does make you wonder how, you know, not to ask these kind of questions so early on, but where will the ceiling end up being, right? Where does this TT lie comparatively to, you know, the TTs that we've seen over the last, you know, 3 or 4 splits, where it's normally, you know, 9th at the ceiling, you know, as low as 15th or so, right? That's the question that's going to be on our minds here as we continue to just watch this team develop and grow here in the LPL.
It's what even takes it further home too is in earlier formats, right, Jamal? Like beating LNG would have been very difficult, right? Something you mentioned wouldn't be something for a Thunder Talk team to usually get. And even if they did, most of those formats it's like best of 3s for most of the season. You know, sometimes those best of 1s would come around. This was a full fearless best of 5. So like you can't even make the, oh shoot, LNG didn't show up to 1 game. Oh shoot, LNG, they weren't ready for 2 of those games. You had to win 3 of these games. So it's just even more props for Thunder Talk in Fearless to come out on top up against LNG again. When people didn't expect it, we're writing them off.
Yeah, I mean, again, I can only really sit here and congratulate them. I think, you know, to take a look at the other side of the storybook here for a moment for LNG, a lot to go back and tinker on, whether it's gameplay, draft, you can kind of name it in this series, right? I think that, you know, if I was to be a little bit critical, I do feel like they went a little bit too heavy on some of these early skirmishing compositions when it seems pretty clear off the Demacia Cup, you know, it's hard to call that a run, but the Demacia Cup appearance and, you know, here today, their ability to execute really hasn't been that smooth, right? And it does kind of make you want to see perhaps a bit of a breakdown of, hey, let's just go back to the basics for a series or 2 whilst we have the time to, right? Go to your 2 to 3 engage compositions, play your front to back team fighting comps, things like kind of in the same vein as what we see here, but with just the easier components earlier in a series, right? So you don't end up with Twitch Lulu plus all of these, you know, champs you don't always get to see together, champions. So that you get a bit more time to practice, right? You get a little bit more stability on stage, and then hopefully that translates to results. Because by no stretch of the imagination are any of these individual players particularly weak, though we definitely saw a very weak, you know, set of performances out of a few, not to name a few, but Botic really didn't have the kind of performance you would maybe expect him to have, even in this Twitch game, right? Like,
right.
The competition's kind of built around him to succeed, and whilst he statistically put up some numbers, if he's not putting up some numbers, then he's like extra failing, you know? So definitely a hard night for LNG, and I think this is one of those series where you kind of look at it and you go, right, this is how we lost. It was predominantly through jungle support. Not that we had per se the weaker jungle support at any given time, but they were synchronizing better than we were, right? What can we do? What band-aids can we apply for the time being in the short term to make us feel like we're in sync with one another more frequently? And I think if they can just try and apply that for the time being, at the very least, maybe their next series looks a little bit cleaner, but they were completely outmatched tonight against TT.
I think even some simple fixes that I'm realizing watching these highlights back from the Game 4 win is you draft, you know, being willing to confidently execute the comp you drafted, because every one of these highlights you're seeing right now, it's Thunder Talk starting the fight. It's a hook. They are looking to start the fight. And LNG, in this game, you know, you drafted a Sejuani, you drafted these scrappy solo lanes. Silas and Bessa, they want to be in fights. They want to be starting fights. They want to be scrappy to set up this Twitch, but they just never got in the groove that you'd want this comp to get into until it was far too late. And they just allowed Thunder Talk to kind of threaten these blitz hooks that worked so well in the early game and kind of get LNG out of funk, I got to think. And Those are, simple things you can fix, but like we talked about, it stings so much for LNG because of the format we are in. It is so punishing to drop any of these series if you want to move on in Split 1. And if you're not finding success in Split 1, like we talked about at the start, 2 teams are eliminated from the LPL before we even get to Summer off of that first stand event.
Yeah, and I mean, for an organization like LNG to go from, back-to-back top 8 worlds to, a situation like that where the format is so harsh that, hey, I mean, finally, right? He earned it. But to go from, that kind of setup, it would feel awful. It would truly feel awful. So hopefully that's not the case. That's obviously the worst case scenario for LNG. And it's a fair while down the road, but certainly need to see some improvement come out, because, again, having the tape of that Demacia Cup series against TT and then here against TT again in regular season, it's not the best look. So things do definitely need to change.
Things certainly do need to change, but for now, it is another Thunder Talk victory over LNG, 3-1. The next time we will be seeing either of these 2 teams, I don't see an LNG game for a while. So LNG are going to have a lot of time to sort of decompress, figure this game out. They don't play again until they take BLG on about 12 days from now, if I have the schedule correct. So
it's long turnaround.
Long turnaround for LNG. The next game for Thunder Talk will be coming up about a week from now, next Tuesday, depending on your time, the 21st of January. They'll take on ADG, and I mean, if you're Thunder Talk, you win that series, you're in. I mean, that's as simple as it is. It doesn't matter what happens against BLG.
Yep, no, likelihood is you're in, unless, I guess you could end up with some weird, I mean, BLG would have to beat everyone. There is that weird scenario where you end up in a 1-round robin with one team is 3-0, and the other teams are 1-2, and then you have to play a tiebreaker. Or I guess in this case, they'd probably forego the tiebreaker if I had to wager, I guess. And do it based on like individual game score or something along those lines. So there are all of those potential shenanigans up for, up for offer. It's just about getting there, of course. And like you say, for TT, big step forward, right? Taking down your direct competitor in that regard.
In that regard, indeed. That will bring a close to this awesome cast from us, the Beard Bros, as I'll call us on my desk. Great game from Thunder Talk. One more thing before we get on out of here. I'm actually, it's awesome to see it, but we already have an elite supporter coming in on the Ko-Fi. So we are grateful to already have that elite supporter on Ko-Fi. We want to thank Aaron Superis? I hopefully didn't butcher that too bad, Aaron. Aaron Superis for their amazing contribution to help us upgrade the stream and give back to the cast and crew who are doing their best to bring you the LPL every single day. Speaking on that every single day mantra, tomorrow's match will take everybody over to Group D for a very intriguing one. RNG taking on Fun plus Phoenix, 2 teams that didn't have the best showings that they wanted from Demacia Cup. They're going to have to go head-to-head. It's Milky Way versus his old squad, and maybe one of the best teams Shadow has ever had assembled around him. A lot of fun, but that's the end for us, Jamon, after our gauntlet. Do you have any final words, my friend, before I head to bed and you get your day started?
Thunder talked, man. I'm very happy to see them succeed, and like you say, tomorrow's series is going to probably be a very strange banger. It's hard to really put it into words, but getting to see Milky Way play against FPX, it's going to be a very, very fun time.
Very, very fun. It's a fun day. Every day we get LPL action on an official broadcast. Tomorrow, we'll be right back like we talked about. Big shout out to all of our production crew, the socials behind the scenes, Chippy, our producer, and of course, one more shout out to my awesome co-caster, Jamada. Tune in, same time, 1 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 4 a.m. U.S. Eastern. I'm not good at the rest of the time zones. You can figure it out, but be back here. RNG, FPX, and more LPL action in just a few. Until then, take care and stay safe.